Good morning and welcome to our special meeting of council. It's our budget meeting today. I will move by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that December 6, 2024 special council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 9:06. All those in favor? Carried. Approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No, there are not, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as circulated. All those in favor? Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. There's no approval of minutes. Opening remarks. That's me. And then we'll go to our CO afterwards. So I think I focus more on the numbers than the remarks, so I apologize for those who will watch this tomorrow morning. But I'd like to say thank you to administration. I know it's oftentimes we get the number, and that number is likely whittled down after several hours. Sometimes it comes from the administrative side, sometimes it comes from the finance side, and appreciate the number coming in somewhat reasonable, or I should say reasonable. I know 2020 to 2023 we had inflation of 30% on the asset side, so for the community, we're still kind of catching up to that through this budget, but if you look through it, I see a lot of investment in assets, and I think that's why many of us are here at this table, is to invest in our assets. It's the one thing that whenever we, if we do have to increase our taxation, which is obviously never the most popular thing, but most people understand the costs are going up, we're investing this in assets, and it's just great to see that movement of funds to, I guess, capital projects and reserve transfers for future capital projects. So I think it comes in pretty nice spot to start. And I look forward to the conversation with our fellow council members and discussion or questions to administration. Thank you to the treasurer for preparing it all for us. After the CO, let's get started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to acknowledge and thank our administrative team for their hard work in preparing this budget submission. I'd particularly like to recognize our treasurer, Ms. McDonald, who's for her efforts over the past few months working on the budget submission. The budget was prepared keeping in mind the township's desire to remain debt-free, while also having a goal of increasing our contributions to reserves to ensure sustainable funding sources are available to support the township's future capital projects. I feel the draft budget's a positive step forward towards achieving this goal, despite facing some challenges with reduced upper levels of government funding for OSIF, as well other funding upper levels of government funding sources not increasing at the same rate of inflation, which is again increasing pressures on the municipal tax levy. But as well, I do look forward to the discussion today and hearing council's thoughts on the draft budget that's been put forward.
Well, thank you. Then we'll get to new business. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I just, again, like to echo the thanks to my colleagues and all their hard work getting this information together. Administration has tried to be mindful of the hard-earned dollars we are collecting from our ratepayers, and are here today with the estimates of the expenses and revenues for 2025. We look forward to discussing this budget and its associated proposed projects today and receiving your feedback and instructions to amend accordingly. So we'll get right into it now. So just some housekeeping. All right. To start, anyone watching at home, this is how you can reach any of us, and there will be a copy of the draft budget on our website for you to review as well in more detail. So our vision, a thriving, sustainable, and innovative community that honors its rich history while embracing the future. And our mission, as we made final on last Monday, in collaboration with community and local government partners, the Township of South Glengarry is committed to building a sustainable future, honoring our heritage, and creating a community where innovative infrastructure, thoughtful land use, and open communication foster prosperity and well-being. So our priorities that you'll see: land use planning, infrastructure sustainability, water and wastewater services, organizational effectiveness, and Cornwall Regional Airport. Our strategic plan is on our website as well for anyone who'd like to review it. So as we've noted, we work to remain debt-free, and we're carefully spending our reserves, as well as trying to restore funding that we maybe cut back on last year as we focus on infrastructure projects. We also are trying to prioritize our projects while looking towards the future and reviewing and discussing the level of service of our projects. that was quick. So as we've noted, our funding sources are somewhat stagnant and in some cases going down. OSIF in particular has gone down the maximum it can go down each year the last 2 years. So that's a tough one to swallow for a community our size. Budget pressures, we anticipate increases to our liability insurance and our group benefits. Those have been increasing steadily. Increased operating costs, materials, utilities, contract increases, and the increased costs of our capital projects. It's not like it was 5 years ago for sure. The economic environment has been cooling compared to during the pandemic. Inflation is cooling, but it's hard to know how it's going to, the next 12 months will go, but we're hoping it stays within 1 to 3%. We do see the building construction price index is increasing, but not as dramatically as it had been in previous years. So that's also a positive sign for people developing in our community. And another positive thing for South Glengarry is our assessment base does continue to grow. We're very fortunate to have that growth. There are treasurers and other municipalities that don't have that. You know, their assessment base will stay the same, or if anything, go down when a house burns down. So we're lucky that people choose to build and grow in South Glengarry. So our starting point with the budget today, the draft levy proposed presents an increase of 7.59 over last year's budget, but with our growth factored in, it would be 6.41%. And the levy, as we started out today, is $11,891,742. And sorry, that's so small, but compared to last year, as you can see, we are our reserves are growing with this year's budget with our proposed transfers in and out. And this would be mainly our reserves, not speaking for the water and wastewater budgets at this point. And just to look at our full-time staffing, our budget does incorporate a 2% increase for our union staff as per their collective agreement and 2.5% COLA for non-union staff. So again, a look at our salary and benefits. We have noticed an increase in our benefits as well with OMERS now being offered to more than just our full-time staff. It's now optional for part-time and casual staff to join into OMERS, which increases the benefit cost to the municipality. Similar to last year, we have done the symbols where we're showing if a proposed project is increasing, decreasing, or maintaining our service levels. So you'll see that throughout our slides. And now I'm happy to invite Ms. Campo to chat about general government with me.
Mayor McDonald, question to you in terms of how you want this to run. Are we doing presentation and then questions on that specific section? Are we rolling through?
I think it would be good to have, if we need a detailed debate, we might save it to the end, but if you have, we'll start with department questions, and if the questions are going on, we might have to put it to the end of the meeting, but we'll start initially with questions at the end of every department.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm happy to be here this morning to provide an overview of the budget for general government along with Ms. McDonald as the general government budget affects both finance and corporate services. So our general government budget consists of two subcategories. So we have the legislative general government budget as well as administrative. So the legislative accounts are those that are related to council expenses, whereas administration general government covers corporate services, finance, as well as general operating costs. So just to recap some of the highlights in general government for 2024, we recently adopted a new strategic plan for the corporation. We hired in two key positions, those being for the CAO as well as our finance manager and treasurer. Distributed $68,500 in community grants and donations. We completed an accessibility audit for our website and are now working at implementing some of the findings of that audit to ensure our website is meeting all of those requirements. And there's been the ongoing implementation of the SharePoint records management system. Looking ahead into 2025 and what's proposed in your budget, there are really no major changes to the legislative budget for council, so it'll just generally be status quo. The only item of note perhaps would be in the line for planning sessions. You'll note that that's decreased for 2025, and the reason for that is we budgeted higher in 2024 for strategic planning. In terms of the administrative budget, operating costs are generally maintain our current service levels. So there aren't any, I don't think any major, too many major fluctuations in the operating costs. A couple to note, under equipment, furniture, and software, that line has increased. However, the reason for that is in previous years, for software costs such as Microsoft Office or subscriptions for Adobe and whatnot, those costs have been distributed across every department. We're changing our approach in the way that we're coding those, so those will now all be consolidated into general government. So the increase on the line in general gov results in decreases elsewhere. So it's pretty well. It looks like an increase, but it's offset. Under computer and website support, that one's a little higher for 2025, and the reason for that is we are undergoing the content management system migration project, which council received a report about a few meetings ago to give you the heads up that we're going to have to switch the program that we use for managing our website. And then another item of note is just the insurance line has been increased to reflect the market values. Some items of note that are not included in the budget for 2025, but are on the horizon and likely to come forward as we get closer to 2026. We are on the hunt for permanent council chambers. We have started some preliminary research, looking at a potential venue and the feasibility of it. So if we do determine that it's a feasible option, we will plan for that going forward. We also are anticipating in coming years that we're going to require some repairs at the main office to the exterior of the building, particularly at the front of the building. If you've been out front recently, you might notice there's cracks in the sidewalks. Our front porch and steps and ramp are not in the greatest shape, so we're starting to plan and recognize that that's going to have to be addressed in coming years. And we also are anticipating that we may need to replace some of the air conditioning units at the main office. If that is something that we come to find we're going to have to do in 2025. We do have sufficient funds in the reserve for the main office that could offset that cost if it's required in 2025. In terms of capital projects, I'll turn this one over to Ms. McDonald because it's related to finance, and I'll let her walk you through that.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So this would be a portal for our website that would allow our residents to sign up for electronic billing for their taxes. And we do offer electronic billing for water, but this would again be through this portal. It would also allow our residents to log in and see their account balances and get receipts. So this is offered through our current accounting software provider. It's in use in South Stormont, I believe. I'm not sure if any of our other neighbors are using it, but it's generally positive, the experience that I'm hearing about, and it's something that our residents have asked for. So it's something that we're proposing today. That we anticipate it will likely be less than $20,000, but the full cost of the implementation in year one, we would ask to fund from the modernization reserve. And there would be an ongoing $4,000 subscription cost to have this product, but I think we would see some efficiencies in staff time as far as sending out additional copies of bills and postage and whatnot. So it seems like something that would be a benefit for our residents if approved today.
All right, that looks like general government. Are there any questions or comments there? Councillor Bougie?
Through Mr. Mayor, I would be in favor of the tax and water billing. I mean, I do it electronically, which is a nice feature, but I feel like this would be, like you said, there would be savings in the end for mailouts and whatnot, and then it would all be digitally and recorded. Probably easier for the staff in this aspect. My other question was about insurance. So there's been a couple times now we talk about insurance increases. Like, do we have an idea of what's going to happen? Is this specific to South Glengarry where there's been a couple incidents, or is this just kind of market trends upward? Because Caitlin, you said it at the beginning, so is there any specifics to that, or is that just we're expecting an increase because of the market?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I would say the insurance for our benefits is one of the ones that's going up. We assume 10 to even 15%. It's part of a group plan throughout the county, so we don't have a lot of control of that one. Our township insurance did decrease this year with our new contract, but we do still anticipate that it would increase when we renew in August. We're not sure yet of those numbers being so far out, but we haven't made any significant claims that we could expect. What maybe has happened with some of our neighbors, but we just, expect it to go up, kind of like everyone's car insurance probably went up this year, whether anything happened or not. It just seems to be the market these days.
All right, one thing I noticed, perhaps we could do the website update through modernization funding too, because I saw we had 108,000. That could be a decrease that we could discuss now or later, but we could either draw down from that reserve and perhaps put into the building reserve if we're worried about future things, so like an in and an out, or we can just draw down from that modernization reserve and give it back to the taxpayer, depending on what we want to do. And we can discuss that a little later because there's a reserve thing, but that's just something that we can, I'll circle back to that at the end. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. My question, with regards to that online payment, how does that supplement or coordinate with the other online payment options, I use in quotations, of the other services that the township offers? And is there an opportunity for like eliminating some of the ones that are out there, or, yeah?
Through you again. So this would be for water and tax billing within that payment, within the platform where they could get their bills. They can also make the payment directly through that platform. In speaking with them, getting the information, they said that they would honor the current pricing we received from our vendor that does the other payments. We'd have to discuss the other payments that we take through the website, how we could integrate those, because one thing that the VATM Central Square product would do is that it would actually post the payment directly when it's made, so there would be no entry by staff. Like, we could still review, but it would be more efficient than our current payment platform, because we still have to pull the payments and then enter them in VATM. These would be going directly to the accounts as they're made. So I don't know that we'd be able to immediately eliminate the current one on the website, but this one would function for property taxes and water, very similar to the current one, but I think in some ways better for those two modules within our accounting software.
If I may follow up on that question, because so would miscellaneous, is there any, like VATM is VATM sometimes, is like, so it works well with tax and water. Could we take miscellaneous payments, for example, like planning things? Would it be able to take those payments? Because that's, I guess, that's what, yeah.
That's something we'll be discussing with them. If we adopt the platform, they can look at adding more functionality. For the moment, we were focused on taxes and water for the billing function, especially with the current difficulty getting bills out. We thought it was a good time to look at it.
All right, so Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just a question looking at it. I don't think there's $4,000 a year value coming out of it, but I do think it's a really nice service, and I think we should have it, because for a lot of people, most people can't get to our office when we're open. Like, if we're honest, we're not open at convenient hours, and it's not something I want to address today. But just one question for anybody who is already on an auto deposit or an auto withdrawal for their taxes or water. Will we then are we able to just merge that over, or are we going to have to get everybody to resubscribe to it, or provide us their banking information again?
That would work separately from this system. So this would just be for like the one-off. If say you wanted to pay your tax bill, you would go on your account. There's my tax amount. You could pay through the portal right there. It would still be more affordable for residents to pay through their bank as opposed to the platform, because there would still be a charge if they're using their credit cards that we would, as we do now, we would not absorb that charge. It would be charged to the resident. So we do tell our residents it's very easy, and we're frequently explaining, how you can do it through online banking, and we've gotten pretty good at giving those directions. So if you're on pre-authorized or we're doing a direct withdrawal, it wouldn't affect this. This would just allow you to go in and look at your balance or print off a copy of your bill. So which would be helpful for people who are refinancing or whatnot, and they need a copy of their bill right away. They can log in and get it.
Perfect. And then if this works kind of parallel to it, in the sense that if somebody wanted, say somebody's not currently on it and they realize their coming up to the date or whatever, they can go online and just pay it right through there with a credit card, say, and sign up later through the other system. Okay, this is, so essentially just to provide the tax bill. Okay, thanks.
So I suppose that's a good question. Thanks for coming back to it. Would we be as a group in favor of this increased level of service? I guess thumbs up. Or Councillor Bougie?
Well, I was just mentioning, like, the water bill goes out every second month. So that's quite a bit of mailing that we are paying. And if someone signs up for this, are we going to still send it? No, it would be here and they can print it off here. So that's 6 mailings per household, essentially, that if they signed up for this, we don't have to send out. So like, if enough people sign up, I feel like that $4,000 might be, balance out in the end. Maybe.
But if you sign up for this, you're never getting a paper statement from us again, correct?
You'd have to opt back in to get a paper statement.
Okay. Okay,
I
that
think we would continue to send a reminder letter, and that wouldn't be, like, if you've opted in for e-billing, it's not that we wouldn't send you a reminder letter if you're late in your taxes. It would more just be for those main interim taxable, final taxable, which will be nice for snowbirds who are away, who often want to get their bill when they're not here, and they don't want to change their address because then they won't get it for their final bill, so it would just be smoother for those folks.
Okay.
Please do, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So just so that I'm clear, like, I'm assuming it's similar to what we've done with our banking. We don't get a paper bank statement every month, but they do email us some, so they would get an email, and then I can go on if I want partway through the month and check and see what, okay, as long as we're sending them something, but I think a lot of people will sign up for that. Nobody wants to go to the mailbox anymore.
All right, Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in support of that specific item, because I think on Councillor Bougie's, what the comment is, I think postage adds up real quick. So, I have a comment. It's very minor. It just has to do with one item. I think it's the public relations, general government, where I think sometimes like pins and Post-its and things like that get handed out at public events is put, in my recollection, like council doesn't really get involved in what's picked or how many. So I'm thinking like if that is something going, like that should be something that at least perhaps the mayor has a visibility into what's being purchased and where they go. That's, maybe you do, I don't.
We're doing chocolate again. Whenever we worked there was a bunch of extra chocolate, but that is, like, I guess that's a fair thing. We can get like just reach out to us by email to see. I wouldn't, yeah, I have no qualms, and like, we're thinking about this, is that reasonable? So yeah, that can address that concern. So, okay, Councilor McDonnell?
Just one last thing for, I know having done, like using email services, sending something out, just so that we don't send out somebody a notice, like Martin said, and it winds up in their junk or something like that. Is there a way for us to just kind of test it even with a few different emails, like whether it's like somebody's Gmail and somebody's Outlook, or like have a generic one made for the township just to test and make sure they don't just wind up in a junk? Just a little comment.
Okay, yeah, that's yeah, test it, because that's true. Different providers have different things, simpatico, etc. So we're thumbs up for the new service, and we're good to move on then to planning and building enforcement. May I ask just one question while you're transitioning? Given that we have the warden-elect, we will have warden that will take the responsibility of some of those roles, and legislation state, I'm sorry, I made a note to it and I didn't flip to it. Do we have any unspent money from the strategic plan in 2024 that perhaps we could carry over, just maybe 2,000 to 4,000, to perhaps offset some of the responsibility of having the warden in South Glengarry? And that can come up at another time. I just wanted to I didn't want to forget that, because we do want to support the warden as much as we can.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm here to present the planning, building, and enforcement portion of our budget this morning. So we're going to start off with some highlights of our department from 2024. So we've completed the coordination of the sale of township-owned property. Oh, sorry. Received, you may recall, received unexpected funding from a federal fund called My Main Street Grant, which allowed us to complete mural projects on Main Street in Lancaster. Also, the completion of a RED grant that was received in 2023 occurred in 2024. We do have increased building permit revenues in excess of $48,000, and that was more than what we expected. Very difficult to predict building permit revenues with the economy that we're currently in, and the interest rates and the cost of living that people are experiencing. So really, when we do these portions of our budget, it's looking at trends, but also making best guess as to what our revenues would be. And one thing to note in our budget is that we anticipated a fairly significant parkland fee to be paid in 2024. It did not happen. The project is still underway, but you'll see that was one of the reasons why we were $41,000 under budget. Again, in a line item like this, we're making predictions based on development applications, and sometimes the timing of those applications are out of our control. So moving into the planning department portion. So our planning department portion, we actually have some decreases in this portion of the budget. When you're reviewing the budget as council, you may not see it as decreases. You're going to see there's an increase, but our treasurer has picked up that staffing had not been properly allocated in the previous budgets. So we now have staffing allocated appropriately, which results in an increase in the planning staffing portion, but a decrease in the building staffing portion. It doesn't impact our bottom line, but it's making sure that we're being more accurate in terms of the budgeting amounts. So despite that component of the budget, we do actually have some decreases. So we decreased training by a couple $1,000s. We've also decreased our advertising. Advertising, again, is generally, advertising costs is generally driven by the amount of planning applications we receive. But with recent legislative changes to the Planning Act, there's been lots of changes to the Planning Act in the last few years. It's hard to keep track of them all. It is giving us a little bit more flexibility on how we provide some notices. We're also decreasing legal fees by $5,000. And again, that's based on trends. There was a couple files that I expected to move forward in 2024 that did not. It's still possible they'll come forward in 2025. It doesn't mean that we need to have legal counsel on all these files, but we're hoping that what we're estimating for 2025 is accurate and will be in good shape. The consultant budget, I'd like to explain to you a little bit. We don't hire planning consultants. Planning work is done internally. Really, I don't remember the last time we hired a planning consultant in South Glengarry. However, we have this budget for planning files. So for example, if we receive applications such as site plan control, there are components of that application that need to be peer reviewed by other professionals. It could be engineering professionals, it could be environmental or biological professionals for environmental impacts. That's why we have a consultant item in here. And oftentimes, some of those, I shouldn't say some, oftentimes those costs are charged back to the developer, but it's a line item that we must have. We're decreasing vehicle and travel expenses by $1,000. I'm sure all of you have noticed that since COVID, and we're doing business very differently, and I very much appreciate having opportunities on Teams and Zoom. Even, a few years ago, I would be at the United Counties office weekly or a couple times a week. It's great now where we can do a last minute, Teams call and the time and money we're saving. So I think you're seeing those savings in a lot of areas. And then we decreased equipment purchase a little bit as well as office supplies. So moving into the building component of our department, the building component of our department, we actually have an increase, and I'm going to get to that and explain that in a little bit more detail in a minute. We are proposing to increase revenues by up to $40,000. Again, this is a best guess. Firstly, building permit fees will increase in 2025. Secondly, it does look like the market is changing. It does look like we'll have maybe another decrease in interest rates. We are noticing an increase in non-residential permits, which will be great revenue opportunities for the department. So hopefully we've budgeted fairly accurately. Where we're proposing to have, oops, I keep forgetting, I'm sorry, Kaylin. I'm forgetting to move the slide, and I can't see well, so I'm looking at my own screen. I apologize for that. In terms of where we're expected an increase in our building department is in regards to a vehicle, which I'd like to speak to council about. So currently, our department has a township truck, and it's owned. And then for 2024, we had rented an SUV for approximately 6 months. That SUV is being returned very shortly. So for years, this department operated on one vehicle and would maybe borrow a vehicle from time to time when needed. We have 3 individuals that are doing inspections on a continuous basis that share a vehicle, and then sometimes from a planning perspective, that vehicle is used. That could be to help with erecting signs and notices on property, mail-outs, site inspections, etc. We really feel it's important to have a second vehicle because sharing the vehicle between a bylaw enforcement officer and 2 building inspectors is difficult. Not only that, in reviewing the personal vehicle and mileage expenses that have occurred in previous years, it was coming to the point that it was making sense that we look into purchasing a vehicle. Currently, we have $20,000 in the building department's reserve for a vehicle. In 2025, we're proposing an additional $10,000 to be placed into that reserve, which would bring us to $3,000. We have budgeted $5,000 in the vehicle and travel expense line item of the budget. That would bring us to $35,000. To give council some perspective, the SUV that we're currently renting is a 2022 GM SUV. If we were to purchase it, it could be purchased for $27,888 plus HST. It would fall in the budget. If we were to purchase a new vehicle, being a 2025 SUV, it would be approximately $35,000 plus HST. In speaking with staff, they feel it's not necessary to have a pickup truck. They feel it's reasonable to have a smaller vehicle, which could be less costly, but it still gets them from point A to point B. I feel from a bylaw enforcement perspective, it's not responsible or safe for the bylaw officer to show up on site with their personal vehicles. So we always make a priority for bylaw officer to have the vehicle. In the past, our building inspectors often arrived on site in their private vehicles. It's a little bit of a different circumstance. Some job sites are really easy to access, some are not so nice to access, a little dirty, etc. To give you some stats in regards to the traveling portion of it, we on average complete 60 to 100 inspections a month for building only, which equals to 720 to 1,200 inspections a year. That's approximately 20,000 kilometers a year that we were charging on personal vehicles. So when you do the math on your mileage and what we pay for mileage, it's something that we'd ask council to consider approving for our 2025 budget. Then a few other items I'll just increase here is that, we've proposed a decrease in office supplies. That's basically it to highlight. You'll see a few little slight changes on the line items in that aspect. Moving on to bylaw enforcement, thank you. So we also have a projected increase for bylaw enforcement, which I'll get into some detail on that as well. So the main projected increase is an additional $10,000 cost for animal control services. It's possible that we may have a change in 2025 in how we handle animal control, specifically to the pound services. At this point, it's status quo. We expect to continue status quo, but we don't want to be caught throughout the year with all of a sudden a change and we haven't budgeted accordingly. And then we weren't transparent with you that there's a possible change. At this point, we can't discuss the details of the change because there's still a few things that are unknown, but we have allocated an increased $10,000 to assist with pound services. It's possible that if a change is to occur in 2025, we'll be coming back to council with detailed reports explaining the situation and explaining those costs. But if council's willing, we would appreciate having that $10,000 in the 2025 budget to give us that flexibility. So moving on to economic development. The overall economic development budget is being decreased as well, and I'll get into those details. So firstly, the My Main Street program, grant program was approved in 2024 to support our mural project in Lancaster. We are in the midst of completing that final report. It's due on January 10th. And we know that we have come in slightly under budget. So as we've reported to council in the past, that it was to be no cost to the taxpayers, we can confidently say that we're in good shape in that budget perspective. So you'll see that there's been some dollars carried forward into 2025 simply because we received a portion of that revenue in 2024 to cover some of the expenses, but the remainder dollars would be transferred to us from the federal government in 2025. We have we have decreased memberships and subscriptions. We've also decreased our economic development projects by 6,100. So this is something I do want to talk about because our mayor has raised some questions with me in terms of what falls within our economic development project budget. So right now, the project budget includes dollars for our annual Business and Community Awards Gala. We also have dollars for our Eat, Shop, Local campaigns. You'll see that we do those campaigns various times throughout the year, more specifically Christmas. If you haven't taken a look at our 2024 Christmas shopping guide, please do, as well as the local 12-day giveaway campaign that's currently underway, and encourage people to go out and shop and take a photo and send it in. Unfortunately, councillors are not eligible to win the daily prize. So maybe you are, but that's my rule. And another thing that's included in there is business breakfast. So in 2024, there was a partnership with the Cornwall Business Enterprise Center where we held a breakfast. Some of you may remember that we used to hold breakfast regularly in the past, and that's something that we want to come back to. It's something we're hearing from the businesses that they would appreciate. So we have budgeted $2,400 to hopefully hold quarterly business breakfasts. And I think that's a nice thing to bring back to our community. When we have an opportunity to partner with the Cornwall Business Enterprise Center, we will again. And there's cost savings in doing so, and we do know that there will be one for 2025. Another item that we have in that budget is we have dollar items in there to do joint projects with community partners. So different things will come up. For example, we had the tree lighting ceremony last weekend. Our economic development officer will pitch in, do different campaigns to help with different community groups. The last item I want to bring up, which I believe our mayor wants to discuss, is our banners that are located on our main streets in our hamlets and villages in our community. This was a project I believe that we received funding for in 2018. It was money that came from the provincial government to improve streetscaping. And the most of the money that came at that time was spent on the banners, and the leftover dollars went towards these snowflakes that we now see on the streets. Our banners are not in great shape. They were really, really well done initially. They were well received. It was, I thought, a fantastic an artist engagement project that resulted in these really unique individual banners. We get a lot of feedback, positive feedback on them, and I think people appreciated being involved in them, but they are in bad shape. If we move forward, the budgeted item for the banners within this line item is $8,000. It is possible that we'll be eligible for a RED grant project for 2025. We are anticipating the province to announce dollars. But I can't sit here and commit to council that we would be successful in that grant. So if we move forward with this line item, we are projecting to replace those banners at an $8,000 cost. And that will also include the community engagement piece as well. It'll take some time and effort to pull together what we want to do with and how we want to go about that project. But again, I just wanted to be transparent that that is in there. So I will move on now to
Just a moment. Are you okay waiting 2 more slides? Okay, good. Sam put his hand up. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't pressing one.
Perfect. I'll
Please
answer all of your questions now or at the end, whatever you
we'll carry on till the end.
prefer. Okay, good. So for our emergency planning budget, it's really easy. It's a $1,000 decrease from 2024, and I'll move on to the last slide, and I think this will trigger some questions from council as well. So in regards to the sale of township-owned land, this is something that I've been looking after since, I believe, 2021. So we're projected to have a revenue of $100,000 subject to council declaring a property surplus that's located in Summerstown Estate subdivision. So this council has been involved in previous discussions on this parcel. It's part of parkland. it's basically determined to be excess parkland because we didn't need a park as large as what was anticipated. However, we have not declared that excess land surplus. If this is something that council wants to do and wants to budget for this revenue in 2025, that's certainly a process that we can do, and we're looking for your feedback on that. Also, we have property that the township owns that's located butting the existing Lancaster Heights subdivision, and that land is known as the former Lancaster Estates. The reason why it's known as the former Lancaster Estates is because in the 80s, it was actually a registered plan of subdivision that didn't move forward. And the municipality then deregistered that subdivision because the owners were no longer involved, and we now have this property on hand. Council did declare this property surplus. I've had discussions with you in the past. My goal in 2024 was to look at a unique process to do an RFP and find a way to sell that property, but still be in a position where we are somewhat controlling that proposed land use to ensure compatibility. Unfortunately, I didn't get it done, and I'm sorry. It was just, it's a project that, we have lots of projects we want to do, we just always don't get to them. But it's something that we do anticipate doing in 2025. So, but we are looking for your feedback specifically regarding the property that's located in the Summerstown Estates subdivision. So that brings us to the slides where we have the basically summaries. I'll turn it back over to Ms. McDonald to see if she wants to say anything, and then I'll answer your questions.
I'll just make a quick note. As far as the revenue for the grant being received by economic development, it wasn't incorporated into 2025 revenues because the expenses are in 2024. We'll be setting up the receivable in 2024. So that actually, I should have corrected that, and that is not showing in 2025 as additional revenue. That's my only note, unless council had questions about any of the.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, as we say to consultants, like we have a reading council, so the numbers are there. We don't have to go over them unless there are questions further. So we'll start going back here, planning and building enforcement. Planning, so we'll probably start building. There's a truck there. Presently, like as we understand, I believe there was a truck. It was replaced some time ago. That truck has kind of remained in the fleet, and you're trying to that's the truck you want to replace because it's like quasi a service we deliver now. We're just perhaps formalizing it. Am I correct with that assumption?
Sorry. In 2023, we purchased a new truck, and we hung on to the truck that it was supposed to replace. That was a 2009 pickup truck. That 2009 pickup truck in, I'd say, late spring was deemed to be not usable by our mechanic, which resulted us in renting a vehicle, but we had budgeted for that vehicle. That pickup truck has since been removed from the fleet. So our department currently consists of one paid-for 2023 pickup truck, one rental. That's why we're asking for a second vehicle.
Oh, and I'm glad that this conversation is coming up because I think it's one that council wanted to talk about. So we'll go to Councillor McDonnell. I think I see Deputy Mayor Lang up next.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same kind of idea as well. I mean, I think it was out of well, to be frank, I think the old pickup truck we replaced in 2023 was well beyond its life expectancy, and the department used it when in a pinch. And I think at the end, I think you can almost see the road while you were driving in it, so through the floor. So that's, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think we should be running around in unsafe vehicles, but it's good to see that we are using the asset to the best of its life expectancy, because generally we get pennies on the dollar for them when we sell them, whether doesn't matter what condition they're in. So that's nice. It's nice to see. So we're looking to add a vehicle to the department, because I think as of now you only have one technically, and then we've been kind of solving some problems with a rental. And I know we have a number of departments that have rented. Water and roads have rented, had a rented vehicle this year. We had this one, and I think there was maybe another one. I could be wrong, I think in maybe recreation. But I think this is more of a fleet conversation as to, just for myself, as to what do we have, where is it all placed? Is there opportunity for interdepartmental sharing? I know the reason we're renting them is because generally we bring on, the majority of our work is done in the summer where they're out of the, out of the shop or out of the office. We have summer students that are doing, you know, whether it's traffic counts or planning and building has them out doing special projects in the summertime. Same with recreation and water. So it's one of those questions. Is there a way we can have this conversation, you know, kind of holistically across the entire organization and say, okay, maybe we are better to rent. There's 2 vehicles we should be renting because majority of the time they're going to be sitting, or half the year they'll be sitting until summer students and outside operations are primary use. And I was kind of hoping we would have had this, and I know we had talked about, like, is there a better rate because we're renting through 2 or 3 different companies? Is there a better way to get a better rate? And I know the directors have been good. They go to 3 different ones. They take the best price, but maybe there's a bundling option that might be better. So just, I think it's a conversation. I don't know if we want to have it now or if it's something we want to have later on with, whether it's Miss McDonald or something we want to come back to us to make that decision. If council deems it's essential to have another vehicle in that department and the right option is to purchase it, I have no problem with that. But maybe we kind of, in essence, approve it. Otherwise, continue to move forward with the rental idea and we reevaluate as time goes on. But that's the one I had for that. I don't know how the rest of council feels, so. And I think, I don't know if we want to start there, but the only other question I really had for this department was CIP. Councillor Bougie and I are both on that committee. We know how many meetings we had this year. Should be, I think, none. So ideally, there should be a major carryover there, and we don't have to budget for CIP.
No, that's a good comment. We'll start with the truck conversation, and we'll go with the CIP one. That's fair, because that's a question I had for how prescribed were we? So I guess, or subscribed, so I guess it's 0. We'll talk about the truck first. And I think if I can still, some of your idea would be, it seems there's a need for it in the department. And I think we should have at some point a further discussion perhaps to the roads and rec, because they might have some rental. And I agree, kind of like if they're only for 4 or 5 months, rental does make sense because we don't need to own the asset and sit it for 7.
Like we had a conversation, or I had a conversation one-on-one with Ms. McDonald, and we were talking about this, and there was a hope of getting this kind of figured out in the next year. There was no commitment to having this by now. I kind of hoped that we would, just because, you know, budget, and I figured there's always a vehicle in a budget, but that's beyond the point. But even I think of like even some of the rental rates you see, and I'm just using my own personal experience. What a monthly payment on, say, a 3/4-ton pickup truck like mine is, the rental payment is double what the purchase payment would be. Like, just, I remember looking to rent one this summer when mine was in the shop, and it was astronomical. So it's just, there's vehicles we should own and there's vehicles we should rent, and maybe we make that decision holistically where it's needed, and maybe there's another rental vehicle needed and 2 purchases as opposed to 4 rentals.
That's a good comment. And I guess, as I said, yeah, we'll probably come back with more information, or unless that answer is available right now, but maybe not, to say, like, we do have this vehicle in front of us, and we can take that decision now, or we can take it later. But certainly the whole thing should come back. If I can put it like to do is just I don't know if we do a committee of a whole or like an info report to council, and from there we can make it like say like this is kind of like a rough estimate. Does council want to have in detail? Probably, to be quite honest, a staff report would be valid because we do want the details. So like skip the info report. However, we'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang and we'll talk about this particular vehicle and your thoughts, if you have any, on well, we won't go to the whole fleet because that's a big conversation. So we'll go talk about this particular vehicle. And if you have more, feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm 100% in favor of buying this vehicle. I think it's time, but I think something that likely staff has gathered over the last 6 years that I've been here is that council wants to know what's going on with the vehicles. And I do not like renting, because to me it's staff adding a vehicle to our fleet without our real knowledge on it. That's what, let's be blunt, that's kind of what I feel that is happening. So, I mean, I think you need this vehicle, so I have no problem, as far as I'm concerned, leave it in the budget and buy it. I would buy the new one. It's not enough difference in price. Let's get the new vehicle with the warranty, everything else on it. I don't like renting. If you're renting a vehicle, somebody else has bought that vehicle, is making money off you. It's as simple as that. They're not gonna rent it to you the same price you could pay for it. They wanna make money as well. If we need one for 6 months, buy the vehicle, don't put any mileage on it, I think we gotta make those decisions, but I don't like renting them at all. And I don't think council knows what's going on when we do that, so. I'm in favor of buying this one, I think you need it, and I'm not in favor of renting.
Thank you, Councillor Bougie.
Through Mr. Mayor, so just to be clear, the current GMC model is a 2022, and the buyout option's 22,000? Or did you say 20? 27, okay. And then the new vehicle is roughly 35,000? Okay, well, how many kilometers are on the one we have now, do we know? Even with those numbers, though, it seems like the better option would be to buy with warranty, I mean, in this case. But I definitely agree with bylaws should be showing up on site with a township vehicle and not their personal vehicle. I definitely agree with that point. So I'm in favor of this, but answers?
Is that something you have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know the mileage on the rental. I don't know what it came with, and I don't know what we've put on in the last 6 months. I apologize for that. If I could just add one quick comment. We are a department that receives revenues, and so I know we're asking to add another vehicle into the fleet, but for example, there's a couple of commercial projects that would come in and the building permit would be issued. Those fees would far exceed the cost of a vehicle. So something to consider when we are on a revenue opportunity. And we do have to watch that because the building code requires us to make sure we're operating our department in a way that we're not incurring too much revenue. So when we have expenses that the department needs, we ensure that we're budgeting accordingly.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Before I comment on the truck, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Haley, for what obviously was like very much like a line-by-line review of the items under your departments. So even, like $100 here, $800 there, it all adds up. So thank you very much for going through that detailed exercise. So with respect to the vehicle, I'm going to channel our former mayor, Lyle Warden, and make sure that I add the comment of, have we considered buying an electric vehicle to keep the ongoing operational costs low? I did really appreciate what Councillor McDonnell had to say in terms of having like a more holistic view on when do we need these vehicles and are we appropriately equipped? Looking at it sort of on a more annual basis, because not on the same page as Deputy Mayor Lang in the sense that I don't have an issue with renting per se, particularly if it is really a short term or like a 6 month or less kind of need. I have a big vehicle, a big truck that I don't use as much as probably it was designed to, and that also has implications in terms of brake life and whatnot too. So it's not always, sometimes it is better to rent if you're not using it as much as, and to that point, again, back to what Councillor McDonnell said about having like a holistic view. I know it's difficult to have, or I assume it's difficult to have, and I'm certainly not looking for something very precise, but I think something that would help to help understand or put some clarity around the usage of vehicles is to have an idea of like what kind of annual kilometers we're putting on some of these vehicles, so that we have a sense of like, oh yeah, clearly these vehicles are used a lot, these ones are less, or just have a better understanding of what is a lot as we move forward. But considering what we have in front of us, I'm certainly in favor of bylaw having a township vehicle as opposed to their personal vehicle. And it sounds like there's not such a huge discount on the used vehicle versus the new, but I mean, I'd leave that up to staff. But I think we probably best to move forward on that one, but I would really like us to, because I mean, we're buying vehicles every year, so I would like us to have that kind of holistic review of the fleet, within like sooner rather than later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I think consensus is to get that second vehicle, make it part of the fleet. So that's now codified in the budget. Purchase the new one, It did seem like you were saying we might need an SUV instead of a truck. I don't know. I'd say take the smallest vehicle we can get because, right, you have one truck, you don't always need to go down bumpy roads, and they can deal with that. Like, get a Smart for 2 if you feel it's possible, but you have the permission to purchase the best vehicle that suits the need. From what Councillor McDonnell and Councillor Jaworski said, I believe the renting option, Deputy Mayor, is on a different side of that, and I would probably be for like rentals for short-term items. I'd favor that too, because there are some vehicles I feel that rentals should be for short-term, and I got that from Councillor Jaworski, and I think I don't want to quote you wrong, Councillor McDonnell.
Short-term, I don't mind. I think the rental rates, like, I do agree with the deputy mayor. If we're renting a vehicle, somebody's making money on it. Whereas if we've got the money to purchase it, you're better to buy it, and if you're using fairly regularly, I do agree if it's going to sit for 6 months and not move. But I'm guessing if we have it, it will be used. Because I'm sure there's vehicles we have that are putting on large amounts of kilometers and some that aren't putting on near as much. But I think the frustration that comes from the deputy mayor and myself, frankly, is we do this process sometimes, and it's happened in the past where an ask has come for a vehicle and council says no. And then the need is there, but it's not expressed enough at this process, or where they don't argue, we don't get an argument for it. It's like, we're asking for a vehicle, oh, it's been turned down. Okay, well, we're going to rent one and it's within our budget to do it. And then it gets rented, and then you drive into the township office and go, why is that here? Why has it got our township logo on it? I don't remember buying that. And then you ask, oh, well, it's just a rental. But it's like, well, we might have been, if you're going to rent it anyways, we might have been cheaper to buy it. So I think that's where the frustration's coming out of it. And that's part of it where if we are going to rent a vehicle, I think it should come to council and it should be tendered out, because you might get, I know we get better rates sometimes, say, example, through Roy's or through National or through Enterprise. But you might get a better bundle if we have 4 departments renting vehicles and they all go out together. So that's just my kind of thoughts, and I think maybe where the deputy mayor stands, but I don't want to speak for him.
No, and I think it's kind of been a thing since 2014. We've had the fleet conversation with one group of council, the next group, and this group. So it's just something that, I guess, from the accountability standpoint, like we need to be clear to ourselves, so then we can be clear to the public. And I think that is a future staff report, because, yeah, we're not against the idea. We just want to be clear in what we're doing. So. This one for this item is to purchase, come back with a staff report. Per Councillor Jaworski, she had asked for kilometerage if that's possible. And if we're trying to get it sooner than later, like even if, might even dial that back and say, like, do we use the vehicle every day? And is that enough? Because so like that can be answered slightly more quickly and anecdotally, so you're not going based on like insurance, and now it's a bigger thing. So this report would be, I think, a decent, I wouldn't call it a high priority compared to like road rationalization, but it's up there, something that we would like to see. So if we could see that report sometime in the new year, so we won't make fleet decisions. Well, this fleet decision is made, and then we'll get a good idea of it. Councillor McDonnell.
And there's just one comment I wanted to share that came from Miss McDonald at one point, and it is a valid comment, because we all know it with our own vehicles. When we're renting a vehicle from somebody and accidents happen, something gets scratched, or whatever the case may be, a broken headlight or tail light or whatever, maybe that's not the best example, but something gets scratched on the truck. And it's going back to the rental company. They're either going to charge us for it, or we've got to put it through our insurance, and generally our deductible is much higher than it would cost to just fix it and paint it properly. When we own the vehicle, we can live with the scratch, or maybe we buy a can of the touch-up paint and they do it in the shop one day and just touch it up so it doesn't create a problem. But we can live with little imperfections on vehicles, whereas when you rent them, they got to go back as they gain. So
Those are all fair things, so like I'm sure that will come back up. And Ms. McDonald, just to, do you have anything you wanted to add to that, or we'll receive your information at a future? Okay, we'll receive that future staff report. So then the next thing was economic development. Councillor McDonnell brought up the CIP funding from 2024. Perhaps unsubscribed, we could move that from, like, carry it over again and offset that cost, unless that's already been done.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing that up. And I didn't bring it up because we weren't projecting a change in the budget. But when we approve CIP projects, they have 18 months to complete their project. So in 2024, we actually had a $5,000 expense. So we only have $5,000 remaining in the 2024 budget. We were actually expecting an application for 2024. The individual or the business owner was not ready. We do have a meeting next week, so we suspect we'll receive one early in 2025. So at least we know some dollars will be spent. It just wasn't the right timing in the last little bit to get it on the agenda before the end of the year. But, so the 5,000 would be, if possible, to carry forward. Ms. McDonald also just slipped me an idea that if council's concerned with those dollar values, we also have some dollars in the planning reserve that we could pull 5,000 from if you needed to, because we don't have any anticipated expenses out of that planning reserve for 2025.
Well, I think it would probably be satisfactory just to bring the, like to like, so bring the CIP money and whatever's left over, and I guess you'll probably at the end of the meeting, Ms. McDonald, give us a breakdown of where we are. An item I wanted to bring up was the signs, or we'll go to Deputy Mayor first, then Deputy Mayor Lang.
I'm going to steal your thunder possibly, because the banners, I think it's a great idea to have them changed. As a community, really appreciated them, and they are pretty tattered. Some are actually ripped and should have maybe been taken down partway through the summer because they were looking kind of worse than nothing there. Can something like that be done and ready to go up in the spring? That was my question. I don't want to lose the summer. I think people really enjoyed them, and if we're going to spend the money, I want to see it there for first thing in the spring.
May I just, so my vision was actually to not replace them because it was kind of free money once. So we were on different sides of that, and that's perfectly fine. So just maybe before you answer that question, thumbs up, I guess, Councillor Bougie, what are your thoughts on replacing them?
Well, just going back, I mean, this whole project was all local artists that created these. It was a great project, great initiative for the community. I thought they looked amazing, kind of shows our identity in a lot of the hamlets. So I'm definitely in favor of replacing them.
Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. No, I think the community does really like them, and our certain parts of our community, it really does enhance the visual aspect. The comment I wanted to make is what can we do to just make it really simple and move forward? I kind of think I heard from you, Ms. Haley, that maybe we could look at, it sounded like you were suggesting kind of redoing something, and I'm thinking let's just reprint what we have and put them back up. And I'm thinking, you mentioned about how, things that you'd love to work on that you don't have time for. I mean, I'd say in terms of that ruthless prioritization, I'd say if it's about putting a lot of time and effort, or, your time or Ms. Treverton's time, that just get them reprinted and then use your time, your bandwidth to work on higher priority items.
Okay, and then go to Councillor McDonnell, and we'll get to you in a second.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't disagree either. I think people really appreciate them. I think they're good to show the identity of the community. I was along the same lines as Councillor Jaworski. I don't think we need to do a full reevaluation of them and increase. I think people like them. They show the identity as it is, and maybe that's for a later project. I wouldn't invest too much time and money into changing them. Just along the grant funding, though, I wouldn't rule that off either. I think I'd be in favor of just saying if we can get the funding to redo them, and the ones we have, maybe we change them, not for 2025, but for 2026. If we can get the funding, get on it right away. And if we don't get the funding, well, I'd be in favor of approving to come out of the planning or the ECDEV reserve fund.
Okay, so we will replace them, and then your question to Deputy Mayor was, do you think we can have them up for the spring of 2025, I think?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your question. So my answer to you would be no, because if we do apply for the funding, we're based on the terms of the RED grant. So going by memory from previous RED grants, typically your grant application is due the end of February, but it will depend on the announcement. We might not receive notice about that grant until June, July, and then you're reordering. So I couldn't sit here and honestly say to council, sure, they're going to be up, May 1st. So, however, if council says move forward as is, simply reprint, don't do don't create a new make work project, then yes, we could probably have them arranged for the spring. But red grants typically don't ask for a council resolution, and we always strive to apply for funding as much as we can to save dollars. But I'm here to receive your direction.
If I,
My direction is to get them up by spring. If we get the grant, great. If we don't, we'll pay for it.
so 8,000 will remain in there, and if we get the red grant, great. If not, 8,000 gets them up, right? Yes, okay, then we're proceeding with it. I think that's what all
Do we
council
need to
want.
wait for the grant before we order them? That's, I think, what Ms. Haley's getting at. So either we decide today we're paying 8,000 for them, we put them up, regardless, well, for spring, or we wait till this winter, we do the application. If we're approved in June, July, we order them, put them up the next
Yeah,
summer.
so show of hands, are we wanting to spend the 8,000 regardless to get them up for May? Okay, we're putting them up then, okay? All right, so I think that was all the questions here for now. Okay, Deputy Mayor Lang?
It's on the screen right now, 100,000 possible
yes.
surplus coming in. Now, I'm assuming that's Somerstown Estates lot? I'm going to be looking throughout the day, and hopefully other people will join me, to find some found money to put towards council chambers. But I'm not saying this is it, but I'm considering. But I had originally thought that if that lot is sold, that the money that comes from that would go towards the redevelopment or the development of that park that it would have come out of, you know. So I don't know, I haven't heard that there's been the community, I don't think they've actively, I think there's some meetings and they're chatting, but they haven't actively started fundraising, I don't believe, for playground equipment. I do know that in the last couple of days, we were down there, we had somebody down there grading the lot and making it look a little better from what I hear. I haven't gone by it yet, but that's what I heard. So we're working towards it, but something like this, the money for the fire halls, did you say it was gone in 2024? We spent that? Kind of. I'm throwing it out so you guys can be thinking about it. I don't know if everybody's on board with me, but I'd like this council, I don't want this council chamber thing to drag on for 3 years. I'm hoping that, I know staff's working on it. I think that's great. If they come up with something, I want to be able to move forward on it. And I don't think it should have to cost $500,000, but whatever, everything costs more than I think, but we'll see what happens. So I'm just wondering what people's thoughts are on that 100,000, what you'd like to see happen.
Okay, so you've kind of pulled in council chambers. I think that's fair because we've already talked about general government. So does anybody have any thoughts to where this 100,000 would go? We'll go.
You asked Ms. Haley though first, just if there are restrictions around how that money
Yeah,
can be used before we start.
That's true. That's true. Are there restrictions?
Okay, thank you for that question, Councillor Jaworski. So because you're keeping a majority of the portion of that property as parkland and the remainder of that land is declared surplus, then when we sell it, that is revenue that comes into the municipality, it's general revenue, and it's up to council on where you allocate that revenue to.
And I guess a follow-up question for information would be, how much do we anticipate this park? Because it's not really like Glen Walter Park is kind of like a central park of our community. This is a park, a passive park, a community park more, like just for that area. What would your anticipation be for how much that park would cost? Because I know play structures, perhaps that's a question of Ms. Harbor's, and I'm sorry for just jumping it on it, just because if it's 100,000 and say we do that 50-50 match and the project's going to cost 75,000, we could say, well, we'll give them 50 and then there's 50 found. So I guess that's why I'm driving that question. Ms. Harbor's?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. If you're regarding to what we would spend possibly on a play structure for Somerstown Estates, that would be considered more a neighborhood park, similar to what we put in at the Glendale subdivision at MP Poirier. That park was a smaller structure than Glen Walter, obviously, but it also included a swing set, and that was around 60,000. Now, I know that we're working with the volunteers in the community for fundraising, and it's possible that they may be interested in something more, which maybe they could fundraise more to have maybe an $80,000 play structure. But just for a comparison, I think it's more of a neighborhood park, more similar to Glendale.
And a follow-up to that would be the money that was in the budget to do site works in 2024. Do you think that's sufficient, or would we need more money to get it ready for the park, to put the park or the play structure in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe as of right now it'd be sufficient. I think there's possibility that we will get some fill also from the roads department depending on certain projects. So the money that we are carrying forward will continue to use into the spring, and we're hoping that it will be sufficient.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I like the deputy mayor's thought process on this. I think we should be trying to use some of that found money to move forward on a permanent council chambers. I think it's very cumbersome for staff to set this up every time, for one, and then to tear it down. And in the background, it's always great to hear a hockey game, but maybe not at a council meeting. I do recall, and I don't want to make this commitment just before we'd spoken to Ms. Servige, because the deputy mayor and I had spoke about this. I thought it was a great idea, and then I went, didn't we say we were going to sell a lot to pay for that park? And I thought that was kind of the mentality there, but maybe something to consider, whether we're willing to just put a park on the budget line. And I'll maybe go back to a conversation that was had at one of these meetings in the past. When a piece of property is sold, I think council maybe had the thought process that money was council's to determine what happened. That was found money, that was council's to choose at the next budget where it went. And just on the side of the fire hall, where did the money go for the fire hall? Did it go into fire reserves, or did we use it, was that budgeted to offset fire reserves and that was already planned for last budget, or was it just dropped there for now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we anticipated selling the fire hall last year, so we included that into our budget, and then we always transfer into the reserve. So in theory, we didn't increase the transfer to reserve for fire. If anything, last year it had gone down, but we used development the development reserve for some of fire's projects, and normally we would flow through projects through his reserves. So because we budgeted for it, it was sort of part of our general revenues last year. And similarly, as of now, the $100,000 proposed to sell this lot, if council chooses to do so, is included within general reserves. And then as you've seen throughout the budget, we have made quite a few reserve transfers in, so you could look at it as offsetting those, unless you wanted to be more specific with it, and then we can make any changes.
Okay, so to clearly answer the question is if we moved, say, 40,000 of this into a reserve for, like a building reserve, just put it there, or administration, for the building, that would increase our taxation by 40,000 because this is already spoken for in the budget as a whole. Okay, so there's no real savings to
You
be found here,
repeat
but
that? So is the 100,000 already in the numbers?
Correct.
Is that what we're saying?
yeah.
I don't like that.
No, that is fair play, and it's a fair thing. Sometimes in the past we had like the one-offs, because budgeting for one-offs kind of sets you up, like using $300,000 last year, and I think I sent something saying I was impressed that we came in where we were, because 300,000 is basically 2.8% of our budget, and still we weren't, had an astronomical budget this year. Budgeting for found money creates values. So I do agree with Councillor McDonnell, and if we can get back to the process of whenever, maybe not this budget, but like next one, and that found money is a decision of council or a reserve that's not included in the budget, because it's hard to sell a building every year for $100,000 because there's only so many, unless we want to have a conversation about shrinking our building footprint, which might be a committee of the whole sometime. So this 100,000 cannot be moved for that specific thing because it's part of the budget. Councillor Jaworski, you look like you have a question or
Yeah,
comment.
no, I know that in the general government section, Ms. Campo was referring to repairs that have to happen at, what potentially will be happening at the Oak Street location, and like that reserve, I'm sorry if I missed that you said how much you anticipate of that administration building reserve would be used, but I'm assuming this is also funds, like there's $125,000 that could go also to this revamping of council chambers. So maybe if folks could just remind me or clarify how much they think the cost to Oak Street will be this year?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we really don't have a projected number. There needs to be some more research and, have someone come in and give us some quotes. So I don't really have an answer right now for that. It's just something that's kind of in the back of our mind, that we know in coming years there may be some updates required. At this time, though, we don't have any projected numbers.
In an effort to move Deputy Mayor Lang's point across, the point I made with the PC and website modernization, that's coming out of taxation right now. Perhaps we can take that 20,000 out of modernization and essentially move it into building as a start. So like that budget, which is currently sitting at, say, 100 and something, could be increased 20,000. That could help start offsetting that. So that's something if we want to make that decision. I know I said I could bring it back after, but it could help your cause here. So that's 20,000 that would modernization out and then into a reserve for the council project.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There's still a Lancaster Estates subdivision. Now, I know we want to kind of have a buyback policy on that, but depending on what it sells for, I mean, we do have reserves that we could handle a buyback at some point if we really needed to in a pinch. And if you do sell it to somebody to develop, you would hope for this. If they're going to put the money down there, they're going to follow through on it. Anyway, that might be something that comes up this year as well.
No, fair. Councillor McDonnell?
I guess, through you, Mr. Mayor, my ask, I guess, then at this point would be, can we put a footnote on the end of our conversation when we're looking at reserves and where we can end up, and we maybe have the discussion at that point too. I think there's consensus around the table to have a permanent location for council chambers. I don't think it has to cost a fortune either. I'm along the same lines as the deputy mayor. We don't need the Taj Mahal, but we would like to be in a regular spot, so we're not giving up meetings or going online and doing that in the future. So if we could just put a footnote at the bottom that we want to put money aside for that, or we want to invest money this year to do something, or start the, I wouldn't even say conversation, start the building process or renovation process, that we can maybe do that at the end.
Ms. MacDonald?
Yeah, just through you, Mr. Mayor, I have been noting any items that we've wanted to add or discuss as we go along, so similar to last year, we'll have that available. And I will say that with the work that's begun into investigating options, we've had funds available within the 2024 budget to absorb some of the costs and getting, consulted with engineers.
Excellent. So the RFP process for the buyback option, that's just to make sure that when we sell it, that they do what they're doing. Yeah, okay, great. I mean, that sign by law in Quebec, perhaps we can move some residents our way who want to bring their businesses our way. So if you're in the east side of Quebec and would like to move westward to Ontario, your English signs are welcome here. Deputy Mayor Lang. Okay, sorry, and sorry to anybody who takes offense to that. We're here if you want to be here. So we'll move to fire services then. Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Jaworski, I'm sorry I missed your hand.
No, that's fine. Through you, Mayor. On the Lancaster Estate subdivision, I mean, I think definitely, I think it's a good use of your time to see how, that can be done. And I would like if you could bring like regular updates to council as you are able to sort of how you're looking at that proceeding or what you're going to be recommending. I know there's been confusion in the past with council in terms of like how can RFPs be done? What exactly does it mean? So I think it would be important that we are brought in or educated throughout the process so that when we finally move forward, we're all in agreement that this is what we intend to do. The other one actually I wanted to bring up that we hadn't talked about was the dog catcher. Because as I recall, with our previous manager of bylaw enforcement, there was this seems to be an ongoing thing that we might need to go to another service. And I think she had mentioned about looking at something with neighboring municipalities or other providers. And I'm wondering if that's been looked into, or if that's been progressed to see how we can keep the costs lower on that end.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. We are looking into that, and we have all of that information. We have an existing contract in place, and so if and when there's going to be a change, we will be reporting that back to council.
Does that satisfy your?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we have a contract, but are we anticipating more dogs running loose? Like we have an increase, right, of $10,000 on it, if I can get to it.
Yeah, I think might be anticipation for building for something that may or may not. It's a hard thing to budget whenever you, like, it's up in the wind, I suppose. That's where Councillor Jaworski's question is
Like, were we under budget this year, or were we over budget this year for fees, or that's just what I'm looking at as like increased animal control to cover increasing costs. But if there's a change outside the contractual obligations, I mean, are we getting fuel surcharges or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we're not anticipating any increases in the 2024 budget. We won't have all of our invoices typically until the end of February, so we'll know exactly where we stand. But no, we're not anticipating a major increase, and hopefully we come within budget. Again, with an existing agreement in place, the services are working well. It's possible that there could be a change to those services moving forward, which is why we're budgeting the $10,000. As I mentioned, we have an existing contract in place. That contract it will continue into 2025 until such time maybe we're not able to continue that contract. So we'll keep council updated at that time.
Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I remember several years ago, we used to go around and knock on people's doors and annoy the heck out of them and force them to buy dog tags, and we dropped that, and it's been very smooth as far as I'm concerned since then. Yeah. I'm wondering, legislatively, what do we have, like, could we drop this whole thing? I'm very serious about this. Like, we're dealing with somebody that lives in the far end of SD&G, that by the time he gets there, I don't imagine the issue still exists if it was a serious issue. And I think if it's serious enough, somebody's going to call police. I don't know exactly what the ins and outs are, but what would happen if we discontinue this legislatively?
I've asked that question probably administratively many times. Is like we don't tag cats. Why do we tag dogs? So I'm interested. Like if perhaps, and I heard on the side that this is something that we could talk about, is do we need to be in the business of dogs? Is that something we have to do, or something that we've just got ourselves into?
Okay, so I think from what I'm hearing from council is maybe you want more information, which maybe we should bring a staff report forward and talk about legislatively what our responsibilities are, how a pound has to be set up, how it has to be regulated, all of those things. So that's something we can do. It's probably good information for all of us to receive and for the public to understand when we're in this business, what the costs are and why we're doing this business. Off the top of my head, I cannot think of any piece of legislation that forces a municipality to provide dog catching services, but I could be incorrect on that. But off the top of my head, I can't think of that. Not to put our CAO on the spot, but maybe he, has some different knowledge as well that maybe he can think of. But it is a service that we've provided for many years. It's a service that most municipalities provide and all our neighbors provide.
Yeah, no, that is a fair question, because we are putting you on the spot. It's just, if we provide the service, now we have requirements, but if we don't, then we have, perhaps less and better. CEO, Mr. Cawthorpe?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am not aware of any legislated requirements. However, I can't say with 100% confidence that there are no legislated requirements to provide that service, but it is something we can investigate and get back to council.
Okay, thank you. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Mac? Oh, yours is yes, and you, Councillor McNeil?
Just, I guess, a comment in the sense of, I think this all came out of when it was primarily rural, you had lots of farm dogs, and a lot of people kept dogs as maybe a bit of a deterrent for break-and-enters, things like that. Now, 90% of the dogs that get lost in the municipality, if they're found, get sent to the township. We post a picture on Facebook, and it's generally our highest interactions on our Facebook page is a found dog at the township office, and the staff gets a companion for a good part of the morning until somebody comes and fetches them. I think it was, personally, the way I always saw this program was the dog catcher was catching dogs that maybe weren't all that nice. And I don't think that's generally the consensus of dogs anymore. Times have kind of changed. They're more of a companion as opposed to a working dog at home. So just, I guess even farm dogs, having gone farm to farm, selling ag inputs, I can think of maybe one farm in the last 10 years where I've pulled on and looked, I will wait for the farmer to come out because he doesn't look that friendly. Most of the time they're jumping up on the door trying to say hi, or you keep dog treats to keep them happy. But I don't think there's as many vicious dogs as there used to be on some of the old farms and things like that and in town.
Councillor Jaworski?
Yeah, I don't disagree with what Councillor McDonnell is saying. And I'll preface this by saying, like what the social media algorithms feed us is different one to the next. But it seems like my Facebook is constantly filled of people with reporting dogs that are running loose here, there, and everywhere across the township. And but they're ones that are not being caught because for whatever reason, either they're scared or injured. So they don't end up at the township office. But I do regularly see our dog catcher name referenced and his phone number and get so-and-so involved. So I guess my point is I'm not sure how good of a sense we have of actually what the need is. And so I might be biased to, look, it is a service we need, but maybe that's just because of what the algorithm is feeding me. So I don't know if that's something that you could provide some data around. I don't know if that's something that our current dog catcher can say, how many times he's contacted, or you do a Facebook scrub and just search how often, because there's certain groups, SDG groups that are specific to this, and you can see how often there's something about South Glengarry. I don't know, just to kind of try and put some, because we talk about things that our residents really appreciate the service, and I'm feeling that this might be one where some people, it could cause issues if we don't have it, but again, I'm not sure if fully informed.
So if you can come back with a future staff report on, one, if it's legislative required, and then two, some statistics to support it. And as you said, I think Mr. Kausman's, he gives kind of a detailed report, so I don't know if you make that into an Excel document and say this is how many times he's visited, and I guess we'll go from there. But Councillor McDonnell.
I guess, can I bring it back to where we started? I guess, why do we need $10,000 extra in the budget for it? That was just the question. I think in general, if we have a contract with them, we seem to be meeting our budget every year. Is there really a need for the increase, or maybe it's something that can come with that staff report, but it is kind of the budget item.
If I may, I do know that there's some conversations administratively from North Dundas that, I think there's purpose to it, and I don't know if, as Mrs. Haley kind of said, is you can't say everything.
If it's maybe contractual negotiations or something like that, we don't want to get into right now. We want to get into that staff report. I have confidence in staff, so we can move forward without going into it in detail. It was just, I guess, that was kind of where the question was coming
Okay,
from.
so if I may, as long as sorry.
I can add a comment. You're right, we do have a contract in place, and so we'll be a little bit careful with the details that we can share, but we are potentially anticipating the need to possibly make a change throughout the year, and if a change is indeed made, it is anticipated that it will be at a higher cost, and so what staff is trying to do is just ensure that the funds are available in the budget for that. However, those funds can be removed, and it become an item that just, if a change is made, there's a variance in that year and in overage in a single line item. And so it is up to council whether we want to preemptively have that additional $10,000 in the budget, or whether we remove it and then it become just a variance that we sort of endure or adjust to throughout the year.
Okay, so then just a quick show of hands, 10,000 is good for now to keep in. Excellent. Then, and thanks for bringing me back. But a good level of service conversation, that's important, because we have two levels, right? Taxation and levels of service, and then so nice to pull on them sometimes. So now we will move to fire service, if there's no other further questions. So Mr. Robertson. Go ahead, Mr. Fire Chief.
Good morning, Council, and I'm happy to be here today to present our draft fire services budget. So, no, it's okay. Yeah. So, reviewing 2024, one of our capital projects was to upgrade the roof for the Williamstown Fire Station. That has, in essence, been completed. There is a little bit more work to do, and it's just weather depending when they had to move it from this week. So it was budgeted at $175,000. It came in under budget. Our tender came in under budget at $140,000. And through a discussion with council, we actually used those excess funds to replace a vehicle with a very cost-effective option to replace a rescue unit with a pickup truck. So that we have the vehicle now. It's just being outfitted with emergency lights, et cetera, now. So we also, as mentioned earlier, the sale of the old Williamstown Fire Station was completed, and that was a revenue of slightly over $100,000. So I just want to, as council's well aware, certification, the requirements to have all our firefighters certified by June 30th of 2026 for the first of the four roles that they need to be able to perform. I just wanted to touch base, and that has been a significant financial task, level of that we're completing now. It's a large expectation of our members, so there's increased labor costs and those types of things. So I just wanted to touch base with council to give you a quick update of where we're at. There are four courses that we need to, that our members need to do would be firefighter level 1 and 2, and 2 levels of hazardous materials response. So the numbers on here are general numbers. They're in percentages. We're in essence complete of firefighter 1 and 2. We're about 80% complete of the hazardous materials awareness, and those members, those of course are prerequisites to move on to the operations level, and that is about 50% completed at this point. We will always need to be training staff to these courses as our new recruits. We're currently recruiting, and we're going to be interviewing and testing 18 new recruits, people who are interested in joining our service. So that's an excellent number. It's a strong number, and we're happy to move forward with that. So that's just a brief. We're well on schedule to meet our requirements. So we're proud of our staff for putting the extra work in to get to this point. So operational items of note for 2025. We have pushed off fire hose replacement. Fire hose is one of those items that fire staff, and me included, we're very good at breaking things. So, so we do have a fairly significant amount of items that we'll need to replace. We've pushed this off for a couple of years now in favor of other projects. So we are budgeting about $20,000 worth of hose. Fire hose is quite expensive. You know, a 50-foot length of hose, a 4-inch hose is upwards of $600 to $700 a length. So it is a large ticket item. So Lancaster Station flooring and painting within the building. The building is approaching 25 years now. The floor and the walls do need some work. We utilize that station for numerous meetings through the week with administration and staff, let alone fire staff, but outside of fire staff, administration and some public meetings. So we will use that location for. Records management program to track our incidents, to track our legislative requirements for data sharing with the province. We were required to have a records management program. Our former records management program, we used it till it was end of life. It is no longer supported, so we had to move on. That program, the price didn't change from about 2012. So we are seeing a significant increase to this program this year. It's in line with all programs. So it is a fire-specific program, as mentioned. It's too bad that we can't use anything else, but there really isn't anything else in the emergency services have different programs that are sort of specific to their role. So we're not able to sort of tie it in with some of the other programs that we have. And we've looked at that numerous times over the last 4 or 5 years to see if there was something that we could blend together, but it really is not out there. So our airport training center, so it is at our airport located right beside, it always has been, but beside our new Public Works facility. Our intention, we didn't spend a lot of money on it in 2024. We're hoping to roll it forward into this year. We actually received some donated items in this past year, so we were able to hold on to some funds. We're going to carry that $10,000 forward into 2025. Our intention is not to build a large-scale training facility. We are very lucky that North Glengarry has a regional facility. I say regional because they gratefully do accept rentals. So we and all of our other neighbors are using that for some of our large-scale training. But realistically, if we're going to expect a volunteer after a long day of work to come home, see their family quickly, have supper, and then leave, we can't send them too far out. So there are many items that we want to be able to do within our municipality that are cost effective and that warrant the equipment and the facilities that we have, and respecting the time of the gracious time that our volunteers give us to provide the service that they do. So, and I guess the last sentence just recaps the last slide, so about certification. So proposed capital projects. We have two. Maybe I'll start with the more simple one, the $20,000 for bunker gear. So that's for the public. That's the clothing that our firefighters use when they're in, when we're addressing all the emergencies that we respond to, but of course, some of those life safety situations. That bunker gear, the standard is 10 years on it. This is something that I'm very adamant that we hold to. The technology changes quite rapidly, and if we're going to put someone in a significant, an environment that's very detrimental to their health, we want to have them in the best gear that we can. So that's a 10-year replacement standard. Our last gear we purchased from 2015 to 2021. We purchased it over almost 5 years with a certain amount each year. We had committed $100,000 to it the last time. Of course, like everything else, the prices have gone up. We're going to hold to $20,000 for this year. We have gear that needs to be changed, but it's difficult because we have an ever-evolving staffing model. Our staff are changing, and we're going to try we're going to need to purchase some gear, but we're also going to try to put some of our newer staff into gear that's from retired or gear that's in stock. So we're going to work with the $20,000 for this year. Depending on how the tender comes back, this will be a tendered item for a 5-year program. Depending on how that comes back, I may come back to council at some point through this year and talk about, both of these items will be coming from reserves. If it does need to be a larger number, that'll be a conversation at the time of the tender, discussion about tender awards. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, all right, sure. So the other, it would be our large ticket item, once again from reserves. Sorry, I should have moved forward here. There we go. So I have recap. So this would be not a level of service change. So our radio network that I'll speak specifically to fire, but our radio network is sort of tied to a degree with our roads radio network for all our vehicles. They all use two-way radios to communicate. The backbone of our system is upwards of 30 years old. It is well beyond end of life. We've had some outages through this year for various reasons. It's very, very difficult to get some of this radio equipment if a repeater goes down, and they're literally, they're actually quite hot commodities with some of the companies because we're all trying to pull from each other when we need patches and fixes and things like that. So we have had some outages. They didn't have any repercussions, but it is a significant item that we do need to move forward with. So we have 3 tower sites that we're looking at, and about 40% of our existing mobile and portable radios have been replaced over the years, and we have been replacing them with equipment that we foresee will be able to be reused into a new system. So as far as there still are some questions about our system, we're trying to be very cost efficient and realistic about our needs. That being said, we also need equipment in a life safety environment that we do need equipment that is going to be rock solid for, it does need to work, and we can't really have outages. So that would be our radio network, and sort of tying both of our fire and roads fleets together. At a point where we actually do go to tender for equipment, and we find that after further analysis, we'll have a better idea of what equipment is actually needed, what sites, maybe we can move sites, maybe we can reduce sites, and how to tie the roads fleet in. We want to treat it all as one bundle for cost efficiency, so we're looking to carry $500,000 at this point. It will be coming from reserves, and more details to come on that item. So, we talked about bunker gear. So just on the horizon, we're talking about capital, and we're talking about reserves. We still have some significant fleet items to replace in the next number of years. I always share the fact how supportive this council and previous councils have been about fleet replacements in my tenure here. We have really done a good job of switching over a number of our older fleet. Next year, on the horizon, if you note, I've put sort of replacement year to be determined on all of these items other than the SCBA's. They can be pushed a little bit. We don't really hold to a 20-year standard for fleet. If our fleet is well maintained, has useful life left in it, I'm very happy with pushing those dates. That being said, a 97 tanker is already over 25 years old. So it's certified every year, it's safetied, we're comfortable with it. I do want council to be aware that we are still looking at some significant fleet replacement items that we have pushed well beyond the recognized standard. That being said, as a fire chief, I'm very comfortable with the decisions we've made, and but it is something that council will need to keep an eye on. I put a comment in here about asphalt. Asphalt is one of those things that we don't really see until it's almost too late. With 5 stations and multiple other municipal facilities, asphalt is going to be a significant item at some point in the future. How we deal with that as far, in a large item or in piecemeal will be something that I just wanted to make sure council was aware of. So, and then in 2031, once again, another item, our 15-year replacement for self-contained breathing apparatus, the air packs that our staff wear. 2031, it will be at least $250,000. And with that, we just need to be preparing for it. So we'll talk about our transferred reserves in a moment. I'm very thankful that council over the years has recognized the need to plan for future assets, and that's what we're going to look to continue to do. So now we get into the small print that I can't see from here, but
If I may, just
yeah.
If you could, because we have received this particular part of the document, just to, is there something in there that you want to highlight? Or, and I see Ms. McDonald has her hand up.
I would like to highlight that the draft budget as received by council included $50,000 for the fire bunker gear, because in our final deliberations, we recognized that the bunker gear was going to be more expensive and wouldn't be able to get the same number of suits for what we'd initially hoped. So we have $550,000 in fire capital to be spent this year, with 500,000 of that to come out of reserves. It shows 510, but that's the 10 is the training dollars coming forward. So we did anticipate that we wanted to replace the same number of suits, so we put it in at 50,000.
Okay,
Yeah,
so just to confirm, the 25 that was on the slide, we're actually doing 50,000? So bunker gear has gone up 100%?
With the and thank you, Ms. McDonald, for bringing that up. Our discussion was that we're going to look at both those items as a whole, and if we need to reduce the radio system by a corresponding value, then we'll be looking to, we'll do that. So, yeah.
So outside of your capital items, you were going to go into this, well, we don't really need to go
Yeah.
always in operating, but is there high-level operating, like, are there pressures that you wanted to highlight, or were you just going, because we've read it, I'm not trying to be rude, just, we'll
No.
focus on the value that we can provide as levels of service, and, but is there any increase, or, something, if I may then segue to the conversation, would be 2024 budget administration. There was obviously some savings to be had there, and I know that there's salary to come. Always thoughtful of reserve transfers. If there's extra that from 2024 that can offset something, or even encourage us to put some to reserves there, unless it falls to general. But I looked around council to see if there was any questions of fire services, like PPE is then $50,000, not $20,000, and that will be an annual contribution to get that 5-year program. And then is 50 too much? Because if it was 20, and prices have gone up, I appreciate that. Just make sure we have the right number, but that's maybe not for now. And then the proposed capital project, you're asking kind of like status quo. So I guess I look to council to say, is the status quo okay? Like this radio project was something that you had brought to the counties, I believe, a number of years ago, and it was kind of a hope for savings, but everybody kind of different timings didn't work out. So is council okay to replace the status quo for the tower, or have any questions on the towers? Councillor Jaworski.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I had questions about the radio because I was looking through my notes, and it was in 2019 that it went to the counties. But, yeah, just to that point, like how, I know at that time it didn't work out, but have we like re-had those conversations? Because that's still like 5 years ago now, and some of the situations might have changed. Like, what are things, I mean, I don't know anything. I know very little about how this stuff works, but like with some of the new infrastructure that's being put, you know, in terms of fiber and the cell phone coverage, and I know it's different, but maybe in the same line, is there something new with the better infrastructure that's coming into our area that we could somehow leverage? But yeah, I'm mostly interested in, you know, the conversations that have been recently had with our neighbors, either fire or roads, to see, you know, how can we, because it's a lot. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess a very brief history recap. In 2018 and 2019, the county's roads department was looking to reintroduce a radio system for their fleet. And at the time, we had informal conversations about, well, maybe we could look at a county-wide radio system that would do all roads, all fire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Bring it all together. That conversation, there were presentations to county council, and it was not something that county council as a whole voted to move forward with. So the county's roads department did move forward. They installed their system. At the same time, some of the other municipalities were already in process of upgrading their radio systems. All to say that at this point, what we're looking to do would be carbon copy systems that are already in our area, We are having conversations with some of our neighbors about if there are areas where we can have an elevated level of service, and I say that not because we want to increase our system, but if some of our extremities, let's say we don't always have the best radio coverage. The further away from your tower you get, the lower the level of service. If we can bounce a signal off of a neighbor's tower without putting up a tower on our border in that area, we are definitely looking to do that. And we're looking to do that with 2 of our neighbors at this point, as we evaluate this radio system, what we should be installing here now. So it is quite costly. There's no doubt. Radio systems are quite costly. I'm very much hoping that we can bring something that meets our needs, will offer some of the services that we have very much been looking for, but also will be economical. So.
Sorry, Councilor McDonnell. I normally skip Councilor Jaworski and I go to you first, so that was a nice little reversal. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I had concerns as well along it, and I just had some questions, I guess, like, do we own the towers? What is the cost of a severe overage on this if we were to move forward with it? Like, I do find we have this conversation here, and we go, it's going to be 500,000, and then in July it comes back in a tender and it's 600, and we go, well, we're this far along. I guess we're going to pull it out of reserves and pay for it later. And then I guess does the 500,000 encompass as well the 60% of our radios that aren't going to be compatible at the end of the day when we do make the increase? So just if you could address those, I think they're fairly simple, or maybe they're not, but.
Sure. So do we have all the answers yet? Admittedly, no. And the reason for that is, I guess to talk technical for a moment, we have a 3-tower system. One of our towers is a rental, the old CJOH tower north of Lancaster. That is a rented site. We rent real estate off that tower. That tower remains the highest tower in our municipality, even with it being lowered over the last number of years. But our other, we lease space on a tower in Cornwall, and the reason why we do that is that's the dispatching point for all municipalities who use Cornwall Police as our dispatch center. So that makes economic sense, as opposed to, because we would still need to, then we would need to have infrastructure to get to another tower. Our 3rd tower would be our own tower at the Beaverbrook landfill site. It is in need of replacement. Our conversations about the landfill site and possible changes to facilities in the landfill site mean that I would prefer not to spend $100,000 on a new radio tower at that site tomorrow because of other conversations that we're having with administration. That being said, we have another proposed site, which would be a rented site, but it would be significantly less than investing in our own. It's not something that, it's too informal in discussions at this point to discuss if it's even feasible, but we think it's something that we can gain added value and not put up, not replace a $100,000 radio tower.
So just before going to Councillor McDonnell, right now 2 rentals and we own 1 tower, possibly moving to 3 rentals. One question I think that's outstanding was in that 500,000, the 60% of radios that may not work, are they included in that 500,000 or would that be additional too?
So I've brought 500,000 forward into this project. This project, admittedly, in other locations has been significantly more, and in other areas it's been significantly less. As this is coming from reserves, now we are looking to add value to our reserves and build our reserves. I've brought the number of $500,000 forward without having the final tendered item or an engineered report yet. We're working through that. It is something that we're hoping and we suspect that it will include our hardware, our radios that would need to be replaced. A radio system is radio towers, antennas, infrastructure to get to those towers, and then the devices we listen and talk off of, be they portable radios, mobile radios, or station radios. So that's what we're working towards now. We have a consultant assisting us, and that's funds that we had budgeted for in this year. And we think that we're going to be able to do it well within budget. Admittedly, radio networks are an animal that they need to be designed from the bottom up. I can't go out and purchase, a fire vehicle that's the same as our neighbors necessarily. Our train might have idiosyncrasies that would make it different than our neighbors, so we can't carbon copy it. That being said, we're not going to a standard that's above what we need. Some of our neighbors have that now, what we see as realistic, and we're going to be, in essence, looking to copy systems that they have. So.
Okay, I'll ask a question, maybe in your words, just the devices are included in your estimate, and you're just saying your estimate can be variable, right? So you're on the ground, okay, great. I'll go to Councillor Bougie, and then I think Councillor McNamara would have a question, and then Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the information, Mr. Robertson. I was just kind of, I'm not an expert in this field for sure, but I'm just thinking of like company like NetSolid, who had a cellular tower in North Lancaster. We kind of had a partnership with them. Is there any way like the radio infrastructure can be placed on a cellular tower like that? Or if we could were things looked at like some kind of agreement with them, if they put a tower on township property, we can kind of put our infrastructure on their tower? I was just curious as to if we kind of investigated that kind of partnership maybe.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Mayor, we have done that. And specifically, we've talked to our partner that we share the tower at the North Lancaster Roads Garage. We've had those conversations. Their comments are, without getting technical, it has to do with frequencies. All of these devices use radio waves and radio frequencies. If they compete with each other, they can't go on the same tower, or they have to be at a different level, or those types of things. So they have to be really careful about that. It's not just a matter of hanging an antenna on, because if it is a internet supplier, those radio frequencies may be in the same range that ours are, and both they would be they compete with each other. So.
Okay, Councillor McNally and Councillor Jaworski.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess my ideas around this are, it sounds great. I mean, I know we have to do something, because it says there we had 3 separate outages. Each of them lasted over 2 days. Like that's not good when we're talking 911 emergency and somebody's house is on fire. So I will concede to that 100%. The road staff, if their radios went down for 2-3 days, maybe it's on the weekend and it's not that big a deal, or they're using their cell phones to communicate in an off chance. I think we should probably do it, or at least I'm fine to commit to it, maybe to investigate it, but I'd like to see it reported back to council along the way. As far as just as it sits right now, we're almost approaching it with we're not really sure, but we think this is fairly safe to go forward with, and we're hoping it's going to be less. But we've seen other instances where it's more, and it's that more part that scares me. If we say 500 and it comes in at 250, great, okay. We did it for a very reasonable value. It's that 500 that scares me, in the sense of, well, we might get all this time and work invested in it, and it turns out it's 7, and we're sitting here having to make that decision. Do we go forward, or do we abandon all the work that you've put into it? So that's just whether there's more investigating to do and decide, and you know, are we willing to lose a year of capital investment with the fire department, or we just carry that over for a later purchase at some point, or whatever the case may be. So I guess it's not a question of do we cut 500,000 off the budget. It's, you know, I don't want it to get out of control and all of a sudden we're sitting here making a very uncomfortable decision in July or something like that.
Yeah, and then the hard thing there would be like, say that it does go way over budget, looking at this future replacement schedule that you've provided us and the money that kind of flows in annually, and I'm very happy that we got our reserves back up just on a whole to more of a sustainable level. Last year, as you said, you dropped them. Like, we could sustain this $500,000 project, obviously, here, and then these projects here kind of could be filled one a year. But if we do go over budget, it kind of hurts our ability to do the SCBA's. Obviously, asphalt's a question mark, but like, it's, I agree with you, like, do report back as you get there, and then we might have to, and that'll be a decision of council at the time, is if you come up and this is a standard and it's 750,000, we might ask you, like, is there a lower standard that could continue to work? Because as you said, 2 days of fire service being out, not okay, those are emergencies, and at the same time, like, there might be, we might be planning for this and then get there. So I think we can address that through future staff reports, because I'm personally okay with supporting, like, obviously continued service. I think we've got probably head shakes, likely, yes. But I'll move to Councillor Jaworski before, and then you can add comment after that, Mr. Robertson.
I thank you through Mayor McDonald. Sorry, I'm probably going a little bit off on a tangent on this one, but just as we see all these like really significant costs coming, both the radio and like all the fire equipment, you know, it's obviously things that are important to the operations of the department. But I guess I just wanted to mention, and obviously I don't think I'm not suggesting there's money or appetite to do that this year, but maybe something to think for future years, having, you know, doing something like what they did in South Dundas with like a fire master plan, where they've done, you know, I mean, again, you know, it's not always the best to bring in someone outside, but sometimes having an outside perspective on how, you know, things can be done more efficiently, or, you know, just a different way of looking at how things perhaps could be organized. Again, just looking at all the list of all the items that are there for, that will be costs coming up, it might be worthwhile to have that kind of perspective. And I gather it was a bit controversial in South Dundas what was done. I think some of it had to do with and I have to admit, I hate how a lot of these external reviews are called master plans, because then people assume that means what the consultant tells you to do, you have to do. But regardless, I mean, I think it's just something, you know, we've kind of discussed, or there's been comments about, you know, over the years about how things are structured, that maybe there's something, a different way of doing it. But just wanted to throw it out there for a future budget cycle.
And that's a fair point. I know, like, I have strong feelings on that are, at least have the conversation. And I think that drives it, because if you're talking master plans, North Dundas also had one, and I believe they had a removal of a facility or two facilities, and that did cause a lot of pushback. So, but I think we should, as a council, be able to absorb that and have that conversation, right? Because we do have to realize that level of service, maybe they decrease or increase, and, you know, satellite stations, or anyway, I'm rambling now, but I agree if we could put that as something to do at a next budget, like, and then council can decide upon it at that point, because I think you have the will, a strong council that way. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. As far as the radios go, I mean, it's been discussed yeah, at this table and been discussed at the chief's table for many years, and it's something that needs to get done. It's, I know maybe we don't have the numbers that we would like to know for sure. It's not as concrete as we'd like to know, but we need to give authority or permission to move forward on this, I think, in my opinion, because it needs to get done. There's no doubt whatsoever. As far as the master plan, not in favor. That's usually a job of the next council. They seem to do it. The station chiefs expect that every time there's an election, there's somebody going to wonder whether we can cut a station. So we're kind of jumping the gun, you know, let's, you know, not throw them off. They're waiting for the next council before they figure they have to face that again. And that's kind of tongue-in-cheek a little bit, but it's happened.
No, that is a fair comment. So I will just, so the radios, keep them in. PPE, obviously keep it in because health and safety. Most of the budget's okay. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to look to the fire chief and to the rest of council, I believe it was about 6 years ago. And I thought at that time, we maybe had a conversation, it'd be nice to, every 5 years, put a small amount into the budget for fire for the members specifically. And it's been a few years, and I know we've had some very big purchases. We pushed 2 fire trucks in the same year. We've made a lot of purchases for the members. But I thought of it just the other night. I saw somebody out wearing their fire service sweaters that we bought in, I think it was 2019 or 2020. The members really liked them. It was good return. I don't know if there's something that we want to do, whether it's this budget or the next, and just a plan for it. But, you know, like 107 members, including the chief and deputy chief, we're talking 107 with those. If you put like $80 per guy and girl, you're talking $8,600 roughly. I don't know if there's interest for us to do something along those lines, whether it's this budget or the next. Just, and, you know, maybe the chief can bring something back at some point, or if we want to just put a dollar value in and he can assess that, whether it's now or later. But it's just something I know when we go to the fire breakfasts and things like that, they all seem to be happy and wearing them. And I've had comments from some of the newer members go, you know, I've done 5 years now in the fire department. It'd be nice to get something from the fire department or from the township. So it's just something that came up over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Councillor McDonnell, normally you're on the other side of that one. Nice to see you add something. So do you think your budget could probably afford that presently? And then say it's 107, there might be a logic to say, like, if somebody already has a jacket and doesn't want an upgrade, it might be a lower number. But do you think within your budget you could find 8,000 currently as it's, or do you think that would be an addition? And if it is an addition, just would it? I guess I'm looking for a thumbs up. Would it be an addition, or could you fit it presently?
So in essence, we're doing it now. We have done it for a number of years. Every time someone comes on, they're issued full station wear, shirt, pants, et cetera, and all the other items, not full dress uniforms, but uniforms that can be used at public events and in the stations. We are currently expanding that to include sort of that sweater, quarter zip sweater, and we have a few. We've I would say less than 5% who need that extra, and we're actually putting the order in as we speak. So within current budget. So.
All right. Then we're good
Yeah.
there. I'm not trying to cut you off.
No.
Please carry on if you have.
Uniforms were never a really important piece to the members. They really have become a very important piece to members now, and we respect that, and they very much want to be wearing them in the public. So that really makes us happy. So, and then, if I may just recap the other 2 questions,
Sure.
So on the radio system, all options, be they a single tender, be they, if it looks like we'll do it in multiple tenders, even over multiple years, like all of those types of things will come back to council with full discussion about how we're going to move forward. And then the other item was fire master plans. I agree. I've never been a huge fan of someone from the outside coming in with a theory of how the fire service should operate. Often fire master plans in the past didn't take account of the community's desire for the level of service or the type of service that we provide. So I haven't done one yet in my tenure. That being said, I think our fire service and the greater paid-on-call volunteer fire service is changing to a strong enough degree that in the near future, be that a couple of years or a year, I think we need to do some form of, be it a committee of the whole or a consultant. I think we have, and part of preparing for this is our new records management system, which will bring us better data that we can actually have that conversation with council on how we use our facilities, how we use our assets, call volumes, all those types of things, so that we can actually plan for the future in a changing environment for our volunteer staff.
So maybe we'll start, like, put an item, because we don't have as many committee of the wholes as I sometimes think we mention. So we should schedule a committee of the whole and put that item on it, because as you said, you don't want it to be a master plan outside, and we've had that conversation administratively, like generally, the consultant's gonna come in and ask you what you want and just do that, or and then bring in something else, and, do we need a ladder truck, et cetera. But I think a committee of the whole, where that's one of them, would be great to schedule sometime in the new year, perhaps even like February to April type thing, because there's a few other items I'm sure that will come up that we should talk about at that time.
Just a comment to that point, I hate the words master plan, and I don't want to do one either, but that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, so then a committee of the whole, it could be just a discussion, see like the level of service and like where we are, and maybe it's a quick 10-minute, like, we're happy, perfect, but there are numbers that have to be developed for that, like your cost to sustain it capitally, your cost to run it operationally, there's buildings, there's trucks, et cetera, insurance on those trucks. Anyway, I'm rambling a bit there, but, so committee of the whole, right now, no master plan, because I'm also probably not in favor of it at this point. We'll have that discussion at the committee of the whole. Councillor Bougie.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe there is one that was done in the past, so maybe that could be a starting point, but I mean, it's probably outdated as well. One question though for the fire chief, in terms of the ponds, is that status quo for 2025? 2025, sorry?
Yes, I guess that would be the next slide, and it is status quo. There'd be no change to the fire service ponds at this point. And the only other item that's up here would be our, just of note, we do lease the City of Cornwall space in the Lancaster Fire Hall for their paramedic unit. So we have that daily coverage within South Glengarry in this portion. We are currently renegotiating that agreement as it is due at the end of this year. It's before the city solicitors to review. The conditions around the agreement remain the same. It's just we are slightly increasing the amount from 18.6 to I think it's eight. I think I have 18.6 in my 18,600 per year in my head, and just by I think it makes $20,000 is what we have in the agreement, and that also respects the fact that it's a service that's being provided within our community. We just thought that value would be adequate. So.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang, and I'll try and, if there's no other things, we'll wrap it up. And I'm going to recommend a health break for 5 or 10 minutes after, before moving to Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And just on the ambulance space, I'd forgotten about it, but it came through shared services and the ambulance is typically there from 7 to 7. Is that correct, Chief? They're looking at 24 hours for Lancaster now, which I think is an upgrade to service in our community, at least in that end. And I'm looking forward to it. I don't know that it changes anything in our rental thing with them. I mean, we have the heat on all the time anyway, but just for the interest that it hopefully will happen, that there's 24 hours there.
That's wonderful news. So then with that, if we can take a health break, if there's no further questions. All right, we will return. This always gets, I'd say 11:25 to 11:30, depending on how quickly people get out, get fresh air, or et cetera. welcome back. I went for a break that took 5 minutes longer, so I apologize that we are here at 11:35 and not 11:30 like I said. We're getting back into Parks and Recreation and Culture. Ms. Harbers, if you'd like to start your presentation.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. We will be looking at Parks, Rec, and Culture. So starting off with a 2024 review, we have the control panel that was replaced in the refrigeration plant, and also the water treatment, which is water treatment in the refrigeration plant for the condenser that we installed last year. We also have the generator that was installed at the Landshire Center. We did tree management, which included removal and monitoring, obviously, at most of our high-use parks, and also tree planting event where we planted 80 trees in partnership with the RRCA and high school, and also the well installation at Jack Donaher Park. We have a number of carry-forward items into next year, some that have already started, and we are just continuing on. That being the elevator in the Charlene Rec Center. I'll talk about this one a little later on whenever we talk about capital items. The drainage at the arena, we are still undergoing some agreements for this, but it is underway. The Summerstown Estates landscaping, that has also started, and we will continue that in the spring, and then also start working with the community towards fundraising efforts for the development of this park. Smithfield Park play structure, as you may recall, we did receive funding for a new play structure, and the funding, we weren't anticipating doing this project in 2024. The deadline for the grant is 2026, so we will be getting the RFP out hopefully in January to get this done in 2025. The Karen Interpretation Site project, you will see we awarded the consultation portion of that project at the last council meeting, and we are starting to work on our initial meetings with the consultant. A few notes for the upcoming 2025, just in operations. Some of our high-use sites require a bit more maintenance now. Some of our buildings also have more pickleball programs or activities that are causing more wear and tear, such as, just the walls that need to be painted. And I believe that hasn't really happened since COVID, whenever we had sent facility operators to paint our halls. So now it's time to do that again. And we will start with Martintown, Green Valley, and Martintown Community Center. And then we will also be doing our floor refinishing. That's not taking up the floor, it's just buffing and waxing the floors, just to maintain them. And then also the Nor'Westers Museum, we have a furnace replacement, which will be funded through our reserves for that building. And then the Celtic Music Hall of Fame, you can see the picture here. There's some work that needs to be done landscaping-wise, just in the flower beds. It's my understanding that students at the Celtic used to maintain them. It doesn't seem to be the case moving forward, and we would like to have something installed that's just more manageable and doesn't require as much attention. So we will be working on that next year as well. A few other items is our park signage. We will be working on replacing our park signage, and we will install it internally. So although, hopefully we can finish that in 2025, it's possible that some of them will be installed in 2026, but we will have the signs purchased and we'll be working towards the installation. Obviously, there is one park that we do have the new signage, so there is a picture of it here on the screen for Kenneth Barton Senior Memorial Park in Martintown. And the remainder of the signs will be similar to this one, except some of the parks will have a sign that's just a little bit smaller, depending on spacing. I'm thinking of South Lancaster Wharf, just to see what could fit in that space. The refrigeration plant, obviously we've done a lot of capital items at this facility over the last few years, and it's great that we have council's support to continue to maintain the refrigeration plant. because last year we did the control panel, year before we did the condenser, and obviously prior to that, we did the floor project. So this year, we are focusing on a couple of capital maintenance items. So the condenser water pump, the compressor motors, not the entire compressor, but the motors, and the replacement of the bar fridges in the Tartan Hall. My apologies, that should be in a separate item. Obviously, that's not part of the refrigeration plant. So those are a few maintenance items that are happening at this facility. This is an item that isn't really going to affect our budget. However, I just wanted to note that this will be worked on next year by administration. We were approached by a community member that works for Trans Northern, and their employees they have access to funding for their community. So you'll see here they had access to apply for the Glen McCabe Community Builder Program, and through that they apply for funds and they can put it back towards assets in the community. And when they had approached our department, they had applied for $5,000 to go towards the Paul Roseau Memorial Park, the outdoor rink specifically. So we will be working with them. It's likely that the money that they had received for funding won't cover the entire portion of redoing the outdoor rink. However, we'll look at options. Maybe they fundraise more money to complete the project, but we don't expect it to cost the township money. It's just at this point, we'll be working with them to see what our options are and what we can do to improve the park. This is our first capital item, which is the Glen Walter Play Structure Accessible Pathway. Last year, we had brought this item forward, and it had included the pathway to the play structure, the pavilion, and the washroom building. You'll see here, we are just proposing to the play structure. This item wasn't included in last year's budget. So it was my understanding that there was a request to possibly look at lessening the cost and just providing a pathway strictly to the play structure. We also looked at the funding dollars that we had from the project whenever we did the play structure, and we have communicated with the fundraising, one of the fundraising reps, and they had agreed that this would be a great item to spend those dollars towards. So it obviously decreases what we would have to spend on it, and it would just be a paved pathway from our existing perimeter pathway to the play structure. The generator for the arena, it was my understanding that last year at budget, council wasn't in favor of funding the entire project in 1 year, but possibly looking at options to fund it in multiple years or work towards getting a generator. Last year we had applied, Ms. Haley has applied through our emergency funding program to get up to $50,000. So last year we had applied and were not successful. However, we have applied again in hopes of receiving it, and that's why we're bringing it forward again. If we were to receive the funding, the township would be required to pay the $80,000, or if council wishes to approve this project, would pay the $80,000, and I believe this item would be funded through reserves, so that if we didn't get the funding, we would still have the $80,000 in the reserve towards the arena building. The next item is the Paul Roseau Memorial Park swing set. You may recall that at the last council meeting, we had brought forward a report regarding the removal of the existing swing set due to it failing the inspection. This is the replacement cost, and we would hope to have this installed. It's a smaller project, so if it were approved, we would try to have it procured and installed in 2025. Hopefully as early as possible. I know it's a high-use park. We have the camp that runs out of Paul Roseau and also the school using it, so that's why we have included it. It would include, the surfacing would be the mulch that you'd see at a lot of our newer play structures, and a 2-bay swing set with an accessible swing and a tot swing and 2 belt swings. The next item is the elevator at the Charland Recreation Center. And just to explain this item a little bit, we did have $30,000 included in the capital items for 2024. When it came time to purchase the $30,000 product, which was the door operator and door detector, we were made aware that the product that we would be purchasing was one of the last packages, and it would be then discontinued. And if we were to have installed that product, it would have not worked together with other items such as the control equipment. Once we were to upgrade other items in the elevator, they wouldn't talk to each other. So we had made the decision to then do the items this year that are being proposed, the $56,000 plus the $30,000 door operator and detector, all in one, to ensure that they all talk to each other and will work together. It seems that a lot of pieces of equipment within an elevator are required to, if you upgrade one thing, it then leads to something else having to be upgraded so that they will all work together. So that's what this project would encompass. It's quite complex elevators. I'm not an expert in them per se, but I was pretty comfortable reviewing all of the equipment that needs to be replaced with our contractor and understanding the operations of them all. This is not an item, like we had talked about this before, about whether you would actually notice the upgrades. With the $56,000 included in that, you would not see upgrades within the stall of the elevator, but the buttons for the elevator and also on the outside, inside, and the screen would be updated as it's part of a package whenever you upgrade other internal items in an elevator. So, and also lots of safety items that need to be upgraded. There are new phones that get installed into elevators that also have a camera, so that if someone were to push the emergency button, the person that is called can actually see if it was like a false alarm or not. Otherwise, they send their on-call person if there's an issue. So just those types of things, and also just to meet elevator code and TSSA requirements. The next item is for the arena beam painting. So you'll see in this image the blue beams that are at the top in the ceiling. They are starting to rust. If you're in the arena, either in the fall or at the end of the season, and you notice the drips on the ice, they're like darker colored drips from the rust on the beams. This item is more just to preserve the facility that we have to prevent any further rust and corrosion on those beams. And it's possible that this item, we have applied for funding for other items in the arena. It's possible this item could be included when that project happens, if that project happens. However, we wanted to include this item in the budget anyway, in case we do not receive that funding and say the roof project is not happening for another number of years. At least the beam painting has been completed and can keep our building operating. Other items for consideration or future, I always include a slide like this to address any requests that have come forward. Either they are administratively items that we are recommending, but were not included in the budget due to pressure and prioritizing. There are also items in here that were, either requested by tenants in our facilities or the community. So the outdoor digital sign, it has been recommended by the contractor that actually maintains the current sign. The equipment that is installed in it, computer-wise, it's very difficult to update, and eventually there will be a time where we won't be able to update it, just because it is aging. The Lancaster Library, accessible washroom upgrades within the facility as a, administration, but also as the tenant, that is an item that's recommended. The bridge at Bernie McDonnell Park that accesses the island at the park, it's an item that's identified in our current accessibility plan. The Celtic Music Hall of Fame, the carpet replacement in the hall area, we have had discussions about that facility, and it's possible that maybe that item
we wait for that item until we determine the full use of the facility. The Nor'Westers Museum, this has been brought forward before about a paved parking lot and pathway. We can continue to apply for funding for those types of items. The Smithfield Park paved pathway, that is that would be an item that would create more accessibility at that park, and especially even for our Canada Day festivities. So another item that could either be fundraised for or applied for in a grant. And then MP Poirier Park, the outdoor rink surfacing, that was a request that did come forward from the community in 2023. Something else that we wanted to discuss today and bring forward. It was mentioned in the past by some council members regarding a study for the arena to discuss options for expansion or not expansion, and to determine the future of the facility. This slide provides a history of what all has been completed to date for the Charland Recreation Center, and it can just provide that history so that we know whether we want to move forward or council would like to move forward with a study, or possibly reviewing all the information that we've already received before making that decision. In the 2011 expansion design options, that was summarized in the EVB presentation in 2021. So that's a pretty good summary presentation to show what's been done to date to 2021. And there are options in there for expansion, and maybe it's possible that council would want to maybe pick one of the options before moving forward with a study, as opposed to just kind of redoing what's already been done in 2011. Since that time, since the 2021 overview from EVB, there were also, there was some research done to look at solar panels on the roof at the arena, and after some studies and research, it was determined that that was not feasible for this facility. And then after that was looked into, we haven't really moved forward with any other type of research on the building, except for, obviously, we have recently applied for this Community Sport Recreation Infrastructure Fund earlier this fall for the roof, which I will say, I know there's a lot of documents there, studies and research done on the arena. When we apply for these types of funding opportunities in recreation, those studies are important. They require a lot of supported documentation to apply and build up your case for doing, an arena roof project. We had a few different roof studies done that we were able to include in the application, and to kind of build our case for why we need certain things completed. So not to say that we need something else at this point, but if another grant were to come out and we wanted to, and council wanted to apply to have an expansion or something like that, it would be good to have documentation to support that, or a decision made before actually applying. Luckily, when this grant had come out, we had the research done to know that the roof had to be or should be replaced in the future. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, that I know there's been some discussions about studies, and even for our rec master plan, it's used all the time when we're applying for grants. So it's, in that case, for our department and our funding, it is important. But yeah, I'll leave that with council to discuss. And I believe that's it for us. Thank you. Oops, sorry.
All right, thank you very much. And that conversation where you mentioned solar panels on the roof, I kind of, if I may just jump back, you had mentioned a vehicle looking electric. We didn't really touch back on that. Do we want then staff to look at with that vehicle? And this is to Mrs. Haley, that if there was an option for an electric vehicle, just to see it before, yes or no? No, because we had said, yes, purchase the building and planning vehicle, but Councillor Jaworski brought a point up, which we didn't circle back to, about interest in electric. Okay. Okay. Well, then I saw your no. Okay. Okay, so then I will move on, but I just didn't want to forget the comment, 'cause, all opinions are valued. So looking at recreation, I'll get to 2025 items. Were there anything that stood out? I believe a comment I would have, or a question of clarification would be, for the generator, it's a $130,000 cost, potentially 50 from grant. Is the 80,000 in our budget? Because you had mentioned it's in reserve transfer, transfer to reserves, or is it in taxation this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did increase the transfer to our recreation building reserve. It's at 250,000 this year, and part of that would include $80,000 to spend, but it is in the budget as an item that we'd be spending money on currently on the capital line.
Okay, so if I can move to Deputy Mayor Lang, I don't know if you're saying, if that's, like, the generator is something we talk about, and we talked about last year, and not to jump my opinion ahead of anybody else's, but if you're looking for something to discretionarily move to put towards a building reserve for another building, that's something that's in the budget already, but can be removed. So Deputy Mayor Lang, start though.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through you, but I don't want to take this 80,000. And I was happy to see this come back. I know last year we were kind of, I thought, overwhelmed with generator requests. And maybe because of the ice storm we'd had the spring before, and we had buildings that were flooding, and township staff was running, and fire department too was running around with generators just trying to keep everything out of the water in the basements and so forth. So I think we cut this last year, but in my opinion, I think most of our community believes that this is the place to go if there is an emergency or a disaster or something where we had to have. And during that ice time, we did have people going to the fire halls, and it worked. It wasn't a huge number of people, but some people wanted to charge phones, just go to a warming place. We actually had, at least in Williamstown, we had somebody come and use the shower. But I don't think that's ideal. I don't think the fire halls are designed for that. I think in the event of, depending on the type of disaster or emergency, the fire halls could be quite active places with people in and out and trucks and, not wanting to staff them. This one happened to be a little different. So I just assume that people think that the arena is the place. It does have a kitchen. It has this room. It has numerous showers down below in the change rooms. And I think it is a place that should be able to be open for people to get to if there is a need for it. So I support it. I think last year we were overwhelmed with it. I'm willing to leave the 80 in. And if we don't get the funding, at least we're 3/4 of the way there, So that's my thought on the generator anyway. Do you want to talk about? We'll do one thing at a time.
Yeah, I think that's a good, because I think last year it was basically this side of the table versus the side of the table. It came down to myself as the breaking vote. So I suppose likely Councillor Jaworski has maintained an opinion on that. Has any opinion on the other side of the table changed? Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I agree with Deputy Mayor Lang. I mean, it is a place that people would look to go, and pending the grant being approved, I'm okay with leaving this in.
Okay, so I guess that's 3, so we might as well move to the next one. Glenn Walter, or sorry, I'm not trying to be rude to you or dismissive. Go ahead, Councillor McNaught.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm all right with the idea of it. I mean, there is a cost to if we ever lost the ice in September because of power outages, et cetera, and things like that. Oh, this won't do the ice. Then still, I'm all right with it. At the same time, I still stand by my point that fire halls are post-disaster buildings. This isn't. If it's actually a disaster, we're supposed to go there. At the end of the day, if there's a severe ice storm and everybody's power is out, the idea that somebody's going to leave Lancaster Heights and get here in a safe condition to me, it's an increased level of service, and if we feel it's going to benefit the community enough, no problem. It's a $130,000 cost, $80,000 from us if we get the grant. There's still ongoing service. There's all kinds of things that go along with it. There's an annual cost to it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's to justify it as in a terrible storm, people are going to come here. I do not believe that is the case. Once you get about 15 minutes out of here, nobody's coming. Not even 15 minutes. If you can drive 15 minutes in good conditions, they're not going to brave an hour drive to get down to the arena. But it's just, if majority of council wants to put it in, no problem. I don't see it as a major value for us, in the sense of, we're in that emergency and the roads are terrible. People aren't going to brave it to get here. my 2 cents.
No, so in that case, again, probably to the same opinion. If you've thought on it and said you'd like it in, then we will keep it in. Okay. Then we will move to Glen Walter Park play structure accessibility pathways. I think this was another one where we were 50-50, and then I might have said otherwise. So looking at that, at the township portion of 11,000 and peeling back the scope just to go to the play structure, is this something that we wish to add to the level of service? Councillor McDonnell.
I'm fine spending the $11,000 for the township portion. I don't, again, in a tough budget year, it's smaller projects that are easy to cut or they're easier to cut back on. At the end of the day, I want to encourage every group, you know, if this was a line item, I'll say for myself, roughly 35,000 coming off of taxation, I would be of the same opinion I was last year. Seeing as a community group has come to us and feels it's needed or merited for to the extent that they're willing to fund you know, a good portion of it, 2/3, over 2/3 basically. No, I'd like to encourage a community group that's coming to the table bringing funds and because they feel something's important. So just for that reason, I'd leave it in for the amount it is.
Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm okay with it as well. I'm looking at this diagram here. I'm a little concerned as to, there's quite a slope there. So I don't know, there's going to definitely be some work needed to be done, because right now that is a pretty significant hill. So, I mean, obviously they're going to look at that and slope and probably dial it down a little bit, but I guess that's my only concern. But I'm okay with this going forward.
So just a caution on the design. Make sure we do it right once. We don't have inaccessible, accessible pathing, I suppose, is what you're trying to say. So in that regard, it looks like this one's coming in. I think I saw. So that project is now in. We will have a path to the play structure. The Paul Rosemont Park, I guess you were saying, like, right now it's kind of we've received money, $5,000 from the Glenn McKay item for rink boards, likely going to cost us more. We didn't have a number in the budget, I don't think, but we are looking to see if the community could fundraise for it, perhaps the Paul Rosemont Memorial Park Group, and then go from there. So you're just looking. This is more like a highlight that something will come up in the future. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I think just to acknowledge that the community, and it sounds like they approached us, that we weren't going like, so I think that's great. That's what we've been trying to encourage for years. And if you look at it, it definitely needs some work. It is one of our, well, yeah, definitely most used for sure. They're there almost every night if the weather permits, and in the summer as well, playing basketball and so forth. It looks terrible, the picture we've got here. So I think we need to put something into it as well. I have no problem with us putting a bit into it as well. That's what I'm trying to say here. I don't think we want to just say, oh, well, it's not going to happen if we need them to fundraise even the extra, you know, like, this is something we need to keep up on our own as well. So I'm okay with us putting a few bucks into that.
So a question would be, is there money in the current maintenance, or would you require more to kind of bring up to at least, like, if we don't do like the whole rink board, say, but like at least the maintenance of the things that we already have in anticipation that maybe there's a bigger project? Would our current maintenance have it, or would you what amount of money would satisfy kind of Deputy Mayor's comment about bringing it to a standard?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Administration, as administration, we haven't looked into the cost of this project, which is why we were looking at doing that research in 2025, using the 5,000 that was funded, and then seeing where that gap is. So it's possible, you know, we maintain the park with a property maintenance budget. There might be some room in there for that. That also captures the splash pad, which takes a lot of that funding. But yeah, sorry, I don't have a full cost at this time. That's something we're looking into next year.
And are you looking to propose an amount?
No, I think at this point, staff would just keep us appraised of how they're making out.
Okay, great. Park signage, that's already included in the budget, and it's something that I think council has resolved on, increased park signage, and that's a current level of service. Does anybody have any problems there? The operational items, the I guess most of these things, like, it's fairly simple because it's replacement or repair, right, is what's presented in front of us. So we do need to keep our buildings up. Carry forward items are great. We've talked about the generator, the path. The swing set, any thought towards, I guess right now it's maintaining it. We could decrease or increase that swing set. And then one thing I would say would be when we had the park play structure there with wood chips, and I don't know if it would bleed into the splash pad. That's why that surface was there. So I just hate to put wood chips beside something that's going to cost our splash pad. So that's one comment I'd make, but I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I would really like to know when that swing set was put there. I know our kids played on it, and that was 30-some years ago, and I'm wondering if it wasn't there when I was in high school. It seems to me it might have been. Anyway, it's been there a long time, so we've definitely got a lot of use out of it, and it is, I think, well used, and I can remember, like, it needs to be replaced, so I'm 100% in its favor. And as far as, I don't argue with you, but I mean, staff needs to kind of look into whatever is put there for whatever they call the surrounding area, the pad.
They'll always concerned with sand is feral cats, right? Councilor Jaworski?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's probably the one item at that park that I personally spent a lot of time swinging on or swinging kids on. So yeah, I'd like to see that removed. One thing though I would make a comment on is just in general in Port Roseau, this relates also to the splash pad, is like there seems to be sort of places where either the leveling over the years or maybe one like in the finishing project of the splash pad that certain grading was never like fully completed. So there's like parts that like really, even when the splash pad is operating well, accumulate quite a bit of water. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, without not making this such a huge project, it's just to maybe put some extra attention to if this is done to sort of a little bit of extra kind of landscaping can be done to sort of address those items that sort of seem to be persisting.
Yeah, and as if I can do my like personal hat would be like as a soccer player sometimes rocking beside the play structure where the water is. Yeah, I don't know if you put like a rock there and it stops the water from splashing onto the landscaping because there as you said like, but yeah, as part of the project whenever we do it, I think are you talking in between the board? Now I'm getting too specific. Sorry.
Just like on the far side towards the church, there's a spot that's low and kind of, and then also going, yeah, between the, kind of towards the swing, right near the arena boards, it gets quite soupy.
Yeah, those could be like general maintenance things. Just to keep an eye out. And sorry, I should have not brought my own personal thoughts. That's not my role here. The elevator, everybody's okay with replacing elevator and getting it to a standard. Excellent. The beams, painting it in advance of work just to maintain it. Is any comments on that one? Okay, none. Yes, please, Councilor Jaworski.
Just on the beams, no, I think it definitely needs to be done, but there's some arenas where they like plaster those beams with advertising. Just saying, it could be an option.
All right, well, while we're up there, something to think about, because you kind of want to be up there once probably. I'm sure whoever, I don't know if it's your crew that would do it or we'd hire somebody, but yeah, I mean, something to think about. And I'm sure you have a captive audience. You can reach out to perhaps the skating club and the hockey group. Councilor McInnell?
Just for the project to paint the beams, I mean, not that it's gonna, you know, if we want to see it done, it's got to get done at some point. It's not going to be when there's ice in. What's our anticipation for timing, or do we have that, or is that something we can come back with just based on we do have summer rentals and maybe I'm biased that way?
Thank you for bringing that item up. We have actually had some of our lacrosse groups reach out to see when we will be starting rentals. Some user groups have commented possibly we do this work in August so that it doesn't affect their rental. However, we know that we have the Boys and Girls Club that rent this or use this facility and the arena floor in the summertime. So preferably not completing it while they're here because that would limit their usage of the floor. So anticipating that hopefully it would be completed right after the ice season. There is some condensation that happens after the ice is taken out. The floor will sweat a bit. We'd have to check and see when the beams would be ready, but hopefully in the spring that would be completed. Rentals, lacrosse or ball hockey would likely end up being delayed. However, we'd have to figure out how long the project would take. So we can certainly keep council and our user groups updated on that timing, but we're not sure of it as of right now. We wanted to see if this project would be approved, and then we would look into that further. Thank
Okay,
you.
no, I guess for myself, I would say our paying groups are, like, if you lost, say you delayed one of the groups, I don't know, 3 weeks starting, they're gonna go somewhere else. Like, it's just a point that if we want to keep them local, like, let's not lose them over doing this project earlier. I would rather displace, personally, I'd rather displace the floor side only, obviously, because that's all they're losing. They're still gonna have up here. We'll still have outside. I would rather displace Boys and Girls Club for 2 weeks or 3 weeks than paying groups that we will lose for the long term. So it's just a point that way. Because I know, speaking for one group, if you told us we couldn't start in May, we would go to Cornwall, and at that point, you're not going to come back. So it's just like, it's nice to have them here. It's nice that these groups use the floor in the summertime, so let's encourage it, because I think in August, most of the floor rentals are done at that point anyways. So.
I would support that thought, because like in my opinion, your group uses the whole floor, or user groups that pay use the whole floor, and I imagine you're not going to line up every thing. You're probably going to move from one to one, so we can work, like, they can use a quarter of the floor, whereas a group using the whole floor cannot be accommodated as such. Like, you wouldn't play a quarter game lacrosse. But so would there be favor to? And I mean, it's all. It pushes. I don't know if you might have an opinion to Ms. Harbers. Would that be acceptable? I don't know, because you don't want to interrupt either, and at the same time, like, a whole floor versus a quarter floor. But then you have to worry about kids running around under construction. So perhaps it's a no floor for either group. So do we have, I guess, start of the season or end of the season as a level of service, because that will affect a group regardless. So do you have ends good? Okay.
I mean, I think we're dealing, like, we'll have to see what comes, right? Like, in terms of contractor availability. I mean, is this going to be like other things where, like, well, there's only this one company that does it, and we're very limited. But Deputy Mayor Lang made a good comment that if they're going to start, like, doing the work on the roof outside of the roof, like, what does that mean for the inside? That might also mean some restrictions, and maybe you can piggyback on that time frame or not. I don't know. But I agree with Councillor McDonnell that, like, if we have a user group who is here and has this space and outside space and potentially Paul Rozon's Park space, like, I think limiting the use of the arena floor for a short period of time, I think that's probably the easiest solution, I think. But just my thoughts.
And the roof space, that's dependent on the grant, right? That's the grant we put in, if I'm right. Okay, now that's true. So I guess all that we'll sort out, and in which case, if we have one user or one bidder and they can only come at a certain time, it might just be tough cookies, I suppose. But if we can encourage them to have it at the end of the summer. Okay. Recreation, other items for consideration. These are not in the budget, but they're things that should be brought forward for conversation. So looking at the Charland Rec sign, is that something we'd like to upgrade? Seeing no. On that regard, are we going to replace it with the or are we some consideration to replace it with something different in the future, and thoughts towards that? Because but it would be like, do you want, like, the digital thing? Like my comment was, like, I walk the dog to see Casey, and I see, like, the time, the date, and the hour. Oh no, and the temperature, typically. So like replacing a digital thing to just tell me that, like, but I'm being a little biased. Okay, so we're not doing that this year. Lancaster Library accessible washroom upgrades. Is that something we'd like to see put in this budget? Or Councillor Jaworski?
Just since you're mentioning that one, like, there was a whole bunch of discussion about the library, the Lancaster Library, and potentially renovations and things with the counties. What's happening? Is there anything happening with that? I would hate to do a little bit of this and end up having a whole lot of something else.
from the SDG library side, they're always wanting the library bigger from the board side. But I don't know if they've had conversations recently, because I think it was 2021 they were looking at expansions quite, and maybe even in your term of council too, Councillor Bougie, but certainly the last one, but it seemed to quiet down when we kind of said probably like the cenotaph is there and parking requirements, etc., and moving the on-ramp or the accessibility ramp at second or third time. So I don't know that there's, so no interested in that right now. Okay. Bernie McDonnell Park Bridge, make it accessible. Is that Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I didn't really know much about it, but I ended up there one time filling fire trucks because the dry hydrant's right beside it, and while I was waiting, I walked across and back. It's in our accessibility plan, but does it need to be in our accessibility plan? Like, do we need to get to that? I think that could almost be removed, and the path is plenty good for the guys that get over there to do the brushing or weed eating, and I think that needs to go.
Did you feed the fish and the turtles while you were there? No. So, personal favorite of mine. As this is probably your grandfather or great grandfather, do you have thoughts on removing this from the accessibility plan? And then, can we do that? I suppose because Councillor Jaworski sometimes mentions that.
Personal opinion, I think the bridge is fine where it is right now, or in the condition. I mean, if we can maintain its life expectancy, I mean, let's not go spending couple $100,000 for a small bridge to get over, but Councillor Jaworski offline had once suggested maybe it be naturalized. Yeah, in removing access and naturalizing the island, I would say in the legacy of Bernie McDonnell, cutting 9 acres of ditch bank with a zero-turn lawnmower is the legacy, and naturalized to Bernie would be lazy. So please continue to cut the grass in the park and on the island as well.
So I'd be in favor of keeping the bridge for now, but I guess that's something to look into, is if we do have to have an accessible component to that thing, or because that's a fair point, because I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know that we have to concern ourselves too much with, there's many other bigger priorities for having accessibility within our buildings. You know, we have ramps, we want to set an example for some of our businesses that don't have accessibility or aren't going to conform. There's bigger, more important things, and I know Ms. Servage is probably bringing this from a community, a community comment that came up. To me, the bridge is nice to have, but if this is a question of it's not wide enough for a wheelchair or something like that, let's not waste too much time and effort on it. So.
Okay, then for this one, if you have to report on it, just mention that council did not provide the resources to do so, and I mean that we are allowed to make service level decisions, and if there's consequences, let us know. Celtic Music Hall of Fame, carpet replacement in hall. I imagine, given like some of the locations of our future council chambers, that being probably near the top of the list in terms of ones we've batted around informally. Is this something we wish to do now, or is it something that we can do once? I imagine Deputy Mayor has a thought.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Let's see where staff go with this. They'll keep us informed.
So that one's on hold and come back reporting as we go. Norwesters Loyalist Museum, paved parking lot and pathway. I believe we kind of thought that with the sale of the asset, the across the street could be used as a paved area, and I don't know if that continues or if that's allowed, because I didn't. So I guess I'm looking to council, is this something that we wish to put in the budget or start saving for future budgets to have this? Deputy Mayor Lang?
No. But I still can't understand why we can't. They're parking, the people that don't have great walking ability are parking on the street. We made our ramp that goes into the front of the building so it doesn't have that step anymore. They're parking on the street and they're getting in that way, and I can't understand why we can't just paint a spot on the street that says this is for handicapped people. And maybe the street's not quite as wide, but it's a street that's like 300 feet long and not used very much, and there is other ways to get around, so I don't know why we can't just make it simple.
Okay, I suppose when it comes to street, that'd be a Miss McDonald question. There might be standards. Are we able to go around those standards and just paint something, or would that be that or that? I'm sorry, I'm just because it seems like and we might not be able to do the simple request, but like it's I guess in your professional opinion, that's not allowed perhaps? And I'll go to Councillor Bougie while you're getting your mic. Councillor Bougie?
Well, to Martin's point, I mean, I feel like even if they can just pave a portion in the front on the side and then allow them. Like, to go from the back and pave it all the way to, it just seems like a lot. I agree, there has to be a simpler solution to this situation to make it accessible.
And yeah, and maybe do nothing is the solution too. Ms. McDonald, it's kind of putting you on the spot, but perhaps you have this answer.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, we had this discussion when we did, right? Harbour, sorry, when we reconstructed Warren, Middle and Bethune last year, and to have an accessible parking space parallel to the road, you need quite a bit of, it's not as narrow as a normal parking space because you need space for the person potentially to come out the side of the vehicle on both sides. So it was going to encroach too much into the road if we left the curb where it is. Now that it's curbed, it's a bit more challenging to make a space and eat in because it's not flat. It's not a flat grade like where the road and the curb abuts the land. There is a little slope, but we did leave an I'm sorry, I'm looking at Ms. Harbers again. Did we bring the sidewalk down to the road? That we did. Thank you. So the time to make a road parking space was during the reconstruction, and there just wasn't enough room. It was felt at that time.
Okay, so given that answer, I think I had a few people saying this project is not in, essentially, because we don't, Smithfield Park paved pathway in the park area. Any interest in bringing that currently? Councillor Jaworski, you seem to, did I skip something?
I just want, if folks could remind me where that parkway would go, pathway?
Would that be towards the back of, okay, Ms. Servage, and then we'll go.
Thank you. That would be a pathway that could go around the perimeter of the park. It depends how, can't remember exactly the actual distance, but it is to bring people around the park, somewhat similar to Glen Walter, and also to the play structure area. And it would begin at the parking lot.
Do you have any idea, and perhaps this would be Ms. Haley question, whether ARC, whenever they build their facility, whether they'd be interested in sharing this, just because it would benefit them to have a passive park around ours, and maybe that would be the time to bring it forward. So maybe this is a deferral for now, but okay, we'll go, sorry, I was going to say Councillor McDonnell, Deputy Mayor Lang, and I don't know if Councillor Bougie, did you have your hand up earlier? No, okay, so.
Just a comment on that. We had talked about this at maybe doing it at the time of a redevelopment or development of the future long-term care facility, and maybe seeing if there was a partnership between ourselves and the developer of that property. But I think, to me, it's off the table completely until that happens.
Okay, and as this conversation took place, that's where the idea came from. It wasn't mine. I knew that wasn't mine. So, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's along the lines that I was saying. I do think the pathway is something that would be beneficial, especially considering that even there is an existing home there now, and I may have told people the story that there was somebody having a really hard time getting someone in a wheelchair around there during one of our Canada Day things, and there is booths set up. So my vision would be that the pathway would go around it so that the booths could set up alongside it. It would make it accessible for people to go around and to participate in the Canada Day thing, or any other event that happens to be put on there, at the time. So I think it's something worthwhile. I'm not ready to put money towards it. Maybe we should start putting a little bit, because I wouldn't expect the home, if they build this new home, and hopefully it happens, to maybe fund it all. But I do think they would want to put some kind of an attachment to it. It's right next door to their property, and so I see it in the future, but maybe not this year.
Okay, so then I guess not this year for sure. You had brought up the point of starting to save for it. Would you, that would probably go to a general park reserve and then could be withdrawn for something else in the future? Is that something we wish to do, or just leave it as is for now? Leave it for now then. Okay, MP Poirier Park, and you had mentioned that this is a concern that came up in 2023 or a citizen request. So the community has asked for outdoor rink resurfacing. Is this something that we're interested in. And I don't frequent that rink in the summer, so I don't know, is the condition poor? Like, are they able to maintain a rink in the winter? Should they have the volunteers to maintain it?
The outdoor rink is maintained in the winter, and they are able to do that. However, it is one of the rougher surfaces that we have for outdoor rinks. And I think the request also came through for the use in the summertime, as there are basketball nets there, and it would be more usable if the surface was safer and smoother.
Councillor Jaworski?
Sorry, because I don't remember the details on this one. Can you remind me, please, Ms. Harbers, what exactly, $150,000, is that like doing a layer of concrete or redoing asphalt? What exactly does it mean?
It would be asphalt on the outdoor rink. It's currently asphalt, so I'd have to relook at the quote again, but I believe it was tearing up the existing and putting new asphalt down. And this item came forward when we did the playground project, and at that time we were meeting with the community more often, and that's when, you know, we did the play structure project, and then the next item they wanted to work towards was the outdoor rink, and the request came forward, and that's why we've included it, but yeah.
If I may, just again, not knowing the details, but I know on the roadside we get creative sometimes with like microsurfacing or thin layers, or I mean, I don't know if it's not, when you said that this like pulling out the old one, I was like, oh, okay. No, that it sounds like maybe there could be a simpler way of doing it, but maybe I'm, really speaking out of turn on that.
No, that's, I guess that would be a conversation administratively. If we decide to do this, then we can come back with potential solutions that might be different than, I guess, like a pulverize and pave. Councillor McDonnell, then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I took a look at this one time. Just somebody had mentioned it to me, and the base does seem to destabilize completely. It's in pretty rough shape. That being said, again, along the same lines as a lot of these as well, we want to encourage, council's more encouraged to do these projects and spend money when we have some kind of fundraising dollars or an investment from the community. If they feel ever so strongly about it, we'd encourage them to get together, and whether it's a fundraiser or start having meetings to try and, get something together to help entice the project and relieve some of the tax base. At the end of the day, everybody in the Glendale subdivision pays their taxes, but that 150 goes across the entire municipality, people who will never use it. So we're happy to encourage communities that want to come to the table and help us. So that'd be my only word to any community group, not specifically the Glendale, but to everybody.
We've been quite successful as a municipality that way, I must say. Our community is exceptional. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor McDonnell hit it on the head. That's what I was basically saying, let's put it on hold until the community comes back and says we're at this point and we're ready to partner.
Okay, so all these items will remain kind of in our, with our knowledge, but not moving forward on any of them. Bernie McDonnell, that one can come back to a 2026 to 2030 council. And then I think that's that for there. Okay, so any further questions on recreation? Councillor Jaworski.
Yeah, no, I wanted to comment on the slide before that one with the list that Ms. Harbers kindly put together about all the different studies that have been done on the building, and I appreciate very much for doing that, because I know that I'm sort of the one that often is poking and prodding on this topic. And so I did want to repeat that I think it is important to have some sort of document that would be useful in the case of new funding opportunities. I mean, some things that have changed or could change since the 2011 kind of assessments were done is, at least in my read of those assessments, they didn't look at moving forward or moving back or, expanding certain parts. Looking at, can the septic be moved, that sorts of things. And also, that was very much constrained within a specific footprint, and perhaps at some point we will have things sorted out with the land around the parking that could potentially mean we have different options available to us. So again, I think It is important to have a document that doesn't rehash what's already been done, but that looks at it from a slightly, some other options. Because I would say, what comes up a lot is, change rooms, and that doesn't necessarily need to impact that, the cold part necessarily. I think it's more this front piece and how it could be rearranged to be more effective and serve more purposes better. So that's one thing too, when we were talking about the generator, just as the generator goes forward, I mean, I assume that kind of stuff could be moved potentially if, if things get reconfigured, but just something to keep in mind of. So, it's fun. When we saw the sign one, I was like, well, I'd much rather spend money on having, some sort of document that could show what we could do in the future versus putting money on a new digital sign. But yeah, that's what I wanted to speak to on that.
Okay, so you might be proposing then to put some money away for, or put some money to do a review of perhaps the expansion of this side, which would be, two items would be like, one, do we want to do it? And is it the will of council to look at the expansion of the, we'll call it the warm side of the building? Okay.
In terms of timing, it has to be once, if there is a view that the land issue will be sorted out soon, that probably should be sorted out first, but yeah.
I did see Councillor McDonnell's hand up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll be honest, I look at that slide and I go, we've studied the hell out of this building and done nothing. Not that we've done nothing, we have spent money on the floor and things like that, but we can't keep studying what the options are. I think we've got some decent options from the past and some studies that we've done, and I think we work with that, or if it's not to your satisfactory, you tell somebody what you want to do. Because if you don't like what's been proposed in the study, I don't think paying another engineer or consultant is going to give you anything really different. I think you kind of got to figure out what you want to do and then go from there. I wouldn't ask for recommendations and studies anymore. I would use what we've got and what we've paid for over the years. I just think you're better to figure out your parking in that situation first, and then from there, go about deciding based on staff, based on the user groups, what is the best way to expand. We feel this building, there's nobody who knows it better than us. Some consultant's not going to know it better than us, I think, at the end of the day. We use what we've got and move forward from that. But I think this is a perfect example of, make a decision or get off the pod. We either live with what we got or we spend some serious dollars, and don't overthink it, because I think that's a perfect example of we've overthought a lot of it.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Bougie, did you have a comment or just?
No, to you, Mr. Mayor, I kind of agree. I mean, we did have a study from 2011, and I mean, we are kind of landlocked at this point, so it makes sense to wait if we're going to do this or not. We also had a lot of pressure at the time with the Rebels group. That's kind of how the change room was too small and whatnot, but maybe that kind of changed a little bit as well. So, I mean, yeah, I agree the information's there if we want to pursue it, but at this time, I'm okay as is.
That's fair, and just a point to, I think Councillor Jaworski being here probably the most of all of us now would say that the groups you talk to would maintain that the rooms are too small. Yes, go ahead.
No, and I'd just say, like, the stuff from 2011 never looked at moving forward or back. Like, they didn't look at those options, as far as I can tell. In terms of change rooms, I mean, yeah, the change rooms are small. Yes, it's if you're an adult team that has more than 10 players show up, it is very difficult. The staff here do a fantastic job of trying to juggle the change room situation. I mean, an issue that sometimes, safety concern is that because teams are entering the ice and exiting the ice at the same point, their change rooms are all in the same area, it's, can lead to, I don't want to say altercations, but you have to manage that. I mean, that's something atypical about our site. One thing too is it does make it very difficult for multi-gender teams. I'm often managing that issue, and normally, again, the folks here do a great job, but it is often very difficult. And if there's and that does make it, I want to choose my words well. I mean, as much as everyone's trying to do a good job about it, it still does really kind of put some users in the corner, let's put, versus being able to use the facility, more inclusively. So, yeah, I would say I don't think the user group's opinions have changed. I think it's just there's an element of like, well, they've kind of talked about it, maybe they'll do something, or a certain resignation to the situation.
That's fair. All right, so then with that it seems the will of council is not to put money aside for study and use what we have. And then more importantly, I think is once the land situation comes or sorted, then we'll come back, or you can come back with the same thing, because I think you said landlocked. So for the moment, we have what we have. We have the studies we have, and I wouldn't be hurt if this came back next year as like we might need to study. But for now, we will move along to the next department, I think. Or lunch. How about we do wastewater? Because that's probably 12:30, is it? Well, yeah. Yeah, wastewater, I always feel it's pretty quick because you kind of have to do what they're suggesting based on liability. And that's, so here, I'll do this. Thumbs up to go through wastewater before, and then break for lunch. So we'll do, you're down, I'm up. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to go first. Yeah, I'll go up. We'll put this. Carry on. Okay, so we'll go through water and wastewater. We can reserve the right to break, but we did have a moment just not too long ago. So we'll bring up Mr. Sege. And yeah. So we have just, I don't know if I did that off microphone, but we are going to stay and go through to finish water and wastewater before lunch. We may break if it becomes intolerable. And I did have a cookie, so perhaps I'm in a better fed state than some of council. So Mr. Sege, please proceed with your presentation.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to go over some review from the completed projects from last year to start. It's just a quick overview. And as council can probably remember, it was just at the last council meeting that we moved forward with the purchase of the generator for the Green Valley Lagoon pump stations. So that is, it's on its way now. One of the larger projects last year was the rehabilitation of the sewer systems for Glenwalter, Lancaster, and Green Valley. So all that work was completed. We're already seeing reduced flows, just as a side comment. For Lancaster, we have 2 pump stations. One's a 1970 build, which I'm going to talk about later on today, as well as we have a 2001 pump station in South Lancaster. Both systems are kind of very similar in a way, where we were able to purchase a pump that can be shared between the 2 stations as a backup. We have rebuilt them in the past, so having a spare on site, let me rephrase that. So we did use our last spare last year. So this year, moving forward, we're going to have a spare on site. So anytime there's a pump that's down, we'll have a spare one to send the other one out for repair, and hopefully we can continue that. We had some Glenwalter turbidity meter upgrades. So in Lancaster had an upgrade 2 years ago just due to a failure of equipment. We were using the same equipment. So this year we installed the same equipment in Glenwalter. So now we have, similar equipment, only one set of spares to move forward. We did a lot of inspections this year. Every typical 5 years, we do our water tower, our intake, and our outfall inspections. So they were all completed this year for future work, and just an overall inspection of the shape of our infrastructure for those aspects. Everything came back fairly good. We did have a small job that had to be done for one of the outfalls this year, so it required the divers coming in to undo a clog within the system, so that was completed. Redwood had a small capital last year just to have a spare chemical feed pump on site. Part of our licensing, we need to have that spare there. We have a brand new spare in box ready to go now. We used to have a rebuilt one, but it was purchased. It's on the shelf and ready to go in case of any emergency situations. And then in Glen Walter, we did some leak detection via a third-party company, and we did find one massive leak that reduced our flows, so that was tackled this year. So operational items and note from 2024. So Lancaster, Glen Walter, we had a big failure with our SCADA computers. They're approximately, so they were installed in 2015, 2016. The desktops themselves, obviously computers, these are computers that run 24/7. They never turn off, so they collect a lot of dust. They're always running. It's not like where we turn a computer off at the end of the day. These ones are running 24/7. So we had some failure there this year. We've had spares in the past. Those spares are currently in place, but also 10-year-old computers and highly recommended from our instrumentator for installing our SCADA systems. They're highly recommending new computers just due to their age. Redwood, we're looking at a 10-year well inspection, and that's going to be required this year. It's below ground infrastructure that we can't see, so we need to shut down the well and do an inspection via camera of some sort. Lancaster, back to just, it would be our most aging asset for the water and wastewater systems for Lancaster itself. We do have a lot of distribution and collection that's fairly old, as well as the pump stations. Obviously, Duncan Street was shut down in 2000, so we have South Lancaster that's all estimated to be around that 2001 age whenever it was put into service. So that's just a small note, just that it's aging infrastructure. It is our oldest aging infrastructure. Green Valley, we're truly looking at tackling the weed control within the lagoons, and I'll speak about that more a little later. Inspections for 2024, I'm going to speak about again, we did a lot of inspections for 2024 that I've already noted, but we're looking at doing a couple more asset condition assessments just for future work to make sure our assets are in good shape. This year in 2024, we had the contract employee for the valve trailer, but they did help with a bunch of other jobs like inspections and leak detection during 2024, and we're looking to continue that into 2025. Being it was the first year we did it, we can definitely squeeze in more work next year with the same employee or same 6-month contract. And then this year we did a lot of fleet and staff sharing with Roads Division successfully, so we're going to continue that into 2025. So as I was talking about for weed control at the lagoons, there's two reasons, probably three full reasons why we're looking at tackling this. We are looking at doing anywhere between 2 and 3 applications in 2025. And when I say 2 to 3 applications, the first because we have a lot of invasive and we'll say Phragmites and cattails, due to the fact the way they're growing within the cells, we obviously provide lots of nutrients with the material we put in, so they grow good. So this year is the main year where I'm hoping to tackle the bulk of this. I want to get it back under control. So that's why I'm saying 2 to 3 applications. If we can hit it in the spring, summer, and fall, then continuous years, hopefully we can reduce that cost down to maybe $5,000 a year to stay on top of it. So whenever I'm looking at this, I'm looking at extending the life cycle of our lagoons. We don't have a set in stone for sludge removal, but part of the reason why we have to do sludge removal is we do get a lot of growth within the lagoons that causes more solids than we truly need to keep. Because we're growing plants, we're creating more to remove in the future. So hopefully we can extend the life life cycle of the lagoons by reducing how many times we have to dredge it over the next 5, 10, 15 years. I don't have numbers to speak of how many more years we're going to get out of it, but that is the idea behind it. And we do put a boat within these lagoons in order to chemically dose them. Whenever we do have heavy duty or heavy weeds within the lagoon, the putting the boat in and out for ingress and egress, it is difficult. We're using a boat motor. The more weeds we have, the more our boat has a hard time going in to control to do it. It's only one time a year, but it's still it's getting in and out as well as the chemical dosing. So that it's not a. This is to truly make the lifespan of the lagoon longer. All right, so we're going to move on to Redwood. In Redwood, I have a project highlight of 21,000, and this one's definitely going to probably bring a little bit of a conversation, I believe, after, just due to the fact that Redwood has had a lot of upgrades in the last couple years from 2016 on. One of the items that we truly need to start tackling is the chlorine analyzer that's at the site. We're at the point where the analyzer that takes all our readings daily, we have 5-minute increments on it to stay within compliance. It's at the point of its life cycle where I don't believe there's any more parts on the market to keep fixing it and moving forward. It is the only, so we have these analyzers at every water and wastewater, every water facility, and we're running a certain analyzer that's the same through all the systems, except for at Redwood, we have one analyzer that's still the original. By one, upgrading it, we're going to have spare parts again. 2, we'll have the same analyzer or very similar analyzer to all our facilities for spare parts. And the second part of this is just SCADA communication and trending. Our requirements, we have to keep records for multiple years, but not only records, we have so many minute intervals we need to record at. We're currently using chart recorder papers. They're kind of a way of the past, although highly good for our operators as they see a visual every day. So we will be keeping them, but we're going to be looking at transferring our information to Lancaster's Historian, and the Historian is a piece of equipment. It's a computer, and it stores millions and millions of data points for future use, but it also can create trending and a lot of other little aspects. Part of the last upgrade for Redwood, we did put a lot of the PLC communication part was installed during it, but nothing was ever for communication back to the plant, and that's what we're hoping to add this year. So definitely, chlorine analyzer is definitely the larger upgrade in this 21,000. The SCADA communication is somewhere in the range of about $5,000 from rough estimate quotes that I have so far. Going back to the SCADA computers, the failure that we had in 2024, in order to put 2 brand new computers at each facility and have 1 spare, we're looking at an estimated price of $18,000. And having 1 spare is enough, because once we use that 1 spare, we can go and order another one in the future. Council can probably also remember a very similar slide to last year with the little changes to continue on the Glen Walter Water Tower. So the 3 main bullet points are the same: the Glen Walter distribution system. So we have additional water storage, consistent pressure and fire flow capabilities moving forward with an asset like the water tower. As council remember, we had 2/3 funding, up to $5 million. But we are also applying for additional funding moving forward. We do not have a yes or no for that, but that is something we'll be working on into 2025. So for the Lancaster, so sorry, I didn't put Lancaster on this slide, but this is for Lancaster. This is specifically for South Beach behind the township office. I believe it was 2022, we had some large issues with our valves. We brought a staff report to council, kind of what we did. We had some valve failures and as well some check valve failures that resulted in some bypassing of the station. So the station wasn't being used. We were bypassing from the manhole directly back. So it wasn't bypassing into the environment, but bypassing the pump station to the lagoon. So we're looking at doing a pump station design for South Beach. And I've kind of hit the bullet points with the main reason why it's one of the township's oldest assets. It has had some failure recently, and it's an asset that takes on all of the wastewater on the north side of town. So Lancaster itself, not South Lancaster. That's a completely different system. But this one is everything in Lancaster goes to this before it goes to the lagoon. We're looking at some current land restraints. When you drive by South Beach, the fence, what you see is what we own, and it is completely full. There's no room for moving parts or future upgrades. So we have some current land restraints. In 2024, we saw a lot of house enabling funds. So having a design for future funding having a design already ready for future funding applications will make our applications more hopefully successful, as well as quicker to be shovel ready in the ground. Just like our last funding, everyone got the same funding for the same aspect, so costs went up substantially. And within the design, we can also look at the future development of the area and potential risk if we have to move the station, or just risk of the age of the infrastructure. So yeah, overall, today the pump station works good. We did have some issues 2 years ago, but this is to have something shovel ready moving forward. And just to make a small note that the 225 is a Class D estimate, just for council's knowledge. Under Lancaster as well, the Lancaster Lagoon got a major upgrade back in 2001. At the same time, we did the water facility in South Lancaster for the water treatment. We have a 3.5 kilometer length of pipe that goes from the lagoon on Railside Road all the way out to the Lake St. Francis. And there's no access points to it. It is currently a gravity-fed system. It's been in operation for 25 years. We don't have any asset condition assessments on this piece of pipe. So for 2025, what I'd like to do is to do a condition assessment on it in order to see what we need to do, or where we need to be, or what we need to do for this asset to last its full lifespan. The issue with the reason why we're putting at $85,000 for this is the length of pipe underground. I'm just going to refer back to the CCTV we do on our water and on our wastewater systems. Is we can go from manhole to manhole. This 3.5 kilometers of pipe is just 3.5 kilometers. There's no manholes for us to do inspections currently. I'm not saying that's the route we're going to go with this, but there is definitely we've looked into a little bit of equipment for potential to do this work. It is not something that, from my knowledge or the research I've done, that is going to be an easy job to tackle. So that's why we'd like to do it this year. These are kind of a little on the smaller side of budget for this year. But for leak detection, we've been hiring out every couple of years to stay on top of our leaks. With our new position with the 6-month contract, I'm hoping that we'd be able to keep a lot of that in-house moving forward, where we can do it on a yearly basis, especially for like either valves or hydrants. We can do leak detection hydrant to hydrant guaranteed every year with equipment. So this would definitely be like a reduction to what we were going to hire out to in the future when we do a service to service. So that is that line item. The secondary line item is kind of like a 360 inspection for laterals and manholes. We currently have one, but it is a VHS system. It's still a box TV, and it's I'm going to say it's out of date, but also not reliable. The screen itself, when you're doing it, the age of the equipment, it's like looking at a blurry screen for the entire inspection, where now they have the lights, LED lights on them. When you're going to look at, it's going to look like we're looking at the television today. It's going to have color. The clarity will be there. USB drives for ourselves. This is not taking away from future CCTV work that will need to be completed by a third party. This is only for when we have issues in our manholes. Instead of hiring a company down and paying a minimum of 4 hours to do the work for us, we'll be able to do it ourselves. Also, after-hour calls, we can do the work right away. We don't have to wait on other contractors for certain jobs. There's also other areas that it can be used. I believe we used it for a culvert 2 years ago, just to do an inspection by ourselves to find out where the culvert led and the shape of the culvert. So there are other aspects to this 360 camera, but it would be mainly for checking on laterals and just even finding them within our system for locates and et cetera. Under fleet sharing, I believe Mr. McDonald will be speaking a little bit more about this one after, just because it falls under water and falls under infrastructure for roads as well as water with our contract employee that we shared this year. So you'll see 33,500 there on that line item, and that is my recommendation moving forward is to share with the roads department a vehicle, because we are sharing an employee. And I will let Ms. McDonald talk about that one a little bit more. So I do feel like I have a little bit more to add to that one, but obviously being in budget conversation, I'm sure it's a conversation that's going to come up again. Just as a side note that, it would be the water would not be paying for half of that vehicle, just because it's a larger vehicle than we need, but it would be part of the fleet. Financial plan has came to council, I believe 2 or 3 council meetings ago, for our water and wastewater permits and applications for this year. Part of it is our asset management, and we need to have a financial plan submitted with our new license requirements. So that is part of that. The total amount budgeted this year so far has been $50,000 going into 2025. And we'll be reviewing some of the submissions that have just come in for the RFP in the next couple of days. And then through council, what I'd like to do is establish a fleet reserve for the water and wastewater division. And the reason why I'm asking to establish a fleet reserve is in so many years from now, we're going to have to start replacing the trucks the 2018 trucks that we did purchase. So I feel that, if we establish a small fleet reserve now, we can do the 45, 45, 7, and 3% split moving forward. And that way it's not going to be as big of a burden in the future when we go to replace our fleet within the water and wastewater. As council may remember that we did rent, I believe between the years 2010 and 2021 for the water and wastewater, and we only purchased in 2021, although the vehicles were already a couple years old, being 2018s. So my request to council today would be to start and establish a fleet reserve for the water and wastewater division. And I believe that would be be the presentation on my part. I know there's the small in red, and I believe Kaylin McDonald will take over.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to highlight that one thing that's unique in this budget is we are looking to spend part of our OSIF funds in the Kennedy Redwood water wastewater system. We don't typically put OSIF in towards our water and wastewater systems, being they're self-funded, but Kennedy Redwood has been in a book deficit for several years, and it's come to a point where they require capital investment, and they do not have the reserves to support the investment. So rather than hamstring them in this year, prior to the water financial plan coming forward, we wanted to make this investment this year in the equipment they needed, and then as we look at the water rates going forward, we can hopefully, the deficit's shrinking, but if we did all the work without using these OSIF funds this year, it wouldn't be possible. We would increase the deficit in that reserve.
All right, thank you. So just to start there, is council okay with using a little bit of OSIF money in this one? Okay. I see yeses. So then we'll move on to the items at hand. There's something somebody wants to talk about specifically at the start. So cleaning the lagoon cells, kind of maintenance. So if you have an opinion, just put your hand up and I'll be looking up. Redwood, that project, highlight 21,000. I guess it's coming from OSIF. You've heard the benefits from Mr. Seguin, so we are good to proceed there. And if at the end of these things there's something you want to say else, and I've missed you, just put your hand up again. Project highlights to the computers, replacing them. I guess that's to make sure the SCADA system works. We have the computers available. I have just a question on those. Would you not want to replace them more frequently, like every 5 years, just because of technological redundancy? Like this is a 2018 computer, and it's sometimes hard to work with, and that's 4 years younger than the ones that you've just replaced. Like, is there a schedule, or does 10 years work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to, I rely on the our integrator for a lot of these decisions. They're definitely recommending, I think if they had a year span, I believe 7 years would be the years. 7 is a long life expectancy for a computer, so we've definitely went past it. And the reason why we went past it is because we had spares. It's not that we can utilize these computers because we have a spare, but it's definitely that we can definitely look at a more frequent upgrading.
Well, I've always been a fan of, if we set a 10-year for like a replacement of vehicles, and there's a good vehicle and you can keep it for 12. So maybe these computers were just those good vehicles. So I'm not gonna force us to spend money faster than we have to. But it's just 10 years seem like an old computer. Water tower. I suppose the hard thing with this discussion because we've kind of agreed to wait for a staff report to come back with pricing. So this is I see the upwards arrow. So is there something that we should be made aware of that is different than our kind of wait and see what the numbers come back to? Or is there something further on this conversation? Oh, right, yes. So thank you, yeah. The level of service is the water tower. Okay, thank you very much. The pump station, I imagine you might have some opinions around the table looking at back-to-back slides where there's $200,000 or $310,000 of ideas, not infrastructure. I don't know if either anybody had an opinion on that. Deputy Mayor, sorry. Councillor Bougie, and then Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I mean, the fact that it's that old, and I mean, it went past its probably life expectancy. You talked about landing restraints, so and I looked, there isn't a lot of space to put anything else there. So is there another area where we can put a pump station, or are we kind of set into this location?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not that a pump station can't be moved to another location, but the cost would be substantially higher. So that would be rerunning rerunning a lot of our mains to relocate them somewhere else. So to start looking at it today, instead of waiting until there's an issue and we need to upgrade, where the land restraints are going to be against us, looking at it today, we could plan for the future, which in my mind it's going to save us money in the long run. So it's not that pump stations and plants can't be moved. Some of them 100% can be moved, but at a cost.
All right, I did see a comment just from Ms. McDonald back here.
Thank you very much, and through you. But part of this, and I'm just going to elaborate on this project a bit, is as the Lancaster plant approaches its capacity, and it will one day approach and exceed, we're looking at, like Mr. Seguin said, ways to get ahead of that and plan for that so we can apply for funding when we do need to expand. The MECP recommends that municipalities start looking at expansion of their facilities when you get to about 80% capacity. So one thing the council will see come forward in 2025 is a policy that ties that trigger to our capacity allocation that council receives every February, I believe. So it's a whole bunch of moving parts. And to answer your question specifically, this project is not just aimed at expanding or growing the station in this location. It will look at if we need to move it, where would be a good place to move this to, and all the things that Mr. Seguin just said that feed into that. So if we are unable to acquire land in this location, what are the benefits? Where could we go? And just kind of start planning for that future. When we do hit 80% capacity, it's going to be a massive undertaking and project if council decides that they would like to expand the plants and continue growing Lancaster. So we looked at a nugget-sized project that we could start looking at that doesn't get into everything. And I will comment that, like Mr. Seguin said, this is a Class D estimate. It could come in significantly lower depending on how we scope it, but this is like the worst case that we would be looking to spend. And I don't imagine it's a one-year project. This is likely a multi-year kind of thing. So 225 at the maximum. Hopefully that provides a little bit of clarification to this project. Thank you.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so just to clarify, this is $225,000 worth of paper, right? This is the design. There's no infrastructure, there's no digging, there's no work. There's no buying land.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I can confirm that.
Okay. I have a hard time paying almost $250,000 for, again, it's just the design. We don't have a start date or an end date, and if we design it and then things change and we've thrown the money away, I understand where we're preparing for the best or preparing for the future. I'd almost rather go to the adjacent property owners at this point and try and buy the land you need to twin it or to build it without taking the other one out of service type thing, or I don't know. I don't know enough about it to really make that decision, but I just find it's a lot of money for what it is without a kind of a target date to do it.
I see Ms. McDonald, then we'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. If it's helpful to think of this one, since it does come from water reserves, I believe, it's not so much the council's approving the design, but approving administrations to start looking at this project and scoping it out a bit more fulsomely and coming up with an estimate that's a bit better than a Class D. I don't see this, and I don't think Mr. Seguin does either, as free rein to spend $225,000 against the Lancaster system, but simply that we get started towards figuring out what we could do with this, and we can certainly come back with better estimates before we start spending money. But we're wondering if this is something that you'd like us to start looking at in 2025, or if we should kick the can down the road a bit further. But we are seeing that it's like there are more funding applications, and we do need these pieces of paper to apply for them. And when we racked our brain for the last Enabling Housing Water Fund, they've had intake 1 and intake 2. This was really the only one that we thought we could ramp up fast enough to apply for funding within all of South Glengarry. So it's, again, if council frames their mind around not so much asking for $225,000 specifically for the design, but upwards to $225,000, and we can certainly come back with a specific ask, but we want to know, is this worth pursuing in your opinion? Or if council right now says, hey, we're never going to expand the Lancaster plants, this would be a great time to shoot us down, so to speak. Thank you.
Okay, so that is a good way to frame it. And it is a fair question, because I looked at that too. At first, I thought that obviously we're going to get something for it, and it's always like, I think our council as a whole is kind of, you see like, it's very expensive for paper. But I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Lang, and then I should say, in the need that Lancaster was to grow, would we want to, because this would come back anyway, because it's 220,000, it's over the 30,000 spending limit, or 50,000, whatever that is now, would be like, it would come back to us. So we wouldn't, we're just kind of approving, I guess, at present, the idea, and putting the number in your mind, that like, it's gonna be in the high number. So then my question would be to council, do we want to continue to grow Lancaster? Like, would we ever stop growing Lancaster? Like, would we say, once we hit our capacity at our water plants, and that could be now until whatever, would we want to be a council that says we don't want to look at increasing our water and wastewater capacity in Lancaster? And that might be a no or a yes. That's the heavy question that you're asking. And then we'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang, because you might have something before that, and then your thoughts on that too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, to me, if you took this slide and took that number off the slide and said that we would like to start the process of, thinking about what we're going to do with Lancaster and some of our restrictions, and we don't spend anything, but staff comes back to us and says, this is some possibilities, and if you do want to go this direction, we'll need to have a study, and then start, when we get a little better idea, put a number that, like, I have no problem with staff doing some work on this, none whatsoever. I think we need to talk about it. I think us as a council have numerous times talked about, where are we? We always look at Lancaster and say, oh, we got lots of room, because we know Glen Walter, we're at a standstill. But there isn't that much room in Lancaster. If some of the area that some developers own was to get started on, it would run out quickly. So I think it's worth doing. I'd like to see staff continue on, but it'll all come back to us, and then we can talk about numbers later. It's just that 225 for a piece of paper scares the heck out of you, so I think, like, we'll keep moving and then see where we're at, is my thought.
So with that, I think it's pretty clear on this one that big spending comes back to us, but do start putting some critical thought, and if numbers can come forward, I don't know if it'd be all at once or in piecemeal, that in future information or staff reports letting us know where we're progressing with this. That's good. Oh, Councillor McDonnell?
Just, I guess, to piggyback on this too, and it's not something I think needs to come to us tomorrow either, but maybe through this conversation, a conversation with Ms. Haley in regards to, what is possible within Lancaster right now. There's ag land around Lancaster, so expanding north is not necessarily possible without serious zoning changes. I'm assuming south of the 401 is rural. But even at that, I'm sure at some point we're getting into a point where you're outside the boundaries where we're going to see it expand that way. We have the subdivision behind Tim Hortons, which even through COVID hasn't come to fruition. We have 6 duplexes or multi-residential housing going on in, just south of the township office. There's all that land there, but that also has constraints. Like, what a good number to have would be, in a perfect world, if these developers all came to the table in 1 year and said, we want to build, how many lots are we looking at, or how many connections are we looking at? So just an idea of where we would stand at to size this properly as well, so.
And if I may take that and bring it to our strategic plan, as we said, land use planning would be one, perhaps, we talked predominantly around that 401 corridor and coming back with thoughts to, I guess the word, maybe not the popular one, was we don't want to become a parking ground for transportation. We want some facilities, we want some value add, so that will help our residential taxpayers particularly. And maybe add this as another item underneath there would be so like 401 corridor, Lancaster, like how do we grow Lancaster in the most appropriate way? And some restraints to that. So I guess that would be, if you want to take a note of that one to come back, because that's focusing on that strategic plan. So we will move to the next one. That 3.5 kilometer length pipe. Is it big enough to fit a person that we could send someone down, or a brave soul, or? Oh, because that's another, I guess, as you said, like an $85,000 condition assessment. They are valuable to us, and I like that you highlighted that some of the investments that this council and the previous council in CCTV and repairs have, as you said, like the flow rates or something. You said there's leaks down, so that's wonderful. We'd obviously want this one to be probably underneath the 401. You don't want a hole in the 401. So any comment on this one at 85,000? Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Yeah, that's a long pipe to have to crawl through, eh? But what is the diameter of it?
So through you, Mr. Ray, I believe it's a 16-inch diameter.
I won't fit. I'm out. No, but we can, I don't think that'd be, we couldn't send anybody, but I'm just thinking of 85,000 as a pile of money. I'm wondering if, and I'm not an expert by any means, but it seems to me that if we know where this pipe goes, I'm sure we must have some kind of a survey on it or something to kind of know about where it is. If maybe once here and there in a few spots, we should be digging down and putting a manhole or something so we do have some access in a few areas. And if is that's possible, I would think it would be to dig down, you know, you make some kind of, so can you get a camera that's 3.5 kilometers long? And it would likely be a lot cheaper to get a smaller one, I would imagine.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so this is kind of the conversation we've had internally with Ms. McDonald and our new hire, Kyle. There's options and ways to look forward at this. And there is equipment out there that can do similar inspections of these force mains that are underwater, that are fully submerged. Part of this is, you know, it adds up quickly. Just to give you an example, say we have to put the divers back out in the St. Lawrence River. Well, that's a diver inspection, but they can't get inside the pipe. So if we go from the lagoon out, no matter what we need, if we have a piece of equipment that's floating through the line, similar to the ball, we still have to have divers at the outside to catch it. And also because of the material we're sending out water, but it does come with other materials such as like weed growth and stuff like that that goes through this pipe. So just to give you a little bit of a backstory, a couple of years ago at the Glen Walter plant, the pipe is nowhere near 3.5 kilometers long. But what occurred was it was kind of like a mud mound inside the pipe. Because it's a low flow for so many months of the year. A little bit of sediment builds up, But if you ever have like a high flow event where the sediment that started building up moves really quickly, it creates a higher mound somewhere else in the pipe. And that's kind of like the the condition assessment that I'm looking for. It's not so much the pipe itself, because I believe the pipe itself, it should be all plastic. You know, they have anywhere between a 50-year and 100-year lifespan. I believe most pipe experts say 100 years is what you should be getting out of plastic pipe. It's the condition of what's inside the pipe, how we're going to have to clean it in the future. And that's kind of where this assessment's coming from. So when you're 100% correct when you're saying like installing these manholes, but like this RFP might include installing manholes. So we're going to have to look at sending out an RFP and coming up with suggestions and ideas on how to do the assessment, as well as how we're going to do it in the future. We're not just looking at, we're going to do it once in this year and never do it again. It's going to be like, how are we going to do it in another 25 or 50 years from now?
Would this be something that comes back to us then? If we approve this, are we approving 85,000 towards this, or are we approving to put it out to RFP and then it comes back?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe if we are approving this today, it would be allowing us to go out for an RFP to get these RFPs back to say from these companies on how they're going to do it and what their recommendations are.
Okay, so at the very least, it's anchoring us on a price that's probably higher than we would like to see in a regular council meeting. So whenever the number comes, hopefully it's much lower. Maybe they provide some of those solutions, as you're saying, and then see where we go from there. So are we okay then, spending staff time to get it to the point where they're going to come back with a number that we think this is valuable? Yeah. Yep. Okay. And then we have. All things in here say maintenance of or maintain level of service. Any questions here? I know just the fleet sharing 1 ton. That's a fleet vehicle that we are aware of. And I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're good with the fleet. I know we're going to have a conversation with it further, but before we buy a new one, this one's just the maintenance of the fleet. There's no addition. Because I did notice there was some slight hesitance, and that makes me think that there's something being unsaid. So if we can go to either Mr. Segre or Mr. McDonald to get the full story, and then we'll go to Councillor McDonnell if he has questions following.
Maybe one last note from myself is we have been renting a vehicle during the summer, both for the summer student and our 6-month contracts. So for the last 3 years, we've been renting during the summer. We started off with an SUV for the water meter inspector. We then moved to a half-ton for our extra 6-month contract in summer student. And the past year, we had the 3/4 ton for the valve trailer with the 6-month contract.
Okay. And Ms. McDonald, do you want to say anything further? I know we can push this to the roads conversation too. Okay, well, then we'll thank you for that context. Financial plan, establishing a fleet reserve and a financial plan. I think the financial plan we've already kind of talked about, and we've already have that going forward. Establish a fleet reserve. I mean, that's always prudent. I guess like the water rates, you can always you put 10,000 for a fleet reserve transfer, and it just means you have a lower surplus at the end of the year. But you're asking, sometimes I always find water hard to add that way, other than to have perhaps a discussion at some point. Because we have our 3% increases from 2021 until 2026. And this financial plan will help us get through that, right? Eventually? Okay. So then what would you recommend with establishing a fleet reserve? Like how would you implement that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we incorporated $30,000 into the budget that we split 45-45 between the two larger systems, 7% to Green Valley and 3% to Kennedy Redwood. So it was a small start, but recognizing the cost of vehicles. I just wanted to make a quick note because the split on the 1 ton might look funny, but the rationale there was we split the cost of the 1 ton between the two departments, but the dump box that roads would want on it, water doesn't really need, so that cost was part of what you see on the roadside. Just to explain that.
Okay, well that's good, and we'll get further clarification on that vehicle, and probably start a fleet conversation then. Yes, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. What did water rent this year? What was in your fleet that wasn't owned?
So water rent, through you, Mr. Mayor, water rented the 3/4 ton Alaskan.
And that's it?
That was it.
Okay.
Good. Good. And otherwise, we had talked about OSIF funding. That was fine. Any other questions or comments, or anybody not heard so far through the budget? All right, then we will take a pause here before going into infrastructure services, which is waste management, fleet, bridges, and roads. And we will break for lunch. The time presently is 1:22. At the counties, I think Jamie gave us 20 minutes and we took 40. So I'm going to imagine we will be back sometime after 2 o'clock. Not that we're live anymore, but just, yeah, so we'll say 2 tentatively, 2:10 maybe, and then we'll try and, sorry? Yep, great. So then if we could turn off the feed, we'll be back in 40 minutes. All right, welcome back. We will be moving to infrastructure services. Ms. McDonald, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Infrastructure services on the tax division includes waste management, fleet, bridges, and roads. Council may remember that last year I did waste management last, and we sort of forgot that it was a thing, so we've advanced it to the beginning of our slides so that it has our full and undivided attention. Looking back at 2024, waste management was a quiet year. Our big success was relocating our household hazardous waste event to Fairview Road in Williamstown. We provided a staff report, I believe, in October about it, and it was well received. One thing that I haven't highlighted on this slide is that we still participate as South Glengarry in the Regional Waste Management Working Group, which has all 6 lower tiers. Our upper tier in the City of Cornwall sits at the table. Akwesasne in the City of Ottawa are also always invited. They haven't attended, but it's a really successful meeting, or a really successful group, and I just wanted to highlight that I hope that we'll be able to continue to participate in the future, because I do see a place for it as we move forward in our waste management journey. Moving into 2025, our operational changes is a transition to extended producer responsibility for Blue Box, which does mean a reduction in our waste management budget in expenditures of $80,000, or $800,000 for that recycling. On this slide, we've said that 30,000 of that is going to the landfill reserve, 50,000 proposed to a solid waste management master plan. However, we're not calling it a master plan, so let's call it a planning study, if that may suit folks a little bit more. And then $40,000 was actually a revenue offset from our PRA, and that will no longer be receiving that revenue, so it's kind of like a wash. Those of you who can math very well will notice that we've dropped $50,000 here, and if council would like to consider that as an offset to the general budget, they may. So if you're looking for where did the other $50,000 go, it went to infrastructure deficit of your choosing. The landfill reserve, in November, we had a consultant present what it will cost to close our landfill, and the landfill reserve is intended to help us offset those closure costs in the year that we closed. And if we're able to advance some of those closure costs, we can either draw from the landfill reserve or pull it from our operating budget, depending on the will of the day. So that is waste management operational items of note for 2025. The solid waste management planning study, we've budgeted $50,000. Like I had mentioned, the objectives are on the slide. One thing that I'll note that happened after I made these slides, and it is again back to the Regional Waste Management Working Group, is there is appetite at that table to do a regional study that would look at something like this. Now, I know the counties ran a study. Is my microphone close enough? Yeah, okay. Ran a study in 2020, 2021. DFA, I believe, did it for them. It's a massive document, really well received, but the group feels that it focused really on financials and not enough on operations. So one thing we're looking at is through the county budget is perhaps doing a solid waste master plan across all 6 townships. So we, as South Glengarry, would not touch this money until that group decides whether or not we're going to fund it in a different way and what the scope of that project would be. So while we have this $50,000 for council to look at today, there's a possibility that we could put it directly into our landfill reserve at the end of the year if we happen to go this other route with the counties, or a smaller amount for us to look specifically at our landfill sites and landfill planning studying. No, it'd be landfill master planning, so like site planning, if the plan ran by the Regional Waste Management Group was more on the operations level, like trucks in the ground type thing. So just thought that might make this one a little bit more palatable moving forward. And that is waste management for 2025.
Thank you. And so just thinking year 26, 27, once a solid waste master plan, would it be the intention of administration to move 350 to landfill reserve, in that there wouldn't be you were only going to have that plan once, or would that get moved somewhere else in future years?
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, people who didn't catch that, last thing the mayor said was maybe that conversation hasn't happened. That conversation has not happened.
Thank you. Are there any questions, or Councillor McDonnell? And then, did I see your hand up earlier, Councillor Jaworski, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be honest, I'd rather take the $300,000 and do infrastructure projects. I think we've got time to fill the reserve. We know it's there. I'd rather put the money this year into an infrastructure project. And you know my feelings on anything with master plan. So if there's an option to go and kind of work through what the counties have done and what they're going to do, I would say don't replicate it. Please work from what they have. And I would even say if they say they're going to wait a couple of years or they put it on the back burner for now, I still wouldn't do it. I'd wait for something from a countywide approach. Yeah, my feeling is 300,000 be better spent when we see culverts costing 400. I'd rather take that money and put it into some form of infrastructure project, whether we can say, I don't know, Glenroy Road going north. It's a project that was highlighted in the past through this process. I drove it not that long ago. It is really rough. Or just ensuring that some of our other projects get done and having it there. So that's my personal opinion.
Okay, just one item. You have don't move your computer. There's a glass that might fall. Perfect. I just didn't want you to knock it over. So coming back to that, so we have 300 to reserves and let's say 350 to reserves just because that master plan might go there. So that's on the table. Councillor McDonnell has asked, do we want to put it into infrastructure, more like roads, gravel, culverts, bridges, etc.? Thoughts on that? Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'll speak just to the 300,000 for the landfill reserves. I'm open, but what I would like to reserve what I decide until we get to the end of the infrastructure. And that if you wouldn't mind just making a note to bring it back and say, you know, is there anything in there you see that you would like to add to? And is it worth, we'll have to decide at that time, is it worth it? I do think it's prudent to put money in for the landfill. Maybe we can do a little of both. We'll see what, but I think we do need to get some money set aside there. I also think we can also be doing a lot of things like from what they're saying, a big percentage, maybe even as close 2/3 to 3/4 of it is bringing in the cover needed, and I think we can be working on that throughout the next few years, and maybe get some of these costs down as well. So which would be contributing towards that reserve as well.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. In light of the information that we got from the consultant, what was staff's plan ideally in terms of building up that reserve? Because I think quickly, like 300, like I think is, again, if my math's correct, that might be like, are we trying to get to that point within 5 years, 10 years? It does seem like 300,000 might be a lot on that point, but maybe my math is wrong. So
4 million, we only have one.
well,
10 years at 300,000, you're 3 million you need for one landfill.
yeah, but there's the timing issue of when we need it, and it's not 4 million all at once. So I guess I just wanted to see if staff had more clarity on that.
And if I may, just because the microphone wasn't off, Deputy Mayor Lang said if we have 1 million in the budget now, we need to get to 4 million over 10 years. 3 million divided by 10 is 300,000, and then you heard Councillor Jaworski's comment. So to administration.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take a quick kick and then pass it on to our treasurer. My thinking from infrastructure services was, well, we have this transfer of funding from the recycling. This is a year where we could easily say we're just taking money from pot A to pot B and keep it within solid waste management. Beyond that, it would be likely a council decision. And Treasurer McDonald.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, it was the fact that this is money that we had been spending in recycling. We saw the opportunity to redirect it. We also didn't fund the reserve last year at all, so 300,000 is maybe a catch-up this year for not having put anything substantial aside previously. And then having those numbers fresh in our minds from the consultants, we recognize we're going to need a lot of money in that reserve when the time comes. So for this year, we're trying with 300,000 and see how council felt about it. And then our goal would be to continue at that level and once we get to a sustainable level in the reserve, we could stop. But it's going to be very expensive when we have to close it.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Bougin. I will take maybe the conversation. We'll take some of the reserve conversation afterwards, because there's likely going to be some numbers moved around potentially by council, but please go
Yeah,
ahead.
through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm along the same lines as Councillor McDonnell, maybe a portion of that 300,000 reserves, but I guess I would like to see more projects on the infrastructure side completed. So, I mean, as we go through this, I guess we'll decide and it'll come back. So, but that's kind of where I'm thinking right now. It's like bonus money to complete some more infrastructure projects in the township.
No, that's fair, and I guess since we're somewhat of a committee of the whole, as much as we're not, I'll say I probably lean towards keeping it in the dump, solid waste management, just because that is a big number. But I do appreciate that whether it's in a reserve for infrastructure or whether it's an infrastructure that we see on roads or bridges, et cetera, all good investments, and I look forward to that further conversation. Moving then to, I think you have fleet coming up next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I sure do. So I've bundled fleet, bridges, and roads into one package, and if it's okay, I'll pause after each, I guess, operational division. Oh, I'm running the show on this side. Here we go. 2024 in review, I'll just highlight that our tandem replacement and our one-ton pickup were done through joint tenders with the counties. We do enjoy joint tendering with them, and those were successes since they have staff available to prepare some pretty robust specifications where we do have staff, but specification development of a fleet is not our strength. So just a thank you to their staff. I also wanted to highlight the transition to the drive-on program that we undertook this year. It's not on everybody's radar, and when we came into 2024, we weren't expecting this transition. It's something that was mandated to us by MTO, but since we are an MVIS, so a motor vehicle inspection station, there was no option to us. It was is you comply or you no longer able to do emissions and safety tests, which we do like to do in-house. The transition did take a good amount of administrative time. When the province or the federal government say you must do this, I think they think that we can just do it at a snap of our fingers, but there's significant, there's like a learning curve. There's a lot of emails that come out. There's a lot of training that you have to do to get onto this. And what Drive On is moving all of our emissions and safety to a tablet program. We were successful in meeting their deadlines and getting a free tablet for the program. So I'll give a shout out to my infrastructure coordinator for onboarding us, and then our mechanic also has been really good at using a new system, and we see the benefits in it. It does take longer to do an emission or to do a safety because there's a lot more photos you have to take, but it does mean that when the ministry is logging the safety, that they know that it's been done and that everything's in tip-top shape. So not something that we thought we were going to do this year, but definitely worth mentioning because it is a neat program, and just a reminder to everyone that things, especially that the municipality isn't always in control of what it does, that we are mandated to do things by other bodies for really, really good reasons. And sometimes we know about them in advance, and sometimes we really, really don't. Our ask for 2025 is a 1 ton. Mr. Sege, through the water and wastewater budget, alluded to it a bit. This would be a sort of increase in level of service and a sort of return to level of service. And council will remember our sordid pickup history from 2021, 2022, when we couldn't get pickups and we could get pickups. We bought some leases. It was a very confusing time. I think during that era, we replaced a 2006 1-ton with a 3/4 ton truck. A 3/4 ton is not a 1 ton. So if council is wondering how many 1 tons we have in our fleet right now, the answer is 2. The new one that we just purchased this year in a 2013. We did hold on to one, so we have one that we're going to be disposing of that had already been replaced by either a 1/2 ton or a 3/4 ton. So this would be an additional vehicle, but it is a vehicle that we believe is required in our fleet. We utilize 1 tons quite a bit more than, especially in the springtime and the winter, whenever we're cold patching a lot, and we're just sending people out. And as our winters become more and more mild, we're cold patching more and more often because we're not plowing and we're seeing potholes form. The idea behind this one and the reason why the total cost is 110, but the total to the roads fleet is 76.5, is that this piece of equipment, or this 1 ton, would be used by the roads department 6 months of the year and then travel over to the water department for 6 of the year to tow their valve trailer. The difference in cost is that roads department is paying for half a cab and chassis and the entire box, and the water department will be paying for half the cab and chassis, since they don't require the box, they just require the towing potential. The valve trailer being pulled by a half ton is just at its weight limit, and we really shouldn't do it. In fact, we're not going to do it. We would need to transfer one of our 1 tons. The 1 tons in our fleet right now, Parks has one, we have one, and we have, by we, I mean, sorry, Roads has one, and then the one that should be disposed of imminently will get gone. And we also have a 3/4 ton. So it's an interesting discussion. And there's a potential that through a more fulsome discussion, I did want to apologize to Ms. Haley, who's not here, who took the brunt of the request for the holistic fleet discussion. That's entirely on infrastructure services. We'd hoped to bring that in November and didn't. We have the information, and we look forward to that discussion with council. To be honest, I'm happy if this money went into a fleet reserve, and then we can have that discussion in the new year and have the purchase approved or not, if that makes council more comfortable. I know I'm just throwing that out, and I haven't talked to the CA or the treasurer about that statement, but I do recognize that a conversation does need to be had, perhaps more than my 3-minute monologue. Thank you.
So that is fleet. I suppose then, I don't, given that, I don't think it's imminent that we would need to go and purchase this one. So then we do have the moment to wait for a better report or a fulsome report, and you did mention it. I don't know how everybody's feeling. To keep that money in the budget, if it doesn't go to this vehicle, it can always go to another one. I guess that's what I'm asking. Just, we're not making a decision on purchasing this one right now, just the dollars, and that will either go to this vehicle or another one. Is that okay, Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, so currently the water department has 1 ton that they're borrowing. So what are they doing with the valve trailer right now? What are they pulling with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is the 3/4 ton rental that we used this summer.
Okay, so they can wait until we decide. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to have the fulsome conversation. I think the decision earlier with Ms. Haley's was it's probably been kicked down the road as to putting a second vehicle in that fleet, but I think, yeah, it'd be nice to have the fulsome conversation, look at what our actual needs are and what we're utilizing right now or what we're doing. Like, to my knowledge, or from your comments there, Ms. McDonald, we replaced a 1 ton with a 3/4 ton, and like, yeah, it'd be nice to see. Like, I'll be honest, I don't even know what we have for fleet anymore. At one time, I did have a good understanding of it, but there's been trucks purchased and sold, and what do we still have that we shouldn't have that needs to go, or what do we have that could probably get a little further? Because I always find with vehicles, there's wants and needs, and sometimes we have to find the happy balance in there, and it's difficult to have that conversation when we don't know what we have.
Those are fair. I saw Ms. McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say that this truck, the intent is to fund it through the equipment reserve. So if council wants to delay the decision, it wouldn't affect the levy one way or the other.
Okay, well that's simple, because if we don't, so we will wait for the confirmation on this purchase. If that's okay. It's always best to have good information. Does that impact us in the next, say, month or two, financially or operationally?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we'll just continue to hold on to our beat-up old 1 ton a little bit longer.
Is that acceptable for council? Okay, then we will move on to bridges.
Perfect. All right, 2024 in review. We had a really successful bridge year in 2024. I know I always talk about our collaboration and partnership with STG, but we did have STG do our contract administration on all these jobs, and that was a massive help in keeping everything moving. And in fact, even our emergency maintenance that we did on Cemetery Road, that was a quick call to the counties. Hey, we've got this issue. They went out, they checked it out for us, and their bridge guy said, hey, we can help you out on that, and that's what we did. So just having someone available who is not charging us extraordinary amounts of money, who understands bridges a little bit more than we do in South Glengarry has been incredibly helpful. The little squiggly line beside third line, DeLille, is a carry forward or a project that we've punched forward to 2025. I'd hoped to do it in 2024, but ran out of time. And in talking to our new technical supervisor, we thought that we could do this project along with perhaps a bit more in 2025. Always important to bring back our results from our 2023 OSIM reports. Our 10-year capital bridge costs are extraordinary, approaching $30 million. Some of those were maintenance needs. So last year, council had approved a new part of our operations budget to do bridge maintenance. Our new roads and fleet supervisor in his short tenure has been incredibly active and has managed to clear vegetation at 15% of our bridges. So we've cleared, I think it's 3 meter swath beside the bridges that we're expecting to do work on in the next couple of years, just to provide access to the crews. So that we thank council for providing us that opportunity in 2024, and we've carried that forward into 2025 and hope that we'll be able to keep our bridge operational our budget moving forward, because it is it's just bridges cost a lot, and keeping them maintained is part of keeping those costs down moving forward. Items of note, we did bring a report to council in November of 2024, or last month, sorry, talking about what we were hoping to do this year. So the ask are these 4 bridges. And these align with our recently passed strategic plan. We have infrastructure state sustainability as one of our priorities. And the first objective is provide a well-maintained and managed road network, which keeping our bridges in a state of good repair aims to meet. So all these projects are in line with our strategic plan. The first one being the St. Raffles Bridge on Frog Hollow. We are looking to do the design in 2024, and then there would be money put through our structures reserve for construction the year after. However, we got through design and we could draw from that reserve with council's approval this year and get the work done. This is a bridge that has a replacement cost of $3.1 million and then 15 years left in its lifespan. So this is a rehabilitation towards a $3.1 million replacement in about 20 years. The third line, DeLille Bridge, is a design and construction, hopefully this year. It has a current replacement value of $1.7 million and 18 years left on its life expectancy. This work is going to be similar to what we did on Second Line Road in the northern end of the township this year. So the work that you saw there would be really similar to what we'd be aiming to do at this structure. The South Service Road crossing Sutherland Creek, that is in the east end of the township, where we have that mess of structures crossing Sutherland. Like you've got the highway and the county road and then our road all crossing Sutherland and coming together at that really exciting intersection. This is going to be a big deal. This bridge has a replacement value of $3.2 million and a service life of 4 years. So this structural evaluation is to determine if we can move this bridge to a semi-integral construction, or if the superstructure can be replaced. So it's not one that we can do everything all in 1 year. So this year we need to determine what we can do with this bridge, because the girder ends are severely corroded. So it's not a rehab. It's like, what can we replace, or what can we change it to, and how much needs to be replaced. The aim would be to 2026 design, and 2027 likely that $3.2 million expenditure to do whatever is determined through this study. So I can't stress enough that this one is a big deal and will be a big expenditure moving forward. And then First Line Road across James McDougall Drain, that is just north of where our drainage superintendent did that really neat embankment help for us earlier this year with our sidewalk panels, which is really, really cool. So this is a culvert replacement. This beast was put in the 1970s, and it's at the end of its service life next year. We are investigating alternative and creative options for this replacement. Even though our creative options, I'm not going to spoil the fun, because I'm not sure what will work, but I'm not expecting that the dollar value will drop, but that we may be able to reduce future costs to the municipality. So we're hoping the council will approve this expenditure, and then we'll come back with a report with some of our investigations as to what we are actually going to do here. At worst case, it'll be a like-for-like culvert replacement, but hopefully we can pursue some of our more innovative, right? That's our word. It's in our mission. Innovative options. So I'm just, how do I go backwards? How do I go backwards? Oh, hang on. There we go. I don't know. Can you hit escape? So you don't. Oh, technical difficulty. Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, we are innovative. We've said as much, and I like the constant leading. It's kind of fun. Resourceful is another great word, but we can circle that. Looking at these projects, then, I guess the list is up there. Was there anything that council wanted to see done differently, or is that hand up, or okay, Councillor McDonnell?
Sure, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. No big concerns. I think they all need to be done. I don't think any of us can stress enough the South Service Road and looking at a $3 million bridge in today's dollars. Who knows what that's going to be in 4 years. First Line Road, culvert, I mean, I'm really sick and tired of looking at culverts that are $400,000 plus. I really can't stand that. I hope we can get this, this tender out and we can see maybe some local contractors, maybe a little more apt to do these. What is the span on that culvert, size of that culvert I'm looking at? It looks big in the picture, but it's hard to, is it a 3-foot culvert, 4-foot culvert, or 6?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't remember Councillor McDonnell off the top of my head.
No problem. I'm just looking at it I don't know if it's maybe worth investigating, doing like we did with the other First Line Road culvert, in the sense of making that purchase ahead of time and supplying it to the installer. Maybe there's a cost savings there. The only other thing was St. Raffles. It's not obviously on for this, but in the future, it's something we should look at whenever we are looking at future maybe replacement. The current structure that's there right now, I'm sure our road staff knows it. I'm sure the plow driver's probably getting pretty close to the wing. It's probably dragging, or I would say it is dragging on the steel rails. It's definitely a problem for farm machinery. It's centimeters to pass with a combine, I would imagine, or I've heard anyways. So just something for the future, that larger equipment is coming, or always coming, and our guys are feeling it, let alone local farmers. So anything we can do to keep that in mind for the future and replacement, not have a tight or smaller bridge. That's about it for me on structures. I have no problem with any of these. Just hopefully we can see some of these projects get done either for less money or, like Mr. McDonald alluded to, saving the township funds in the future.
Well, thank you, and I guess Councillor Jaworski, then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. I thought I knew where the James McDougall drain is, but now I think I'm second guessing myself. Do you have the asset number, or sorry? No. Yeah, thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Jaworski, if you 30036. Correct. It'll cross First Line. It's a northern crossing. It's the third time it crosses. The James McDougall crosses First Line 3 times, and it's the middle one.
Yeah, I know that was maybe a smiling comment, but I have to, I don't know if you can dig a channel to avoid 2 bridges. Those are the things that we can't, we give you permission to be creative, to come back to us and save money. Because that, as you said, if it's, say they're 400 meters apart, buying land and digging a tunnel might be the easiest thing. Anyway, or a channel perhaps. I don't know, maybe there's river and RCA, et cetera, but I do, that's a comment, is perhaps in slight jest, but I think that's the way we want to be thinking, is when we can save money. It's like some of our bridges might be less expensive to buy a house and burn it than to have a bridge there. Maybe not burn it. So. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Lang? Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I think it's great that we're really getting on top of this, and it's stuff that needs to be done. I don't have a problem with anything. I just wanted your opening comments where you talked a little bit about SDNG counties and working with them. We just had budget on Tuesday with counties, and they mentioned a couple of times how they enjoyed working with us, and they want to do more of that. So I really encourage township staff to take advantage of that. And not just in the bridges, in the roadside as well. So I'm sure you're meeting with them and are all over it, but just to make it public that, you know, wherever we can, let's use these resources that we have. We're paying for them through all the same tax dollars are paying this, so there's no point of us bringing in outside firms when we can hire people or use people that we already have hired with the same tax dollars. So I think it's great that we're doing it, and I'm hoping other townships get on board with that as well, but keep on with that.
And I understand we asked first last year, so North Glengarry was left on the lurch. So the more we're prepared, the first to ask is always nice to be. So with structures, or bridges, I should say, I didn't see your hand up, Councillor Bouger. I haven't missed you? No? Okay. So then we can move on. And so now on to roads.
Thank you. Again, before I change my page, all the projects and roads align with our infrastructure sustainability priority, provide a well-maintained and managed road network. Just in case anyone is wondering if we're relating back to our strategic plan, and we are. And I didn't know that the solid waste not master plan is also noted in our strategic plan, so it aligns with council's priorities for this term, even if we don't call it a strategic plan. So 2024, we saw a lot of work again happening across the township. So thank you, council, for approving all of our projects. I have a few notes here that our replacement of the Pat and Gale culvert we did in-house. We did it very economically. I can't remember if it's $50,000 or $60,000 at the end of the day, but that is an incredible win over what we would have seen had we gone to outside workers. I think it took 3-4 days, and we didn't receive any complaints about impacts to traffic. So I'll take that as a win, and it seems to be holding up fairly well. We did the pilot paving edging on concession 4 and concession 2. It's pretty neat. It's not terribly cost effective. We had significant budget overruns, and a report coming to council soon about that. I think it was worth doing, but we'll see if council also thinks that it was once they see the final price tag. We're able to accommodate all the budget overruns in our operations budget, so it's not it didn't hurt the township, but I'm not sure we'd consider it administratively moving forward. I've put this grader drum roller. It's something the council didn't know that we were buying, but we were able to negotiate it into our grader purchase price when we purchased the used grader. We somehow got the price of the grader down with this attachment on it, and we use it to compact gravel after the final grade. So whenever we are doing our gravel overlay, our roads and fleet supervisor noted that like 4 passes of this will get a good compaction on our roads. So we do have 2 of them in our fleet, and they'll be mounted on both our graders, and it's a really good piece of equipment for us to have. So we felt that we did really well administratively in getting this for less of a price than the original grader price. I can't understand, honestly, myself. I didn't note here that we have crack sealing. We did that this year. That was something new, not planning to continue. And I note the reclamation of our right-of-way is ongoing. I want to highlight this as I'm really proud of our operational staff, and I think they've been proud of the work that they've been able to do with council's approval and blessing. We've worked really hard, and reclamation of our right-of-way is trying to get that 4-meter clear zone. So we've been out brushing, we've been out mowing. Brushing means that we can actually mow things moving forward. And if people are out looking at like Lapierre Road, Fraser Road this year, were 2 ones where I personally noticed a really visual difference in the road after we went through with the mulcher. We're going to keep pushing with that if council approves the operational budget. I'm not an increase, just hopefully not a decrease, because we've been really happy with what we've been seeing, and we think it'll make our roads easier to maintain moving forward. Like if you can mow it, it's cheaper than brushing it. I forgot to put on this note or on this slide that we are requesting in our operational budget, and it's not, not intending to be not transparent to the public at all, so I apologize for not putting a bullet point. There's the earlier slide with all the benums about staffing. In the roads operations budget, there are benefits included to bring on some of the part-time staff that we employ full-time into our full-time fold. So it's not more people working, it is giving benefits to people who are already working 50 of 52 weeks. And I believe that is about 60,000-ish. So, yeah, that's for consideration also, and big apologies for not highlighting it in red, since I know staffing is always a hot topic in the township. Moving on to what everybody loves to talk about, and it's the capital roads options. So what I will do, I'll give a shout out to our technical supervisor. He's new, but he prepared all of our estimates, and he went and data mined through all of the previous roads need studies and what we have from our current roads need study that is out, and some of the comments that council's provided over the years to help prepare this. So council may remember that last year on our other project slide, we had the second lift for South Service Roads. We've brought that forward again as our administrative recommendation. So when South Service Road was originally designed and built, it was given a single lift of asphalt. It was intended to have a second lift put on within 3 to 7 years, and we're much beyond that now. The road, I went out with the county construction supervisor for roads, not the bridges one, but again, collaboration with the counties. We get along really well with them, so he spent a day with me and drove around last year. And his notes for South Service Road, I'll just go to the actual slide. His notes for the South Service Road is that we're seeing thermal cracking that's progressing to alligator cracking. Alligator cracking is like alligator skin, so there's more opportunities for water to get under our road. Whenever you have water in your road, it's bad. You're going to see more cracking, and it propagates. He also noticed that we have significant wheel rutting, especially between 26 and 34. Those are both county roads that are now evolving into pavement failure. And if we were to put on another lift, that we're getting to the point where it's not going, where those cracks will just propagate through. So one of the things that the counties is doing is they are trying to bundle their big paving projects into quadrants, or not quadrants, sextant townships, let's say. They are going to be in our area next year, so the counties are paving County Road 26, I believe. Did that pass in the budget? I see a nod from Deputy. I see the nod from Warden-elect. It passed, excellent. So the counties will indeed be in this area next year. And when we say we go on a county tender, just for an explanation, there's not one asphalt price that we get, so we don't get the county price. Every project is its own line item, so the county price is, I'm going to generalize, these are not the numbers, but they're nice even numbers that are sort of close. Let's say the counties get $110 per ton on their asphalt because they're doing something like 26 and they drive and they go. If we're doing a small project in the area, we may see $130, $135 per ton of asphalt, and on our own we might see $140, $145. So it's not like we're getting their low rate for our little project. We're getting a marginally lower rate than we would have seen had we gone out on our own. So we think that if we go out and do as much as we can for the money that we have available on South Service Road, that we may actually get the county rate. So at the low end for this project, if we did the entire stretch, the low end is actually probably $1.6 million. At the high end, it's 2.1. For $1 million, we can easily do from Lancaster to 26. It's our preferred project because the counties are in our area. We're unlikely to see that low price for, I guess, 7 more years, and at that time, our investment in South Service Road will be beyond recouping the initial investment, I mean. So that's, I'm going to go backwards. Previous. That's option 1, efficient paving, recommended by administration. However, we do recognize that not everyone's excited about paving 11 kilometers of road, and that's okay. So we've prepared option 2 as a bundled paving, and it spreads the investment around the township a bit more. So it includes a thin lift on Chapel Road, Beaverbrook, some of the hamlet roads in Martintown, and a little bit on Heron, just west of Williamstown, some base improvements on Heron, some base improvements on the gravel portion of Chapel, and then a provisional paving item for the area that we did improvements on Heron. Both options, in addition to the paving, also include money for large culverts and Tyotown Wall, and I'll speak to those in a bit. I'm just going to flip through each of the projects on the bundled paving. So the first one is Chapel Road resurfacing. It is from Beaverbrook to the bridge. We picked the bridge because we've just rehabilitated it, and it seemed like a good spot to stop. And in all of our section analysis, it recommended from Beaverbrook to Caber, but going the extra little bit. And actually, we have an operational problem just in that section leading up to the bridge. There's a dip in the road. It floods every year. So part of this 300,000 includes some fixes to that area, so to hopefully stop flooding out Chapel Road. And it is a thin lift project, which is what we did on Second Line Road. And again, the idea is just to keep building up our base until we have enough to one day recycle. And maybe the CAO and I were talking about this. Right now, when you do cold in place recycling, you do have to put extra asphalt on top. Maybe one day the technology will be good enough that we'll just be able to recycle without padding the top, and that will be even better for South Glengarry. Or some new technology will exist. Like we're not sure, but like recycling seems to be where people are going because we're running out anyways. I could ramble about renewable resources. Beaverbrook, while we're in that area, so we package these again to try and be in a section to maybe get a reduced price on our asphalt, even if we can't go like 11 lovely kilometers in a row. So this is a surface-treated road, and it would just be putting a thin lift of asphalt over top of the surface-treated area. There is asphalt on a little sliver of Beaverbrook just west of Chapel, so we're not going to redo that because that was done in 2021 and is holding up fairly well now. I am going to note that we have been going out and doing boreholes, and some of our residents are very observant and have noticed these boreholes and reached out to me and said, hey, what's going on? Are you going to resurface my road? To which I responded, thinking I was giving great news, maybe, like it is part of one of the packages going to council. And I'm just going to keep their comments anonymous, but they actually wrote back saying they're concerned with any rehabilitation on specifically this part of Beaverbrook is with an increase of traffic and speed, and then they noticed an increase in the use of their road that they live on after the surface treatment was put on, in whatever year that was put on. And they're no longer able to walk their dogs or ride their bikes. And the South Glengarry should take a serious look at former gravel roads that were surface treated without consideration to other traffic volumes or other traffic considerations. So I thought that was kind of a chuckle, because here I am saying, I got to do this asphalt thing and fix this surface-treated road, when everyone on council knows that my sometimes advocacy is perhaps we should go back to gravel, and lo and behold, I found my resident. So there's more than one of me in the township. That said, I'm happy to do this project because I do see the benefit and understand levels of service. So that was just kind of a funny thing, and I thought I'd share it. Within Martintown, it's Desjardins, Andre. You can see the map, and again the thin lift to renew roads in Martintown. And this council, members of this council were on council when we did our Hamlet paving a few years ago. So we've hit up Green Valley and Lancaster and Glen Walter and Williamstown, seen investment through William and Warren. So Martintown is an area that the township could go in and look at. Heron Road, we're looking at doing the same thin lift on the service-treated portion. It's the solid line, just north of the peanut line. And then some base improvements in the dotted area. That's an area that's used by significantly heavy vehicles. Operationally, we're seeing it's challenging. So we would really like to do base improvements there. And then we threw onto this package for council's consideration. If you'd like to, we can also throw some asphalt while we're there on the area that we do base improvements, and we're confident that the asphalt might hold up. And again, there's some fairly heavy trucks using this particular section of Heron, and it leads into William, which is paved. So operationally, that would be pretty nice. Our other area for base improvements is Chapel north of 25. So from 25 to Canadian Concession 1. Council had a delegation from this area. I can't remember if it was earlier this year or last year, but we did hear them. We do agree that that area could use some base improvements, so it was included in this, this package. Both packages do include, funding. Again, we have been trying to do these, but we're really going to do them this time. For Wood Creek at Concession 3, we've initiated a small design package to do topo and to figure out how much property we need to acquire. We've done our boreholes, so we're ramping up and hoping to, this one will likely be a box culvert that we'll buy and drop. Town, I don't have a slide for, but we are carrying $250,000 for that project. If you're looking for found money, I think this one is not going to be 250. So once we see the project, you may have your found money, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Lang, for the I can't remember what it was, but I wrote the council chambers. There we go. And I'm going to go backwards. While I do this, thank you for consideration between option 1 and option 2. I'd love to hear your.
Just before we go through the options, you have your budget numbers, and at the very end, you have infrastructure services, other items for consideration, and that's just before the end. So it kind of, would you like to talk about that before we get to this conversation? Just because, so it's funding applications submitted, facilities, and then roads and bridges. That slide. Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is actually very topical. So we don't have very many other items for consideration, but I wanted to let council know that we did submit funding applications, like we said, for the water tower through the Enabling Housing Water Intake 2. We also, in a frantic dash to try and take advantage of some of this money, submitted through their roads and bridges intake requests for funding for the Lancaster Northeast Street. So that is Thomas Broadwood Railway and Queen, I think. We submitted our application on the basis of a development that we suspect is likely to occur in that area. We will know in early 2025 if we were successful in either of these applications. If we are successful, council will be able to decide if they'd like to accept the funding or not. The impact of the roads and bridges one is that it would be committing the township in 2026 to $1 million. It'd be 50-50 split, so $1 million funding and $1 million from the township for those roads in Lancaster. So I have no idea if we'll be successful, and council can choose if we are successful, if those are projects they'd like to pick up for 2026, but something to keep on your radar and keep your fingers crossed for that water tower funding, because I think that'll be helpful. Airport Road. On facilities, this is something that the fire chief talked about. Asphalt is a thing. So site planning to add more storage, maybe add some asphalt around our building. I'm going to give a pitch because my crews always ask, when are we paving Airport Road to the shop? So if we wanted to pave Airport Road from the paved portion to the crest of the hill, it'd be $75,000. Not that I have that number handy in my pocket. Same thing, North Lancaster Public Works, parking lot improvements, that's asphalt. Both of those are going to cost money at some point, and as a deputy fire, or not, why are you calling you deputy? You're the fire chief, straight up. Fire Chief Robertson, my apologies. If we should look at parking lot improvements in the future, we should probably bundle them and look across all our facilities. The Charlotte Recreation Center too could use some parking lot help. And then roads and bridges, a reminder to council that our roads needs study will be presented in 2025. And then 2025 is also an OSAM year, so we'll have a new bundle of fun with our bridges and perhaps reprioritizing some of what we think is coming up. And good memory. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, excellent. Can I just ask a question, because it's now to do with like professional vacation? That drum roller, is it supposed to decrease the amount of grading you need by 20 to 30%? I saw a stat on that. Can you quantify? Is that something that you know? It came across my my screen once. I'm just curious if it does have that much benefit. And, well, great that we got it for less than free, it seems. But is that something that we know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, since we're improving compaction, it would decrease the amount of grading theoretically. I don't know by how much. I could ask our roads and fleet supervisor if he wants to take a kick at a percentage, but it would be a guess.
And then secondly, just because it was not on these slides and I don't want it forgot, the benefits towards the 50 to 52 week employees. I know in 2023 we had made kind of people full because it's like right now we hire them to fire them and for like that 2 weeks, right? That's kind of it. And that, do we wish to take that step? Because it is in the budget, but it's not there. Last time I remember we did say like, let's treat people who were pretty much full-time employees with full-time employees, make them whole. So is that something council wishes to do with that one? I'm getting a thumbs up there. Okay, so then we have at least three, but Councillor Bougie, do you have your hand up? Or are you gonna go ahead?
Through Mr. Mayor, I was just going to talk to this point here. I am in favor of option 1 plus a little bit of option 2, I think, because, I mean, it makes sense. The counties are in the area. It's advantageous that we take advantage and hopefully we get a good rate. But I also know that we have some money with the finishing of the Blue Box program. I think it was $400,000 around the, pardon? 350. So I don't know if we could possibly do, 1 and then some of option 2 as well. And that's kind of where I'm thinking right now. I mean, asphalt thin lift, all of them is 750,000. But then we're talking about an increase, but I mean, it makes sense to do a portion as well at the same time. So I guess that's kind of where I'm thinking. And I know that might be a little bit of an increase, but we can offset some of those costs with the money that we have.
Okay,
So I don't know.
Thank you
that's a
for
possibility.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. We are good with the like that benefits thing. Just like a
What
show
was
of
the
hands.
cost of making everyone whole?
What was the cost again? Would it be like 30 to 40,000? And it is included in the budget, right, at present. So, but this is a good thing. We should be made aware. So. And for a future Lachlan McDonald in 2026, this is you can snip, because I snipped one during our election, so they can snip this back on me to increasing costs there. Okay, while you go looking for that, I think there's some validity in like what Councillor Bougie is saying. So first we'll have the discussion then on the waste amount, because we can go through many little bits of numbers, but that's a big one. So right now we have 300 in landfill and 50,000 for a plan. So essentially 350 that was from switching to producer responsibility. 50,000 of that benefit has just been kind of lost in general government. And I did have a comment in here that Councillor McDonnell, whenever I was treasurer one time, said, like, sometimes, we save 50,000, where does it go? And it kind of just goes to the nebulous of general government. So this seems to be lost to make everything else work. However, we are investing more in infrastructure, so we're probably seeing it there. So with the 350,000, Councillor Bougie, I think, and Councillor McDonnell are kind of saying move all to roads infrastructure. Is that what I understand? I don't know where the two of you stand, and I guess I could talk last. So I'm keep it there because I know that's a big project, but this is open council, so I saw Deputy Mayor hands up, and then we'll go to Councillor Jaworski if she has a thought on it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Do you want me to speak just to that for the moment then? Because I have a few other things on here that I would like to speak to. And I was kind of withholding my judgment on it. I definitely am not against it. I do think it's pretty serious to put some money aside for our landfills. I mean, we could spend the whole thing for the next 10, 12 years till it's needed and then borrow it. But maybe that's not the right way to go either. It's nice to put stuff aside ahead of time. So I would live with, wouldn't bother me too much to spend the whole thing on roads. It wouldn't bother me if we did part of it on roads and part of it in the landfill. But I do think they've kind of convinced me that we don't put it all into the landfill at this point. So that's where I'm at the moment. But I would like to talk a little bit more about this slide before I commit to that. Like, I am not very interested in putting it into South Service Road. And I drove it again yesterday just to remind myself. It was a good time to drive it because you could see the rutting because it was snow, rain at the time, and the slush had melted, so you would see the water where the rutting actually is. And Ms. McDonald is right. It is between basically McDonald's and Second Line that is doing it. After that was quite a bit better for some reason. I don't know why that is, but anyway. I have a hard time with this saying that we've used over the years, we want to keep our good roads good. Because what you're saying is the guys on the good roads are saying, oh, great. But what are you saying to the guys on the bad roads? Too bad for you, your road's bad. Even though you've waited 20, 30 years and you've got a terrible road, we want to keep the good ones good. So you're basically telling them we don't want to look after our bad roads. And I don't like it. Those roads that are listed in option 2 are all problems. We know that they're problems, and I think it's serious to look after them. South Service Road, as far as I'm concerned, was way overbuilt for what we need on South Service Road, because County Road 2 is on the other side of the 401, 1,000 feet away, less than 1,000 feet away. It is a county road as well looked after. There's a decent number of decent population along South Service Road, but they didn't need that great big wide road. I just can't, in my mind, justify putting another lift on that. And maybe it'll, like we're almost too late now. Mr. McDonald said it's possible now that some of the cracking is going to come through the second lift. But if we get, I'm sure we can get another 10 years out of it the way it is. It's going to start getting to be one of our bad roads at that point, but no worse than the roads that are on option 2. And at that point, we can do what we would spend on a second lift and call it a new first lift if we want. I don't care, rebuild it or do whatever. But I just have a hard time making these people wait while a road that is still perfectly fine is getting a second lift. If it had been done right away, maybe, I don't know what the plan was to do with the 2 lifts and you get 30, 40 years, and we only get 20, 25 years out of 1 lift. Well, to me, it still pencils out your head. So if we're going to do more of these small roads, I am willing to take that 300,000 and put it into them. If we're going to put it into South Service Road, I am leaning more towards putting more in towards the dump reserve. That's where I'm at the moment.
No,
Maybe people will talk me into something different. You never know.
No, that's fair and thoughtful. You've put some thought into that. So right now we have South Service Road was Trevor, Councillor Bougie, and then Deputy Mayor has said prefers the other roads. We'll go to Councillor McDonnell and then Councillor Jaworski.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm option 2 as well. I see where the rationale behind the South Service Road comes from, and I agree with the Deputy Mayor Lang that, yeah, it's starting to show its age. I think, given what you said, it makes a lot of sense that, yeah, we should. There's probably quite a bit of cost savings by the sounds of it if we did do it. I am of the same mindset that, I don't know, somebody wants to go for a ride and drive the Beaverbrook or Chapel Road with me in a 3/4 ton, it is unbearably rough. It's unbelievably terrible. I can't believe it got that long. And it's one I've been screaming for 4 years, and I'm not willing to take a chance and let it go and not see it come back next year. So I am very much option 2. I want to do more. I'd even like to see more roads put into it and use the 350. I'll be honest, as far as putting it into a reserve at this point for the landfill, I'd rather give it back to the taxpayer, the 350, the way my mind kind of works with it. We're going to put it into a reserve fund. We're going to have it there. Yep, that's great. And it's going to lose its value every year it sits there. Every dollar you collect today, if you're going to use it in 10 or 12 years, is going to be deflated based on inflation rates. And what we've seen in the last 4 years, that's severe. I think if we're taking $1, we ought to spend $1. So if we're going to take it, I'd like to put all 350 into roads. And if you look at the price of doing each one of those roads, it's not going to take long to spend $350,000. I'd suggest a few, but I'd defer to Ms. McDonald before we get everybody's hopes up and crush somebody's hopes on one road being mentioned and doing another. I don't know if you've got suggestions based as well on mobilization. I had one in mind, but it's not right next door to those roads, so.
So just one second, you're looking to add another road to plan option B or option 2, or is that what you're, so you're thinking of adding a road to that plan? Okay, no, good, thank you, just make sure. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Just so people are aware, the counties are definitely doing County Road 26, so they are in the area of South Service Road, but they are also doing County Road 17, they're doing South Branch, they're doing a couple of pieces in Williamstown, so they are in the area as well to Williamstown area. So these roads aren't that terribly far. It may not be quite exactly what they're doing because Skimcoat, but the company could reduce travel.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and I suppose that's like you were saying, if they get 110, we get 130, we're willing to sacrifice 9% savings to move potentially, because I'm not trying to buy, like, I do have some bias on it, but I'm just trying to give information. So, Councillor Jaworski, you have not been heard, so I'd like your opinion.
Can I ask questions first?
Questions and opinions and questions, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So Ms. McDonald, for South Service Road, sorry, is there like a minimum area that you, or length or section that you are most wedded to in terms of recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the section of South Service Road that is most traveled is Lancaster to 26. For perspective, in June, that section of road has 1,400 vehicles a day. The option 2 bundled, assuming nobody is traveling all those roads at the same time, is only 1,200 vehicles a day. So if I was picking a section of South Service Road, I would try for 26 to Lancaster, because it is what is failing fastest, just by virtue of what's on it.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it in the small print that's actually on your slide, but what is that distance then, like of that $1 million that you're suggesting? Is that the $1 million, or is that section less than $1 million?
So that $1 million is a cooked number to get to 1.5. That section will be likely 800,000 to do 26 to Lancaster. And then if we had the 1.1, let's call that, then we would just extend our contract as far as we could go, depending on the rate we got. If that makes sense. Like, to do all of South Service Road is 1.6 to 2.1 million.
So can I just, because you asked the question, and you said 1,400 people drive on just that one road, and 1,200 people drive on all the other roads, kind of, not assuming like. Yes, well, so we say campgrounds are open at the same time, like we often, yeah, like that is a fair comment, and like if I can. Like, we're never going to have perfect times, and like if we're only focused, because I think the two agricultural councillors will often say, like, what are the in season, put the treasurer cap on and say like 70%, 75% of our tax base does come from the residential component, which is heavily on that road. However, everybody should be driving good roads, and we've often had conversations on like, can we get to more paving? And this seems like we're on our way to there. So I think we're moving. We're moving that way, and we're getting our roads better. And interestingly, whenever I think of Heron, because that's road, of doors I knocked on, there would be 5 people who talked about the road. 2 said, I'd like asphalt, and 3 said, leave it to gravel. So that one opinion you got, it's interesting just how, depending on who you talk to, and I had the 2 that said, keep Heron gravel. I'm just rambling on here to say, it's interesting our perspectives on roads, because we talk to different people, and I know like whenever you say like the gravity boxes shake, and my little car doesn't, but like I don't have a big one, to say this is a wonderful conversation, and I'm glad to have different opinions. And Councillor Jaworski is trying to say something further.
Oh, did I have another question? And certainly I don't want to be suggesting that this is something that needs to be added, like what Councillor McDonnell, don't give people hope if they hear their, but one area that was repeatedly on budgets and now hasn't is like the Glendale subdivision. And so I'm just wondering if there's some sort of, I don't want to say surprise, but you know, it's like, because if there is going to be work in that area, do we need to be prepared?
If I may, I know we've been hesitating because Enbridge is coming. Okay. Okay, sorry, go ahead. I believe, is it public knowledge of what's going on there? I know that Joe would say we've had meetings with Enbridge, so I'll just leave it to you just so I don't misspeak.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have had meetings with Enbridge, and they do plan on proceeding with the installation of natural gas through the subdivision.
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add on to that, so the two that's not Vine Creek, the two Grace Creek culverts that we're hoping to replace this year, we want to do those in advance of the roads. And if I recall, Enbridge is 2025 is the year that they're coming through with gas. It hasn't changed, and so if we, in the next few years, we're hoping to pitch it to council as an option. It's not forgotten, it's just don't want it to be beat up by construction vehicles.
For sure, I understood that, but just knowing that there had been movement, I'm trying to see if we had more clarity on timing, but that's, okay. So yeah, back to like opinion now. It's really unfortunate. I mean, I appreciate what you put together here, but I'm sure it is also very difficult because the idea that certain roads are going to become likely, they're going to cost a lot more in the future, talking about cell service, to get it back to in the same condition, although what Deputy Mayor Lang said was very compelling in terms of does it really need to be at that standard either? I mean, regardless, it is quite a bit of money to put all in one place. That's the difficult thing. And but then again, the issue of the number of residents that actually drive on it, and which is why I was trying to see if there's any way of squeezing that to a smaller number, because I wouldn't want to say do nothing either. But it doesn't sound like there's a lot, be under that 800,000. It doesn't sound like there's any logical other option beneath that. In terms of your option 2, do you have those at all ranked, or is it sort of they're all equal in how you've presented them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they are Chapel and Beaverbrook at the top, and then Martin. I suppose they're listed in their unofficial ranking, although I will note administration is comfortable moving forward with either of these options. We really just, our preferred is the efficient paving option for the sustainability of that large asset. But I mean, we wouldn't have put forward a package we weren't entirely comfortable with. So yeah, I would say they're in order of operational preference.
So the one question I think, I don't know if it's Martin or Sam asked you last year, because as administration, you get to offer us both options. In your professional designation opinion, which option would engineer Sarah, or even in this case, perhaps even engineer Fothrop or engineer McDonald, what would they recommend? Okay. And I think Sarah did either or. I'm thinking is what you're gesturing. I just want to make sure that we get, because we do have now on staff 2 engineers, and might as well use some of their knowledge that way.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe, our recommendation is option 1, just as Ms. McDonald mentioned, to preserve the existing investment in the South Service Road. However, there is compelling justification for any of the projects listed in option 2. So there really isn't a bad project here. It would be all money well spent, for sure.
No, and I thank you for that. And I'll get to, I'm not trying to, Councilor Jaworski brought up something that was interesting, was if we do only to 26, that leaves 270,000 to move. And there are other things in our budget, because I'm just trying to stay topic to topic, but they'll all come together, I think, eventually. So thank you, Council. Would be, are we willing to have, say, Lancaster to 26 be kind of one level of service? And so sometimes, people are like, well, I'm on the same road, why does the continuity not the same? Think I'm a east, I'm a loyalist, west loyalist, like that kind of conversation. Some people like that. But it could be council's discussion to have that highly traveled portion be at that level, and then eastward of 26, just maintain, or even it wouldn't be that same level of service, because that is a corridor, probably Lancaster to North Lancaster. So that's something to consider, and that would be 270,000. It's just, there's so much to think about, because as Councillor Jaworski said, putting that much money into one asset does feel like, it feels almost shameful, but we do have to do it sometimes, but that we don't have to, but because that other package looks so much more appealing to me as a politician. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll frame it a different way, I guess, for option one when you look at it. If we were to redo that road today, we would not put those shoulders on it, those asphalt shoulders. We would have that back to gravel. Like if we were, when that day comes that actually, if we didn't do it now and left it another 15 years from now, we're not putting those shoulders back on. Like, let's be honest. It was great when it was done. It was done through a program. It was, you know, at the time it made sense. Now with these financial constraints we have and the cost of doing building and paving, we're not going to do that. It's not feasible. It's $1 million to put a single lift on it, let alone to build it out. Like, you're going to cut back the amount of asphalt going on there by there's probably 15 foot of paved shoulder across the whole road between both sides, right? Or not far off 10. It's awfully wide on the one side. It's got to be almost 5 feet on the one side.
Okay, well, so just.
Anyways,
'cause
regardless,
I
it's
think-
not that precise. It's the fact that we're not going to do that.
I think the important thing you said, though, like, if we were to do it again and we didn't have funding, would we return it to gravel shoulders? I think that's probably, like, that's the thing I.
Yeah,
would-
that's what I'm getting at. But what I'm getting at is we can do so much more with that kind of money. Like, if we were to redo it today, we wouldn't do it that way. So do more with the money, is my opinion. That's why I'm looking at option two. Option one is just, I think it's just not feasible.
Okay, so then, would we, like, do you think if that money wasn't available, this road would probably come back recommended gravel shoulder on South Service Road? Just because I want to prepare myself mentally for, say, we're all here in 12 years and this project comes up, that you know, the community has a good basis. We can say, like, remember in 2024, talking 25, this conversation came. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I sure do. So the South Service Road is wider than even the county standard right now. So we would not exceed the county standard on a township road. So we would narrow it up. I think we'd probably still have paved shoulders since it's part of the waterfront trail. It'd just be like tighter for that trail. And I believe even in our efficient paving option that we've narrowed it up and we were going to pulverize down the side to take it. My numbers are not right, but let's say it's 12 meters paved, we're going to write down to 10 or something. So this is not paving the entire width, because the entire width is beautiful, but in excess of a township road. And Councillor McDonald's right, to continue to pave is getting expensive. And you'll even notice the counties, when they do service, I'm not going to, like a micro, they don't micro the entire paved portion. They micro to like the outer line. So it's.
That was a good perspective to bring in, because that's an excellent question. And it provides something there. I'll throw a little bit more kindling on the fire. Whenever I was looking at reserves, and everybody knows I love to keep them, so you're going to be all surprised here with this one. Our roads reserve, we had put $550,000 last year. Or, sorry?
300,000, 250,000 of that is the carry forward for Town Wall that you're seeing.
Okay, so 330,000. So that carry forward is also included in this budget as an offset to this plan. So that was 550 less 250. So we have $300,000 that was put in last year that was not unspent on roads. Now, I am a believer, in particular with roads when we're behind, that like money, put it to the reserves and spend it, right? So we have this $300,000. Would I recommend doing it in 1 year? No, because it'd be hard to tax. But if we say half-lifed it, so if we took 150,000 out of that this year, 75 next year, and then leave 75 for the next council, that's money that should be spent in infrastructure. Because you know, sometimes people accuse me of hoarding reserves. This is one where there's 300,000. I truly believe we should half-life it. Take 150 out this year, so it's slow in the taxation. 75. So I would recommend to council that we could have 150,000. Yeah, like not tax-free in 2025 that we can spend this year for these projects. So do consider that in your, or we could take the whole 300,000. It's always hard to one-time fund, right? Because like next year our program would shrink. So I would recommend taking $150,000 out of the roads reserve just to carry on this conversation. Deputy Mayor Lang?
You want us to speak to that? I'm willing to use some of it too. I would like to ask Ms. McDonald, like, I'm wondering if there doesn't need to be some kept in there, and I don't know if it would be the same reserve, like if we end up in the spring and there's a bunch of guardrails damaged, would that reserve go towards that? like, sometimes there's things that come up that need some attention. It's nice to have that, and I don't know in the roads whether you, like in bridges, obviously there could be a culvert or anything could come up that in roads, maybe it's not as often that we would have to use it for something like an emergency, but would you need or recommend that a certain amount be kept there for emergencies?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, how much I am not prepared to answer today. Like guide rails, we do have an operations budget of 50,000 that we often wait until we're near the end of the season to try and figure out where to spend it, just for that reason alone. We could come back with a number that we would, yeah.
Please proceed.
If there's no real number, I'll make up a number then. 75,000, I think, should be kept in that reserve. You know, you guys can give your opinion too, but I like to see something kept in it, just in case. I'd be willing to put that. I'm not keen on option one. I will have a very hard time. First off, nobody on South Service Road is going to complain if we don't do it, but the other people are going to complain a lot, and they're going to be hurt, and they're going to like, why in the are you guys doing this? So I'm still on option two, but I would like to see, if we're going to put a little more money in, either from the recycling that we don't need, I'd like to see, it was already suggested 75,000 on Airport Road. Our trucks are driving that every day. I'd be happy to put that in, add that on. I would be happy to maybe chat about north end of, what did you say, Sam? Glenroy Road?
Yeah.
And if Ms. McDonald concurs, that is one that I haven't driven it very much, so I'm not really sure what the state of it is, but I would like to see us add some things that really are going to get a benefit to some of these poor roads and bring them up so that we don't have to worry about them for another 15 years, 20 years maybe.
Okay, may I just discuss, as you said, leave 75 in the reserve, and I would tend to agree with that. I might recommend taking 150 out this year and 75 next year, only because it lessens that 1 year gap. Because we take 225 out this year. Next year we're short 225. It's a way to ease it in, but that's council's discretion. So 225 seems to be coming out, whether it's in 150 or 70. I suppose the biggest comment, though, to get to a decision would be Councillor Bougie has said South Service Road, Councillor Lang and Councillor McDonnell, have said Plan 2. I don't know if you're putting your hand up to change, because then really I'm probably, when I see a recommended from administration, as much as I don't like it, I'm trying to find money to put it to 2, because I'd hate to lose one of our good assets, and I'm obviously from the tradition of my father's an engineer and good roads good. So I keep it that way. So we're really looking for Councillor Jaworski to where she is, and then we should start discussing it a little further. So I put you up. You're the tiebreaker.
Is it just no. How bad the Martintown local roads, the ones right in the locals in the village, are they? I'm sorry, I have not driven those ones recently. Are they quite poor? I don't know. No, because I guess kind of where my mind is going is that like option 2 is where I'm leaning towards, but I'm thinking more like that more out of the reserve, and that some of that landfill money, sort of using that to do a portion of option 1, I guess, is sort of where my mind is going, rather than adding more of these other ideas to option 2.
Okay, so then to go fully on that, we have Councillor Bougie and Councillor McDonnell suggesting move all 350,000 out of the landfill reserve. Thank you. I'm towards keeping it all. So it's up to the two of you how we do this, and I would be willing to move to a partial from my point if we want to keep some, and then I would recommend, if I could, keep 200,000 and take 150,000 out. But yeah, I am.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the number in my mind is thinking at least you have to keep 100,000 in landfill, but I mean, maybe it should be 150.
All right, Deputy Mayor Lang, you might have some trading to do too, or maybe you have an opinion fully. We're trying to get to a decision so we can get those numbers that we have the money, and then we can make the decision on, maybe we can do, that Lancaster to 26 and all of those or something like that, but it's.
Just a note too, something I keep reading is option 2, bundled paving would increase the levy by 50,000. It's not outlandish, but there is 50,000 there extra.
Yes, and Airport Road would add 75,000. And if I'm not going to speak for council as a whole, but me as an individual, if you're going to invest and increase taxation, it should go into roads investments, because those are the few spots where I think categorically everybody has said, if you raise my taxes, make sure it goes into roads or bridges. So we can add, I know that's not your comfort, you like to see the number go down. I just want to maintain our levels of service and do well on roads. Councillor Bougie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a note, I guess, on option one, and Councillor McDonald just spoke about South Service Road being that it's so wide. Like, if we were to put that second lift, if we went narrower and only went Lancaster to 26, would that reduce the cost at all? Or is that already narrowed and only to 26?
I think you said 800,000, did you not? A plus or minus? And so there'd be 270,000 to move over to option two.
So I'll move over to option two, and then if we had the $350,000 for the landfill, $300,000 out of reserves, we're looking at almost completing most of this in that fashion, with maybe increasing a small portion, but we're close. And that's kind of where my thinking is right now.
Okay, so then Deputy Mayor Lang, your thoughts? And this is first on the landfill reserve, and then carry on from there, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank Councillor Bougie for slowly coming over to our side. But if we get here another hour, I think we're going to have them. If we're going to get option two done, I'm willing to move the 300,000 from landfill. If option two is going to get cut, and we're going to be putting it into second line, and then I want to keep it in the landfill, because I just don't feel option one we're getting the benefit that we would get out of the other one. My preference is to ignore option one altogether and add to option two and get some of these roads that we've been pulling our hair out over a year. And it doesn't all have to be paving. We're talking about improvements to north end of Chapel, but we could do improvements to most of Heron Road maybe, or something like this, you know. So that's my thing. But if option two is, if you can figure a way to do all of option two, I'll agree to the whole 300,000. I might get it voted anyway. But.
Okay, so Martin still again, he is center/leaning towards 350,000. But you're willing to have a conversation, that's the most important thing, because we're allowed to come at it from different perspectives. Because I would say, like, if we're looking at tax rate, now just to pump this back up a little bit, would be what tax rate did we start off again? And then also the levy requirement, just to be clear with. Yeah, oh yeah, where are we at now? Without all this roads maneuvering, because because right now we're not decided, so I don't want to set us on something. But like before this roads maneuvering, where were we?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've really only added 13,000 into the budget. We haven't made any major changes. I have tracked all of these just conversations, so I have them broken out. I don't know if it would be helpful to have it up on the screen while we're looking at the smaller road projects and the items for discussion, if you'd like to move to that.
I think it will be in a quarter moment,
Okay.
just because I just want to, and then because then we can say like where we kind of stand, and then we can move based on numbers. And we don't want to be married on an opinion. So like say what we say, make a decision, and then show it together, and maybe we change our minds, because we're just dealing with different information. So.
They were moved for discussion, but I'm not sure we had any consensus if we wanted to go forward. It was to use modernization funds for the website migration was a conversation to use 21,000. I listed it for discussion, but I didn't get a vote.
Yeah, no, I think this is it's a council decision meeting. It's not a, but yeah, you are right. Like there was that, and potentially moving some strat plan money to offset some warden spending that we may have to do. I think those were the two big ones. However, coming back to Councillor Jaworski, you had said 150,000 is the number you're kind of banding about to keep in the garbage. Minimum 100. Yeah. So then we're back down to discussing option 1 and 2. Councillor Bougie is kind of leaning more towards level 2 now. So I have to take a straw poll eventually. So 2 to 1 moving, you're 1? 1, and then so Councillor Jaworski kind of comes, I mean, normally I'm the last one with it. So this is your burden today.
No, yeah, haha. No, but I have a question, because you mentioned about Tyo Town being carried forward. So is this 250 like on top of what was carried forward? No. So the 1.5 that's there right now, that is my math screwed up in how we get there? Because doesn't that include the 250?
I mean, yes, it does include the 250 for the Tyo Town well presently.
But the tax burden would be
But there's no ta-
1.25 million.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So the
1.25 is the tax burden because 250 is coming from a Tyo Town unspent in 2024, moved over to 2025.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question of council?
Of course.
Just in option 2, we put the provisional service upgrade for Heron. That I think is worth council discussing, because if you're going to start mixing and matching, maybe that's 140 you don't carry to make your numbers work. And then we had administratively, I heard Glenroy being talked about. We felt it needed base upgrades. And then we already have 2 stretches of road requiring base upgrades, and we thought that would be at some point it becomes a burden on our operational staff because they're trying to do operations and then undertake some of these projects. So we felt that we had the max amount of base improvements we could handle in-house. So anything we did for base improvements beyond this, we may need to outsource, just so council knows our operational constraints.
All right, so the airport road was 75,000 again, right? Okay. Councillor Jaworski?
Yeah, I guess I would do option 2, not add anything, cross off provisional surface upgrades, and then see how far some of those, well, no, again, I'm option 2 plus using some of this money from reserves to do, as much as we can of option 1.
Okay,
But not adding, like I'm not adding Airport Road.
So if I may, I believe Mrs. Dixon had mentioned that if we're going to do a screen sharing from Ms. McDonald, that we will have to take a momentary break just to do it. So before it, we're going to take a 5-minute health break. But what you're preparing for us when we come back is that we're going to do option 2 presently. Please take off the provisional surface upgrades, and then we can talk about how much we want to move around in terms of South Service Road. Oh, sorry.
Point of order. We're deciding one thing at a time here. We've just said, okay, we're going to do option 2. Let's put option 1 off the table, and
Okay.
then council as a whole can discuss option 2.
That's
How about
true, because that was just one point
Yeah,
from
that's
one
one
member of
person's
council.
point of view on that. So.
Fair. Okay, so we're going to put up option 2, and then we'll discuss from there. And if we can have in our back pocket that there is 0 to 350,000 from the garbage reserve, and then there's 0 to 300,000 from the roads reserve as well to talk about. So if just get ready to prepare that, we'll take a 5-minute break. So welcome back. We are now to discuss, we've taken option 2, and we're looking at the levy requirement. The screen that you see is just the option 1 and 2, and we're going to discuss option 2. We have an Excel document open if you're watching that would be could be made available after the meeting, so you can see where we ended up. And we're just looking at it on a different screen. So we're looking at option 2, and where are we currently in terms of levy as well as tax rate? And then if you could also give us the base from where we started.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just adding in option 2 now, so I'll just give you that. So we started out, though, at $11,891,742, and prior to making this decision, we'd only really changed about $13,000 officially, which involved foregoing the red grant for replacing the banners and a $5,000 carry forward of unused CIP funds. Everything else we were holding for discussion, so we hadn't made any decisions aside from that yet.
Okay, so then you're just putting it in there, so 6.88% change, that's levy. And then is there any, some of that would be diminished because of growth and assessment?
That is with the growth, Mr.
With
Mayor.
growth, okay, so this is our tax rate change. This is what people will fill in the pocket. Thank you very much. So with that, just trying to look here. Yes, it doesn't have a yes beside it at present.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I had just provisionally, if you had decided to do the shorter stretch, I had just lowered given you the option below to lower it. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just told it would be 850, so that was why I used 220 there.
Okay, because now we're just, the number was an estimate, and in that break, administration had looked to refine that number to more an accurate number. So with option number 2, we have asphalt thin lift $750,000, and that's Chapel Beaverbrook to Baudette River, Beaverbrook 20 to West Chapel, Martintown's 6 roads in the village, Heron, PL to the end of hard surface. So that's peanut line, gravel base improvements, $230,000 Heron hard surface to 1.2 meters west of the village, Chapel Road 25 to, this is what they're seeing, and then a provisional service item, which would be bringing that 1.2 kilometer portion of Heron to asphalt. So that's where we sit now, with a tax rate increase of 6.8%. Now, there was some discussion of using a roads reserve, anywhere from $0 to $300,000, and also moving the waste management reserve anywhere from $150,000 to $300,000. So there would be $300,000 to $600,000, something that if we're trying to get to the first line, South Service Road additionally, that's $600,000, and the number again for South Service Road just to 26.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 850.
850. Okay. There was also discussion.
May I qualify that? That's an average of the worst case and the best case. Like that's
our best guess.
Our best guess. It could be lower and it could be a bit higher.
Okay. So with that, and we would be like the garbage reserve is already built in the budget, so that doesn't change any impact on next year. Using all of the roads reserve, we might have to spend $300,000 less next year, just to qualify that. But that's perfectly fine, or we'll find it somewhere else. There was the idea of North Glenroy Road, but there was some hesitation on behalf of administration because the base work we're already doing quite a bit. It might tax our current thing. We'd be going outside services. So is that something that, if not this year, could we put that on the top of next year's to do as base services?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we put an estimate to do the surface upgrades, or sorry, some base improvements and then surface upgrades. It'd be a thin lift for that, and it's at 250.
Okay, so then at that price, do you want to consider that portion of Glenroy Road in this budget?
I'm not, excuse me, I'm not clear where we are. Are you saying that that portion of Glenroy would be 250 to do a thin coat over top of it and no reconstruction underneath?
Ms. McDonald?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's 200 to do the thin lift, and then I guesstimated at 50,000 for some spot-based repairs, including bringing in more gravel. So something.
It's
like
already,
that.
it's already hard surface, correct?
Correct. It says
Yeah.
surface treated up that way.
Yeah, so we're not looking at a complete tear down and rebuild. Okay,
Good,
appreciate that.
Good questions. And then there was 75,000 to potentially extend Airport Road asphalt from the garage to where it meets the asphalt at the County Road 27 side. Does anybody want to make a petition to what we do here? Councillor Bougie.
Through Mr. Mayor, I still feel that like there's a way to get the portion of South Service Road completed. If Martintown, the 6 roads are pushed to 2026, because the need for South Service Road is more dire, I would say, that would save about $100,000. And same thing with provisional surface upgrades of $140,000. If that was also pushed to 2026, and we use some of the landfill reserves and some of our road reserves, I believe we can get South Service Road completed, if council wishes.
Okay, and if I may, I'm going to put maybe kibosh, because that's, like, we've chosen option 2, and I think you carved out quite a bit of option 2 to make option 1 work again, if I understood properly. So I think we made the decision on that one. If I can lob up another one, the provisional surface upgrades at 140,000, that would be something that perhaps could come out of option 2. Or if we're hell-bent on getting to the Monroe's house, we could go, instead of 1.2 kilometers, we can go 800 meters, and that stops short of the Corneliuson's farm on your south side, and it brings you right up to like where the continuity of houses end. So that's something to consider. But if we could move that, say, 600,000 and 140, now we're at 740,000 to get to South Service Road. We could add $110,000 to the taxes, and then we'd be everything but the provisional upgrade, emptying out roads reserve, removing the garbage reserves 2 roads, and 140,000 provisional out. So that's another. There's so many options that we can go here, and I'm not trying to, just trying to think of it. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'd like to keep everything in option 2, and I want to do as much as we can, and I think everybody here does. I think we're all in the same boat. We would really like to get as many roads done as we can. But I think staff's put a lot of thought into it. I know that they had the 2 options, but they didn't just, option 2 I don't think was just kind of, well, we want to do option 1 and here's some other. I think they put a lot of thought into that one as well. And I think you are correct. And Heron Road, getting closer to Corneliuson's farm is where it tends to be terrible at times, because there's enough traffic there that it fills with the potholes quickly, and I think it would be well received by the community to look after that section. Even, of course, I'd love to do the whole thing, but we can't do everything. So I'd like to keep everything in option 2 if we can, and the provisional as well. That's kind of where I'm at, and using some of this reserve for that provisional if we need to.
Okay, so right now, I don't think we need provisional to do option 50,000? We need 50,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's now being reflected in the levy, the extra 50,000 by having the options selected. We have added that 50,000.
So that's good. So so option 2 full. I guess I spoke. So I say option 2 without the provisional, with thoughts that we can add some taxation, move that money, and empty out the reserves to do South Service Road to 26. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're looking for my opinion on it, I suppose?
Yes, please.
Oh, I do. I'd say all of option 2. I would like to empty both those reserves. Do the road north of Glenroy Road North, sorry. And what am I looking at here? It's very overwhelming looking at it that way, but option 2, Glenroy Road, empty both sides of the reserve, maybe get that number down a little bit, and I'd be even willing to throw Airport Road in for the deputy mayor. That's for our staff. That's right. That's right. And save the edge of that road where we're running trucks over it.
So emptying those reserves, given that, like, you would just be, like, you'd be putting downward pressure on the levy.
I would take the full 350 out of, that we're saving on the landfill, or the recycling, sorry. Take the full 350 out of that, and then I would dip in, I guess, is it 150 you had up there for the, out of the roads reserve? Is that what we had in there?
Roads reserve was 300
Yeah.
is the whole thing, but we can go from anywhere from 0 to 300. So
I'd be happy to pull the full 300 if we're going to do Glenroy Road as well.
Yep. All right. So this, like, the hard thing is, like, we're kind of like we're picking and choosing, and we all have slightly different ideas. So I'll try and rein us in perhaps by individual comment. And it is, like, it's not so simple on here. I'm not, like, it's factual. It's scrolling up and down. Ms. McDonald, you had a comment?
I was just going to add that we are funding the roads reserve with 300,000 this year, so there would be the dollars in there from last year plus the 300 from this year. We had planned to take 50,000 out in 2025's budget, so without increasing it, we would have left 550,000 in there. But as council's discussing, I just wanted to make sure you understood the amount that was in there.
So 550,000 is in there, and there's no draw from that? That is all draws? Okay. If I may, just, I thought I had used that number earlier, and I was informed that 250 was already accounted for. Was I wrong with my interpretation of that?
Pardon me, you'd said that we'd funded at 550 in 2024, and we hadn't funded at 550. We funded at 300,000, and there was 250 of a carry forward. But I'm saying in the 2025 budget, we are funding at 300,000. So there was 250,000 remaining from 2024. 300,000 was what we carried in if you don't look at the carry forward at all. We planned to spend 50,000 already with what we presented. So there would have been 550 at the end of 2025. So that's the amount that you have to work with for 2025.
Okay. That does make more sense to me from the start. Okay. So there's 0 to 550. And again, I only hesitate to just emptying all of it in one, just because then next year there's 500,000 that we will not have for taxation. We will get more projects done, but we just might have to scale back what our projects are, just to set the expectation mentally, because you'll be like, why can't we do as much? Because we're not taking out as much. We can do half now, half later. We can do all now. So, but we're all aware of that. We're good. Okay. So then with that amount, and trying to get sorry, because we're going to go back and forth on ideas. So Airport Road, is that something that people want to strongly consider? Because it's okay. So that's not the highest one. So we'll rank that here. Airport Road, 75K. Glenroy, Ms. McDonald?
I'm sorry to interrupt. If council considers adding roads that are not South Service Road, we do administratively believe the South Service Road is deserving of investment at some point, and the projects that we're not in option two. Does that make?
Okay.
Just
No, that's a
to
fair
remember that if in adding other things, administration did believe South Service is needing of investment.
Okay,
eventually.
so that is a very fair point, and thank you for bringing us back to that. So we discussed having option 2. So option 2 in full, option 2 in full. Councillor Bougie saying option 2 in full. That decision is then made. So we've done that. So Heron Road will. So then the question, I think, it's in full. So it's decisions made. Now we have no change to budget. Or Councillor Bougie?
I feel like now that we know there's 550,000 from last year's reserve, roads reserve, and this year's together, we only need another 250,000 to get to that $800,000 for South Service Road. So if we took that out of our recycling, it would leave, it doesn't matter how you do this, but we would have enough to do South Service Road at 800,000.
Go to County Road 26.
Yes.
Okay. Does that sound amicable? I know that's now we're not talking Airport Road, and now we're also not talking Glenroy Road North. And I do appreciate administration saying the recommendation because they were given, and Deputy Mayor Lang's probably like, still a lot of money to put into something that he doesn't appreciate, but that, or not appreciate, sorry. It doesn't seem as much as the other side. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Please do, Deputy Mayor Lang, because I thought.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm willing to work too. I think people have come more to where I was at the beginning. I appreciate that, and I'm willing to go back a little. So if we have 550, I hate seeing the roads reserve emptied totally, but 550 and 250 gets you to 800, does it not?
That is it. So we would have 50,000 remaining as a transfer to the waste management reserve.
Yeah.
And Sam, sorry, Councillor McEnroe, I didn't hear perfectly, but I feel like you might have something to say there. But so that's where we stand presently. Would that plan work for the majority of council right now? So we're doing 2 fully. We're doing Lancaster to 26, and we're doing that off the back of the roads reserve going from 550 to 0. So next year we will probably do less roads works. That's okay though, just so the community is prepared. And the garbage waste reserve would go from a $300,000 transfer to 50, and we were going to move 250 onto South Service Road. Is that an amicable start? And then we can talk about perhaps in Glenroy Road North, Airport Road, and those can be a little bit more of a discussion, and also it would probably have to come from taxation at that point. So is that so Councillor, yes, if there's one more, Councillor McDonnell, go ahead.
I'm willing to go move that way as well. I'm along the same lines as the deputy mayor. I want option 2 done. I don't, option 1, I understand where administration's coming from. To me, it's very low reward for the money we're going to be spending because the road is already good, but willing to go that way. But if we're going to be emptying the road reserve, I would rather empty everything we're saving on recycling into the South Service Road and keep a little bit more in the roads reserve. That's the way I kind of see it. If it were up to me, we have 350,000 savings in recycling, I would shuffle all that money over to the roads and leave a little bit in the roads reserve and shut it down at that point. Do option 2 with a modified option 1.
Okay, so we're doing 1 and hybrid 2, a little shorter. When you mentioned 350,000, I think there was 50,000 coming out of reserve, so it's actually 300,000 because 50 is what was a reserve transfer, so it's. The 50 was the study. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Am I correct that it will have a tax implication? Because I thought there was maybe mention that there was a reserve transfer. Just if.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm saying that stops right there. This solid waste management stops. We don't put the money to it at all. We pull the 350 goes all the way over, and we don't do the solid waste management study master plan thing. The 300 that was going to be transferred to the reserve comes out as well. I'm not saying I don't want to do that and then put the 50,000, like, it's not a shuffling of money. I'm saying we don't spend that 50. We put it into the roads.
So does that math properly then? So we empty out everything that was going to go to waste management, and I know, so that's okay by 3. Councillor Jaworski, I know you had said like you'd like to see some money in there, and I would too, but that's that opinion has been prevailed. So then
It's different though than stopping the waste the master plan. I think that's the first we've talked about not doing that, isn't it? I meant in terms of like discuss. Yeah, I don't think.
and that's why the 300. So do we
Yeah.
want to have 300 or 350,000 then? So Sam's saying move the whole 350.
Part of our strategic plan. Yeah.
It is provisional on the counties. And Ms. McDonald, just in case we're talking financially without full information, go ahead.
Just to clarify, we had set a $300,000 transfer to the landfill reserve. The $50,000 for the landfill master plan was to be funded from the reserve. So it's neutral on taxation if it goes forward or not. It's not going to affect the levy.
We're 100,000 short.
Yeah. Please do.
If I remember right, we were the recycling was 800,000. 400,000 came back to us, so it was $400,000 cost, and we're talking about 3. So there's 100,000 there somewhere.
So I believe that 400,000 came back to us. 300,000 was going to go to the reserve. 50,000 was going to go to the plan, and 50,000 had, by virtue of this budget, been absorbed in the. Like I made that point that, you know, like sometimes we just lose money, so it was going to offset this budget just altogether. Like,
So 50,000 was decided for us.
I suppose
Tongue in
yes.
cheek a little bit.
Yeah, to make the budget work for us too. So, and in fairness, administration probably, across their boards, would have probably removed hundreds of thousands of dollars of projects even to get us to this point. So that was likely made it, to make it more palatable to us as politicians, because the two levers, right, service and taxation. So to get to a decision then, I think we can, whatever combination of roads reserves and garbage reserves first, then roads reserve, goes into getting Lancaster to County Road 26 done to get to that mythical $800,000 number. And then that would be mostly the budget except for small things. Am I right about that? Like, I think, and then we can have an airport road, probably not going to do it without increase of taxation, and then Glenroy Road North. And I imagine you would want Councillor McDonald to say, please put those on next year's list to discuss first if it makes sense against other things, and then you can put your recommendation, then put some of council's recommendations. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of at a loss. Where are we at? Like, my personal opinion, if you left it to me today, I would say do option 2 and empty the reserves, get the number on that percent change down. Like, that'd be great. If we're gonna do South Service Road and we're emptying reserves, I want everything we're saving moved over from recycling. And then the roads budget, if there's anything going to be left over from those reserves, they should stay in the roads budget. And I would say forego completely the solid waste management plan or study completely out of the budget. We're not doing it. That would be my personal preference. I don't know where we stand. I couldn't.
Okay, so
quite
perfect.
follow.
So 2, yes, we're doing it. If we're going to do 1, we're moving as many of those reserves. I think a comment was made over here that our solid waste master plan is part of our strategic plan. So I'm going to go on that side and say that 50 stays, because, I mean, we've asked them to do it. So and I do appreciate the plans and cost of plans that we don't enjoy, but it is our direction as a group already made, but we can always change that. Do we wish to change that? Do we wish to remove the solid waste master plan? Keep it? Okay, so that's staying in. So what we're going to do is we're going to move all the reserves that were allocated from the solid waste management. Reserves are going to go into this roads project, being South Service Road. Roads Reserve has 550,000. As much as that has to go into South Service Road goes into South Service Road, and the remainder stays in the Roads Reserve. Okay. So then that's essentially, yes. So what Councillor McDonnell said is we're emptying waste management and roads reserves to do South Service Road, and that would be an accurate thing. And I think we're getting a show of hands. Councillor Jaworski, you look. I don't know if pensive is the right word. You look. I've looked at you a few times, and perhaps I've missed your hand. If you're trying to say something.
My hand, I'm just like, I just find it, like, part of me is like, part of me is, oh, you know what, this South Service, let's stop and bring, like, I'm, you know, somewhat to what Councillor McDonnell said about stop with the South Service and move on and bring down, because, I mean, the 6.88 I do find is high. But then I know that there's a few other things here, like modernization for this, and I feel like there's some other items that maybe also were supposed to come from reserves that aren't, aren't shown. But, I mean,
Okay,
it's just, I mean, and one of the comments that Deputy Mayor Lang made to me earlier side is like, are we going to regret not having kept some of that money in those reserves, you know? And and that's, I'm having a hard time trying to decide exactly how I feel on that one.
Okay, so then that's good that you brought in like the comment, like, are we going to regret, like, next year we won't be able to do as much? So our budget will probably, we'll do less, and we'll wonder why it's a little tough, because drawing that much out of reserves, like, we're not going to be able to do that twice. Councillor McDonnell.
Just to a point of note here. If we do what we're suggesting, like that $300,000 transfer to the landfill reserves, that's on taxation right now. Like we've essentially not given back the 350,000 that we were going, we essentially are collecting at this point for nothing, because its intended purpose was to pay for recycling. We could very well just say, you know what, we're going to do option 2, and we're going to give back everybody the money they were going to spend on recycling, because that's what the province was essentially doing. We're at this point taking advantage of a circumstance where regularly baked into our budget would be recycling. So I don't disagree with you, Councillor Jaworski. At this point, I'd be very happy just doing 2, forget everything with option 1, throw it all out, and get that number down. But I don't know if we maybe want to vote on take a step back from roads and just vote on the or just say yes or no to the modernization and that.
Yeah, let's
see what our number's at right now, and then we can decide from there.
I'll take that advice and we'll go for the low-hanging fruit. So we have 21,000 we could use modernization funds for the website migration. Was that something we want to do? Yes? So with that came my recommendation that we move some money to building reserve, because that was my thought to just like switch it so that we'd have some money to start the council migration. So do we want to do any of that? And I think there was a line there for fund towards permanent council chambers. Like it was supposed to be, I was just trying to move the money out of a modernization reserve and prepare it for the council migration. We don't have to do that. Do we want to do that? It would be net zero to taxation. Yeah? Okay, then there's 2. So that one is a yes too. Sorry. No, so we basically moved the modernization reserve and put it into a building reserve so that we can use for council. So that we did not save on the modernization reserve, we just moved to another reserve. We took
The modernization reserve was, I had it somewhere, 128,000 total. We were talking about doing something with 21.
Yeah, so the 21 is to fund the project, the modernization project. Yeah.
And what was happening with the other 120?
Future.
Or 100,000 rather.
Likely, nothing presently.
Maybe it could go towards council chambers. That is modernizing.
Okay, then we can keep it in there for that purpose, for
purpose,
the
yes.
technology that we need for there. And then maybe we'll have some leftover image. But that's a good thing to consider mentally earmarking. Carry forward, we had some unused strat plan funding in 2024. I imagine by having the warden-elect turn to warden and hosting OGRA, there will be some increased burden to us. So I'm just trying to, instead of have us go budget overrun, use some of the money that we budgeted last year for strategic planning in legislation and move it into legislation this year just to offset the cost of having a warden.
You could be very well right. I know our clerk has just today booked a meeting to discuss things with county council, with our CAO, and try to figure out what might be needed. But I do not have any idea. I've never been involved before in the finance side of it, so I don't know. But you likely know.
Well, it would
from
be
previous.
prudent, and it won't cost this year's taxation, and we're just moving it from last year. So we'll move 5,000 from last year for that particular item. All in favor, or yes, thumbs up? Okay, good. And thank you, Councillor McDonnell, for bringing us to some low-hanging fruit. So we have Airport Road there, and now we're back to roads. but now we're focused. So. Okay, good. We will make a suggestion. We'll just because it's hard to think numbers as have people talk. So, Ms. McDonald?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if you also still wanted to talk about reserve transfers. We had increased some of them this year. Not that I want to decrease them, but just if that conversation still wants to happen, because that, some of those would have an impact on taxation.
Oh, yes, yeah. So I suppose we could bring that back, but we could, and maybe then, like, if we're going to go, like, this will wind us right back up, because we're going to point here and here, and, like, realistically, like, the way I saw it was, like, we're investing so much in infrastructure, whether it's going into the reserve for a future purpose, or it's going into the reserve this year to be used this year. Like, I was very happy with that. So if we want to decrease the tax rate with that purpose, we certainly can. I'm happy at 6.83. I'm also happy at 8 point something, because I feel like, and I like that, well, you look at it, but taxation went up, infrastructure went up 30% from 2020 to 2023, and we went up 4. So, like, we have to realize that like, we have to pay for infrastructure, and it's the one thing, as long as we're focusing on infrastructure, that people will be mad at us, but they'll be glad in the long term that the roads are working well, our bridges are working well, and our facilities are well maintained. And I'm on a rant, so I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang, because you said I'd like to make a point or a comment, so please do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So right now we're at 6.83%, is that what I see? Is that the increase in taxation, or is that the increase in total budget? Is growth factored in there? So that's the increase in tax. So we're higher than that for our budget increase. So at 6.83. Here's a crazy idea. I don't know if you guys are interested. Option 2 to me is a no-brainer. We have to go with it. I think everybody's
And we have
okay with
decided
that.
yes.
But instead of trying to do option 1, put 100,000 into the dump reserves, the other 200,000 from that recycling, put against that, get us down to 4.83. Does anybody want to decrease from 6.83?
So that's 2. So I guess if you're doing that question, you had 2 in favor, 3 opposed, or perhaps Councillor Jaworski would like to consider. So if I called that motion, we'd... And that's a fair thing. So we do have 2 votes to yes to decrease that by just 200,000.
Would 200 take it down 2 points, basically?
A little under 2. A little under 2. You're probably talking 1.85 or something. So you check your WhatsApp group. I think I spelled it there. I don't have my phone beside me, and I haven't memorized it. 489. So that's where sometimes talking about a blended tax rate gets you sometimes in trouble, because 1.11% of your taxation is going up 0. 45% of your taxation will be going up 4 point something. At this rate, blending it all together, you're probably nearing about 5.3% overall, all money with the true, like this is our burden of it, but our burden is 40 to 44% of your tax burden. And then that's not to try and undersell it, but you had put a motion or a thought that, would you like to decrease this $200,000 to decrease that number by dropping a reserve? Before going to like maybe a show of hands, so your reason to do that would be to lower the number, and would we then be decreasing levels of service in the long term, because that's now not in the tax rate, and we could never, like, we will take, yeah, never mind, I'm politicking now.
My reason for doing it was something that Councillor McDonnell had said, that the government has taken or had a company take over the recycling, and that by doing that is basically 3 to 4% of our tax base, and we are not giving the public any of that. We're keeping that all. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, because we're wanting to put it towards infrastructure. So my only reason for it, just when he said that, Councilman McDonnell said that, it just made me think, we're not giving them any of a break because of it. But I'm okay if we keep it in when we put it towards infrastructure. I think that helps them. But it just, it just kind of sat with me.
May I phrase that for you then? So then we can ask, of that $300,000, there's a thought to put 200,000 of it. We can either put $200,000 of it to offset or back into the taxpayers' pockets, because I think that's the wording that you'd like to hear, because that's well worded, or we can put 200,000 and invest it into assets. So do we want to, I guess, show of hands for those who want to give it back to the taxpayer, put it back in the taxpayer pockets? and those who'd like to invest in infrastructure, and perhaps then those who are indifferent to the decision, and those who are indifferent to the decision. So we kind of, Mac?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we always talk about how MPAC's not putting up assessments. This is why. We just gained $300,000 because we're not responsible for garbage anymore, and we're supposed to give it back to the taxpayer, and we're not giving it back because, well, they're not going to see it necessarily. It's an easy way to, that was already baked into the budget, you know what I mean? But yeah, do we want to put it into infrastructure? Fine, but I just think 6.8 is high. People are feeling enough pain, and I'd be just as fine. I think the options are either empty our reserves and kneecap us next year to do any actual roads projects or infrastructure projects, or kneecap another department to do more roads projects next year. Or we can sit back and say, we've got this, work with that, and we'll do some more projects next year.
Okay, so then we'll go back to float to option number 2 has been chosen. We are not going to look at addressing option number 1. And then this is the number it stands, and then we have money in the reserves to do some more next year. We also put money into the garbage reserve to offset future capital replacement, and that's that.
Oh, I would. Well, okay, I'll propose we do option 2. We use the reserves from the landfill to offset the costs, to get that tax number down from 6.8, because it's too high, and go and forget option 1 altogether. We do option 2, use the reserves from landfill to offset or to get the tax number down. Don't keep that 300 in reserves.
Okay, Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree option 2, but I'd like to see that money either stay in the reserves for future infrastructure projects, whether that's South Service Road or other roads for the following years. I don't want to drain the reserves, and that's kind of where I'm feeling right now.
Okay, and I thank Councillor McNell for bringing us onto a track where we're having a decision now. Where are you on this matter, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Lang, or you like to go last? So we'll go Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Yeah. My concern about not doing South Service Road is, we could say, well, we'll leave the money in reserves and then we'll do it in a future year. But then if I understood correctly earlier, it's going to cost us at a minimum 30% more because we wouldn't have the advantage of the county's asphalt price. So we don't know. That's the thing, we don't know.
You had said at one point, and I guess it's like that's the best guess, was 110 is what the counties get. We get 130 when the counties are nearby, and when they're not nearby, it's 140 per whatever. So that's this unit cost. So you are right, it would cost more if you wait.
Not 30% though, not as much. Okay, then I think I am, if it's not actually 30%, it's a bit less, then I'm okay with option 2, not doing South Service Road and keeping money in reserves so that next year we're not regretting what we did.
Deputy Mayor Lang? Sorry? Okay, so then I guess we're doing option 2, and we had a very robust conversation for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and we kind of circled back to right back to where we started. But I think there's a lot, there's good stuff in that discussion, because Councillor McNell does bring up a good point, and as much as I'd like to invest in he brings a fair point, that is money that wasn't ours, or does the service is no longer provided. I guess what we're doing then to, if I can address the citizens as we're wrapping this up, would be we're using that money to address the infrastructure deficit over the long term, and we had a good hearty discussion. I hope you enjoyed that particular part of it. I would like to thank our,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to confirm I've captured council's intent here. So I've removed South Service, and we are no longer touching the roads reserve to drain it, and we are not adding anything to landfill reserve in this year.
we're keeping 300 in the landfill
Oh,
reserve.
pardon me. Okay.
So it's 6.83? Okay, great. So good confirmation?
I was personally hoping to see that number come down because we were going to shuffle that 300 over, a portion there of it, but.
Okay, we have to, we're going, yes, do we want to have this conversation and carry on? because I'm not going to close it if it's unsolved. I just thought we had solved the matter with that last direction. And then Councillor McDonnell on the dissenting side would like to bring it back up. So I'm glad to have the conversation if somebody who had their hand up earlier says these three councillors.
If there's conversation to be had around that, I'm not even suggesting we take it all out. It would be nice to save some of it back. Just, like I say, there's $300,000 there that we're collecting for providing a service that we're no longer providing.
Yes, and that point has been made. I'm not trying to.
No,
yeah.
for sure, but do we need all that?
So just to be clear, are you suggesting 150 and then the other 50 goes to roads reserves so we can do some more projects next year?
I think we're maintaining, so the idea is to take, then, we have 300,000 in the landfill reserve transfer right now. Councillor Jaworski and I think Councillor McDonnell are discussing whether we decrease that transfer to 150,000, we give 150,000 decreased tax rate.
Yes.
Deputy
Yeah,
Mayor
and
Lang had mentioned, do we move it to roads? And previously to this conversation, because we were looking like we're closing it up, so we opened it up again. We'll go, so we know the opinions then. You are, as much as we can of that, give back. Councillor Bougie, do you want to, so I don't want to, because I don't want to frame it, I don't want to make it look like I'm framing it some way. Do we wish to put that money in the pocket of the back to the pocket of the taxpayer, or do we wish to use it to offset the infrastructure, oh my goodness, there's a word for it, deficit? That's essentially what we're asking.
I'm comfortable moving the 150 as Councillor Jaworski had suggested.
Councillor Jaworski, are you then okay with? Okay, that means that Deputy Mayor and I, like, that's the will of council, so then we will decrease that to 150, and there's your number is 5.48, where before it was 6.84 or 83, in and around there. Okay, are we opening up any more comments? I think that's the will of council. Do we wish to decrease reserve transfers as a whole? There, we had that. Okay. So at risk of, we're going to run, okay. Councillor McDonnell, you brought up the look of reserves. What were you thinking about them? Okay, so in that regard, then, like, we shouldn't have, we should think about them before we have the discussion, and you haven't had the time to think about them?
The numbers had changed since the last we got them, and we got them at lunch.
Oh, yes, so in that regard, it's very hard to make decisions without having the time to think about them. So perhaps then, if we're going to have a second council meeting, then for budget, maybe that's discussed then, or even in our next regular meeting. Yes, so would we be able to meet an hour before the next council meeting to look at our reserves and have this conversation before passing our does that work for? Yes, you can. Please go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. No, I think staff was reasonable, and when I look at the bottom line of reserves, we were increasing a little bit, and we have been decreasing in the last few years and using some of them. So if we're at the 8,090,000 and we were at 7.1, almost 7.2 last year, I think that's the right way to go. I don't see an issue with that. I think, well, we know our fire reserve had got down to next to nothing there. So we'd done quite a bit in a few years, needed to be built back up. I'm good with it. I don't know that we need to have another budget discussion just on this. I think staff's prudent here and keeping reserves, holding them and maybe increasing them a little bit, because we had decreased for a while. So I just want to build back. We were up over 10 at one point. And now some of that was set aside for buildings that finally got built, but it's good to see it being held. I don't want to see it get too low.
Okay, so
I'm good with it. I'm willing to pass, be done with this budget now myself.
Okay, Councillor Jaworski.
No, I heard that, and I didn't get a chance to study it as much as I wanted, but I was hoping to just hear from staff briefly on like ones that they had changed, or just so that that part's clear. But
Okay, then-
but I think overall I'm quite comfortable, but I'd still like to hear that, and I don't think we need another meeting to do that.
Okay, so we don't need another budget meeting in that, I don't know if you'd be prepared to talk about it right now, or we can add it as a staff report on our next council meeting, and then we can have a fulsome conversation there. So I'm looking for administration's thought on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can give you some detail now, and after I'm finished, if you'd like more. These reserve transfers were all within the budget book that was previously sent out. It was just kind of compiled to provide you the balances, since those aren't reflected in the budget that you received. Some of the reserve transfers we increased. We increased the transfer to the Bridge and Structure Reserve, as Ms. McDonald noted in her presentation, to allow us to proceed with construction for I believe it was the Frog Hollow Road Bridge in 2025 if the design is ready. Another increase was to the Recreation Building Reserve. That was because if we are successful with that grant, that will be a significant expense, so we wanted to start adding some funds there. We also increased funds to our General Park Reserve. 20,000 of that we'd earmarked for the splash pad for future maintenance and any capital required. There's another 20,000 for general parks in there that was not last year. Last year we did not fund the South Lancaster Wharf Reserve, so we put $25,000 in there again this year. Aside from that, you see the Parkland Reserve transfers. We just have to balance that. Whatever's collected will go into that reserve. That's just the rules there. And then with the Roads Reserve, we increased the transfer, but we are spending everything we sort of added and taking 50,000 out. We just wanted to get in the habit of flowing through the reserve when we're doing roads capital projects. That way, if they come in under budget, we can leave the money in the reserve. So that would be the most significant ones. We actually decreased our roads equipment reserve because we typically spend through, and we didn't have any large capital purchases planned for this year. Last year, we transferred in almost 900. We planned to transfer out almost 990,000. We only needed about 750,000. We have a couple more bills yet for the new grader, but we expect to save about 200,000 off last year's withdrawal. So we lowered what we were taking out, and we restored Fire's reserve transfer to its previous levels. But beyond that, we didn't make the landfill reserve is probably the most noticeable. I was looking through my notes here, and the last time we funded that reserve was in 2022, so it had been a little while since we'd put money in there. So.
And just to highlight something, I think the 1.3 in, 1.3 out, that was at some of, in discussions. The ideal eventually, I think, would be to have a fire reserve, like here's sustainable and here's how much we're putting in, so it's kind of an in and out. And I do like that we see 1.3 go in, 1.3 go out, and say that we have a plan someday that says we need 1.5. It just makes it very easy for perhaps not our council, but future councils to look at it and say, like, instead of cutting a road, they're actually cutting a level of service. So if we desire 1.5, 1.3, you're not just cutting a road, you're cutting a level of service. So it just reminds you that it's not just a road in, road out. You're decreasing the quality of your road system over time. Councillor McDonnell, I saw your hand up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wondering, and this may be a question for Ms. Servage, Nor'Westers Museum Reserve, 9,000. Do we have planned work for that, or just because I'm looking at a lot of these, I look at a lot of these reserve funds, and I go we have the sports program reserve, Glengarry Sports Palace Reserve, Nor'Westers, Martintown, a lot of these we're collecting money for a project that isn't yet here, and it's now bad to plan for a rainy day, but just that $9,000 is $8,000 next year, and by the time we get to that project, that $64,000 might be only worth today's dollars $34,000. I just caution on some of those. If we're at a comfort zone where we're happy to live with that, unless it's, and I'm not saying to take it out, I'm just saying if we're looking at some of these things, let's not squirrel away too much just to have it deflate itself when it's better left somewhere else or spent.
Yeah, and that's the where roads and bridges reserves are easy, because generally you're putting a lot in, you're spending a lot, and it's generally going to be always spent immediately. That's the hard thing with facilities reserves, right? Because that this arena, if you go to an AMO course, I forget which one it was they said you should sock away $2 million per year for each arena, and we do not do that, because this arena the replacement cost of this arena is well above what we have, even even general maintenance, but critically capital maintenance. We might not have enough, and we're a good saving municipality. So you are right, you don't want to for too long, but it's better to have, say, $6,000 when you need 10 than to have an idea that you spend all the time. But I do appreciate what you're saying. And then there are some reserves in here on Councillor McDonnell's point, like Glengarry Sports Palace Reserve. We should probably use that just to offset some of our transfer this year because we don't own that facility anymore. So might as well zero it out. There's a few small ones, but I don't want to take too much time. Just apply some logic to it, and then maybe we have a reserve conversation how we want to deal with them. Put that on the committee of the whole meeting because I think, or a future one. Maybe now we have 2 committee of the whole meetings because like these are big conversations, and as much as sometimes I get passionate and perhaps, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, that was to be coming out, and that's for the furnace.
Yeah. So thank you for that correction. And but these are all fair points, and we're allowed to have diverse opinions because that's where we're council. And I apologize if at one point, per Councillor McDonnell, I did step somewhat out of my chair role and was bargaining with the with the east side of the table. I'm allowed to have an opinion, but I'm supposed to facilitate the conversation, not bring myself in so much. So at this present time, do we want a further conversation on reserves outside of perhaps a committee of the whole, just on how we run them? No? Okay. Then the budget for the most part is wrapped up except for a formal resolution. The number is 5.48%. That was done at the, I guess, well, you can see the whole suite of things. Can we have this available with the meeting tomorrow online, just in case somebody wants to follow along with us? They can have this sheet. Okay, great. I don't want to be the only one that has words, so we'll pass it around. We'll go Councillor Bougie, Councillor McDonnell, Councillor Jaworski, Deputy Mayor Lang, and then
I'd like to thank staff and Ms. McDonald for preparing this budget. I mean, you came in at a very good rate to start. I feel like a lot of staff definitely did an excellent job preparing and asking what they needed and not, I guess, what they wanted so much. And appreciate everyone's strong work ethic on this and to getting a very reasonable rate, lower than what we came in at originally. So I'd like just to thank everyone for their hard work.
thank you. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, along the same lines as Councillor Bougie, thank you to staff. And I know we hear horror stories from across the United Counties, let alone across the province, of people coming in with budgets, staff bringing budgets, knowing it's nowhere near realistic, and our staff has gone well and beyond in bringing it realistically to us that we could have just passed it as was, and it really, we haven't made many changes to it. They've done an excellent job, I guess, cutting any of the fat out of it and really tightening down when we know we have tough years, and when years are good, it's a lot easier, but it's nice to see you guys respecting, I guess, the taxpayer at the end of the day and making our job easier, so makes us look good when we can do this in a day.
Thank you. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you to all staff. Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thank you for all the hard work. This I particularly appreciate, and I said this directly to our treasurer, but I'll say it publicly, is that I really appreciate all the pre-work. I mean, maybe my memory is failing me, but I feel like we got everything sooner than we've ever had, and the level of detail. Normally, I have in the past said, "Oh, can I have that in an Excel spreadsheet? Can I have it this way? Can I have it that way?" And we got all that ahead of time. So it made, I think, the process much more effective, and also with much more positive feelings from everybody. So thank you very much for this. And yeah, these are interesting and tough times to be dealing with. So it's I mean, I'm glad we've come to a conclusion. Can I say I feel great about it? No, but I don't think there is an answer that you'll feel great about it after, just because of the situation that we're in. But I think we've made very responsible choices.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Yeah, I'll reiterate. Appreciate everybody as well, because a lot of work goes into this ahead of time, and maybe the public doesn't realize the amount of information. Like when they see the slide presentation, there's much more that's sent to us. We actually have every single line item, right down to the fuel in each truck, that we can go through if we so choose. And we don't necessarily have to read everything, but when there's something that it looks like you're wondering what it is, we have that background information. So staff has provided all that, much appreciated. And I know we've spent like a couple hours here now debating stuff, and I hope the public realizes that what we're trying to do is in a tough situation with not enough money to go around, figure out ways to keep infrastructure and keep everything the way that they've got used to it, and maybe even make it better. We're desperately trying to do that, and not against staff, but I think with staff, and figure out ways that we can move money around to kind of make it so that everything works. So I think staff's done an excellent job, and I think everybody here has done an excellent job. I thank everybody for being, nobody got fighting, and even myself, I just tried to not push my way too hard, but I mean, it's got to be give and take with everybody, and I think we did. So I'm pretty pleased. I think it's a good budget. Thanks.
All right, I guess I have last word. I won't use it to influence the budget, and I do thank Councillor McDonnell for reminding me of my chair role, not my in the weeds role. So thanks for getting us back on track there, Councillor McDonnell. Thank you to all of staff for the work. Having worked in these ways, this is better than any budget I had ever presented here. So that's a fair compliment, as much as I don't love it, but it's accurate and deserved. I know that all our general managers likely before they even got here, and I think it was mentioned, probably took tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of projects to get out of here. So I like as that whole gotta, oughta, wanna. This is a lot of gotta, maybe a little oughta, but I don't think there's a lot of wanna in here. So that makes it, to share the thought, that easy and simple for us. And since you talked about council, I would like to appreciate that whenever I came, I think one of my first speeches, I said I do not want groupthink, and we certainly don't have that. And I love that we work together with our own opinions, and we come to a conclusion that might not work always for ourselves, but it works for our community and the council. And I would hope to continue to foster that, because I always feel like whenever I give compliments, I give like a slight negative. So I'm not trying to do that. Just like, I like that we can disagree so strongly on ideas, like hard on ideas, soft on people. And I feel like we do that quite well as a council. And that's to you, I'm just chair most of the time, except for when I stepped out today a little bit. Thank you. So you make my job easy, and it makes the community, like, I think this is a great document for the community. I've always believed that budgets are a communication tool. So like, when this is up, if anybody wants to know, the budget's there. The meeting will be up tomorrow. And just thank you to everyone who's here and our wonderful community for allowing us to be here and invest in infrastructure. All right. Oh, 1 second. A word from Warden-elect.
Not really, just a word from Martin there, actually. But I just, first budget for our new CAO, and he's been involved in likely many before, and maybe he could speak on behalf of staff, because I mean, they've done a pile of work on this, and just what his thoughts if we're on track or not. Hopefully he didn't think we were too crazy.
Yeah, what was the budgeting South Glengarry? Probably administratively simpler. Council-wise, you can give us your opinion.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and a big thank you to our staff, and particularly Ms. McDonald as well. It was quite a painless experience, some challenges, but a great team, and again, great to see a council working quite well together and being very respectful of staff and some of the recommendations that are being brought forward. So it's very much appreciated. And yes, it was for my first experience of the South Glengarry going through a first budget, definitely less painful than my previous experiences going through budgets. So a little more complicated, and a lot of more pressures as well, but definitely a lot better, very good teamwork and on both sides. So it's been very appreciated to everybody.
So you heard it here that a West Ender from Cornwall thinks South Glengarry is one of the most beautiful places, if not the most beautiful place in the universe. Maybe put words in his mouth. That's not fair. Don't quote me for him. So we'll get to getting out of this meeting now. Moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Councillor McDonnell. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-79, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council the 6th day of December 2024. All those in favor? Carried. Adjournment. Moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourn to the call of the chair at 4:42 p.m. All those in favor? Carried. Have a good evening, everyone.